find yourself getting passed by multiple cars, as I mentioned earlier on. So Nuoff in a very precarious situation, but he often finds himself in these places. Doesn't qualify as well as he races.
Up front, they are getting with Lee Aberdeen and Luca Varani not very far apart at all here. But I just want to see how Alistair Haig deals with Marcello Kessler coming around the old hairpin.
I would say it's not the best decision they've ever made, just not having done that under the safety car, really.
Yeah, they're taking their pit stop strategies from Ferrari lately or something. What's going on?
In turn one, just too much gas on them, too much feet on the down pedal, and unfortunately he's dropped him all the way down the order. But Philip Hammer is out in front by an 8.91 seconds. Dan Michael is a wall there, sir. And it definitely doesn't want to be hitting that earlier on as well.
Difficult, the understeer is in the dirty air through that final corner because it's such a long corner and you get dragged off into the grass very easily. He'll have the slipstream down it towards the chicane. Peterson was briefly alongside, but that slipstream has saved him and kept him in third.
Yeah, Varani now lost a little bit of time to Aberdeen, about half a second. Peterson is Pike's pushed Morton forward up ahead. He's got out of line. It's now Pike could have a go at Werrell. Don't push him off. He's in the championship fight. Jack Werrell chasing down Carl Jacklin. Further down, Rob Williams and Chris Barnes.
Sensational run outside line now though for the heavy braking zone. Around the outside goes the Audi R8.
Look how much Miller's come back into play. Exactly. Miller's still such trouble. He's not on second and change. All of a sudden Miller's back in play.
Moving on to the back end of Phil Jocelyn. So there's been a lot of movers and shakers in this first 2 laps here for race.
Absolutely serious racing league. Everybody's a lot have fun. Yeah, it's all about the entertainment. So I hope everybody is enjoying themselves out there in the chat. We know that Ron is been enjoying himself watching the Burger King machines off into the grass a little bit there as they're really bunching up now.
Coming down, does he have it? Nielsen's going to get it.
He's on the outside line though, going into the fastest corner on the circuit. Surely this can't work.
Dominic Ligner has got a sensational run outside line now though for the heavy braking zone. Around the outside goes the Audi R8.
Look how much Miller's come back into play. Exactly. Miller's still such up. He's not on second and change. All of a sudden, Miller's back in play.
Can Barry do it? Big Barry's going to do it. Big Barry! Good morning and welcome to round 6 of the Platinum Endurance Championship live from Daytona. I am James Farver. I'm going to be joined in the booth first off by Mr. Zach Sweeney, and then we've got Ewan O'Leary coming in a little bit later, and then I'm finishing off with Adam Hedgecock, who will be alongside me for the end. Well, we've had 5 epic rounds so far, and now we're on the final round. What we will do to start this off is tell you the story of the final round with the championship stand-ins. In the GTPs, you can see Altitude Esports is out in front with 142 from Writer Engineering on 132. Now, they do get 40 points for a win here and 30 for second. So Writer need to win. Altitude will need to be second, and then it will go back on the countbacks after that. If Altitude wins, it is game over for Writer Engineering. In the LMP2s, it is Centrocotro 104 out in front on 145 with XBD Emerald on 127. Now, it will be XBD will need to win. Centrocotro can finish no lower than 4th place. Okay, so Centrocotro have to be in 4th when they cross that line today. That is the story there. In the GT3 Pros, we have got Racing Team 208 who have already taken the championship. They are the GT3 Pro winners, and that is wrapped up, done. Racing Team 221 are only 13 points ahead of Chicane Online Racing Red. And again, Chicane Online Racing Red will need to finish in 2nd place. Why? Basically, Racing Team 221 can be all the way down in 9th. Now, in the GT3 AMS, this is the situation. Fury Sim Sport Academy and Miniti Racing Yellow are both on 133. So that basically, whoever finishes in front of the other one will win the championship. That's it. There's still 3 championships up for grabs, really. Currently, at the moment, 2.5 if you say the LMP2 is a little bit more open, and basically Centrocotro can take that win. But here in the GT3 AMS, they basically are going to be straight sprinting towards the end of the race. Whoever finishes in front, Fury or Miniti, they will be champions. Now, you've heard me waffle long enough. We are going to be going into qualifying in the next couple of minutes, but let's bring Mr. Zach Sweeney into the booth. Good evenings. Good morning, Zach, actually.
Yeah.
Sorry, so habit of being in the evening when I talk to you. I've now got you in the morning.
You do. Lovely. My most favourite thing to wake up to, James, is the lovely, luscious sounds of your voice. It is the greatest wake-up call I think I could ever get, because I literally had only just woken up. And then I'd shoot straight home to jump onto some good old Daytona commentary. Love Daytona. I think it's a fantastic circuit, especially when it comes to the endurance racing side of things. One of my greatest sort of memories of endurance racing is Daytona. It's sort of where I actually refound my love for endurance racing. I used to be like, they're just going around for a few hours, and then I had a race at Daytona. I was like, yeah, no, you know what, this is kind of good actually. Kind of enjoy this. So yeah, I'm looking forward to this. Obviously, 3 of the 4 championships being very, very close. I think we're in for a good day.
Yeah, it should be a good one here as well. Don't forget, guys. I normally say get your popcorn and your drinks, but what I probably would suggest is getting your lunch boxes, to be honest, because it's 12 hours. It's a very long time, and we are basically covering the whole day. Don't forget as well, guys, today is sponsored by Prins Barbecue Pits. You can go and check them out at Prins Barbecue Pits. .nl there as well, so go and have a look at them. Much love to them for sponsoring this event and carrying on hopefully into next season, but we will see how that goes. As you've already seen, the announcement is already out for season 4. We will be covering season 4, so we will be back here again next season as well. We have gone into qualifying. As I say, the GT3s will start out first. They are not allowed to start their last lap if they are 18 minutes into the session. If they're in 18 minutes into the session, the finishing flag will be out for the GT3s, and they have to finish the lap they're on. They cannot start another one with 2 minutes remaining of quali. Same for LMP2s, who will come out after. And then the GTPs, or if you really want to call them the LMDHs or the hypercars, whatever way round you want to call them, they will be out towards the end. So there we go. I love Mr. Hedge. The girlfriend made me pack lunch. She gave me 50p to spend at the gift shop. I'm primed and ready. Who will be joining me?
What? Penny sweet?
I don't really know, to be honest. I'm not really sure.
What are you going to get nowadays?
Yeah, exactly. Good evening. Good morning. I keep forgetting that we're in the morning.
It's disgusting.
I know.
It's not. It's good. I like morning commentary. It's nice. I don't know why. It's just a breath of fresh air. It's nice, isn't it?
Well, it makes up for the fact that
weird.
Normally we're here in the evenings, so, you know, at the end of the day, I suppose fair play there as well. MAP AU, Bazinga Motorsport, let's go. LPD, let's go. Nomad as well. And Callum Milam, something good to watch while I design my pickup car. So that's fair enough as well. I didn't pack a packed lunch, I've got to be honest. I didn't think it was appropriate me sitting here eating while I was on the mic. I don't know about you, Zach, but I haven't got one.
See, it depends how long the person I'm with can talk for. Because if they like have their really long points, I'm like, sweet, scanning some stuff down. There's been times where I've had a full-on large Big Mac meal when I'm commentating because I can, because the other person can talk for that long and I can get away with it. But no, I've just had my spicy meatballs before I jumped on, and I think I'm good to go. Because funny enough, I've not got as long in the booth as you have, so I don't think I'm going to need some refueling.
No, I'm here for 9 hours. We have got Biggles joining us later on as well, who will be taking over the production for a couple of hours while I go and eat and sleep and do all the other wonderful things. Maybe not sleep, because to be fair, you know, I can't really sleep during the day at certain points unless I'm absolutely old man shattered and I sit on the sofa with my blanket and my slippers, and then it's like, good night, Vienna. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, let's see how this race will turn out. We got the GT3 Pros and the GT3 AMs currently on track here, starting their quali laps. So this is going to be an exciting one once more here. And who do we think then? Because the LMDH is quite, you know, Altitude and Reiter, they're the main two at the moment. Both of them didn't have a good race in Barcelona at all. Last time out, it was absolutely terrible for both of them. But what do we think here? Because Daytona is a wide track. You've got the banking. You shouldn't have too many issues with back markers. So, you know, it could be a good one.
I completely expect it to be. Obviously, Daytona is a very harsh challenge. I mean, I'd argue it's probably up there, probably harder than Le Mans, I think. And I know that's quite controversial to say. But I think Daytona, but not only physically, but just the mental strain as well. I think Daytona is probably more difficult than Le Mans. It's also better to watch than Le Mans. It's just better racing. But that's me anyway. I just think Daytona is quite an interesting circuit to go racing at, whether it is sprint or endurance or NASCAR. Daytona is quite a versatile circuit, which is great because it's not very often that you see ovals have a good road circuit in the middle as well, and I think Daytona does do that. So yeah, we're in for a good one. Obviously, it's, you know, do or die for both, well, pretty much anyone in a championship fight today, whether it is for the championship or just for your own little squabbles like that fight for third in the GTPs between Magic Arrow and Octopus Racing Team. They've only got 3 points between them. So whatever respective fight you're in, you're going to need to bring your A game, because this is it, do or die, final chance to score those points, put everything else that's happened this season behind you and focus solely on today. Don't be like, oh, well, at Barcelona, I could have gotten more points and wrapped up the championship, because that doesn't matter. You're not in Barcelona. You're in Daytona. You're across the Atlantic. You've just got to absolutely nail today and bring your A game. But it's a 12-hour race, and anything can happen every second of those 12 hours, let alone each and every single one of those 12 hours. You've got to be on it for each and every second.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things they're going to have to do here as well. Where would you stand, though, on the whole thing? Because obviously we see people have damage, we see people have incidents and accidents, right? It happens, it's the way it is. Where would you stand on the repairs and going back out? Would you look at the fact that you've got 8 minutes to then get repaired and go back out? Or what would be the situation for you? Because at the end of the day, everybody is different, aren't they, really? And I think, they've all got to look at their own game and see how they get on. So what do you think will be their situation, their strategy as such here today, this afternoon and this evening, of course?
Yeah, well, for me, obviously, I've only ever done one endurance race, and I smashed into people on the first lap, which obviously wasn't great. But sort of the way I don't have the patience for it. If I'm not doing well, I just give up. So obviously, if I get 8 minutes of damage, I'm just going to be like, yeah, sod this. I'm going to go do something else. But obviously, these guys are a lot better than I am, and they're all in a championship fight. So you can't give up. You can't afford to give up. You know, if you get 8 minutes of damage, you've got to sit there, suck it up, go get yourself a cup of tea, breathe, go back out again, and try and smash in some lap times. Because you've got to remember, James, is that you've been given 8 minutes of damage. What's to say that your opponent is gonna get to the end of the race cleanly? Because chances are they're probably not. Chances are they're probably going to have issues and probably going to have some damage and incidents on the way. And by the time you work out, maybe 8 minutes isn't that long of time over the course of 12 hours. It's doable if the other team has some bad luck as well. So definitely do not give up. Particularly sort of in the first hour or two, because you've got the entire rest of the day really to make that time up. In the final hour, then yeah, fair enough. But yeah, I just stick at it, because again, you don't know what's to come. If you give up, then you're signing it away anyway. You've got two options here. You either give up and definitely lose, or continue and maybe lose but maybe win. And there's more positives on the side of continuing on.
Yeah, I fully agree. At the end of the day, I think you're in it. You've got to be in it to win it, right? It's like doing a lottery. Not that I actually do the lottery, but then again, I also don't complain about not winning the lottery at the same time, because at the end of the day, if I'm not going to go and spend me a couple of quid and put a ticket on, then I can't really moan about it. But, I think this is the same for some of these drivers. They've got to be in it to win it. And at the moment, the GT3 Pros Racing Team 208 on a 144.283 ahead of their 221 counterparts. Obviously, as we know, 208 have already wrapped it up here and taken the championship. It's job done there as well. But 221 are obviously in a fight for second place in the championship, and they've got to finish ahead. The same with the GT3 AMS at the moment. Fury Simsport on a 145.162 are ahead of Maniti Racing Yellow, so that's big as well, because at the end of the day we know it's a straight fight between Fury and Maniti, but you've got to be careful in the same boat, because they don't want to be doing anything silly in the process, and I think that's the problem that all of these teams have got here, is you are fighting for a championship. Don't be stupid with it. Don't put yourself in that situation to get yourself damaged.
Exactly, and it is all too easy here at Daytona. Obviously the first step right now is qualifying, and qualifying is very just a novelty. The qualifying is more there for you to say, I got pole at the 12 hours of Daytona. It means diddly squat over the course of the grand scheme of things. You're going to do God knows how many laps, probably multiple hundreds around Daytona in the span of 12 hours. So you getting pole means nothing. The moment conservation mode starts is on that run into the green flag. You've got to, obviously, if you can, yeah, sure, make up those places, get the track position, do yourself some favours, because at the end of the day, you are still in a race. You can't be in a championship fight and going, oh, well, I don't want to crash, so I'm going to sit at the back. You can't do that. There is still an element of pushing and making sure you are getting up yourself forward. But at the same time, you don't want to risk anything. You don't want to go for it's got a 30% chance of pulling it off, so I'm going to send a move to turn one. Because not only do you run the risk of damaging your own car, you also run the risk of damaging someone else's car. And if you damage someone else's car, the stewards aren't going to like you very much. They're going to slap you with a penalty. And not only do you have damage, you've also got a penalty as well to contend with. So, yeah, I think it is just a balancing act. And you've got to walk that very, very thin tightrope of conservation and pushing. But the overarching thing is that if you're in a championship fight, you're going to be driving, on eggshells. You're going to be driving as if your car's made of glass and making sure that you do not completely throw it away in the first couple of hours.
Yeah, that's definitely a positive, and that's one thing that these guys really don't want to do, is be jeopardizing their race there as well. Welcome in, Mark Hutchinson. Good morning. It's Daytona. Everybody. Oh, don't do that in the race, Cade Middleton. I'm not going to lie, because you're in a championship fight with Maniti Racing Yellow there. And that ain't going to turn out well for either of you as well. Christoph Augner, I did see that change. Thank you very much. That's all been sorted out now, and Austrian Sim Racing Blue are where they should be. Thank you very much as well for that one. But, just it's 12 hours. Zach, they've got ages. They've got physically ages to be able to get this sorted out, haven't they? They surely can't be making any mistakes for the people in these championships. Altitude, Reiter, Senjacotro, Fury, Maniti, XPD, they've all got to be sensible. But will that jeopardize the way that they drive the track, do you think? Do you think that probably being hesitant is going to cause them problems more than they would normally?
It depends on how. Obviously, you want to be confident. You don't want to be hesitant by any means. I'm not saying, second guess everything you do. Still drive with instinct. Still say, I'm going to go for that move, and trust your gut, trust your car, trust yourself to go for that move. Being conservative means thinking about something a little bit more. Not necessarily being hesitant, but just thinking about it. Thinking, I'm a little bit far back, not going to go for that move. I'm going to lift off. I'm going to not put myself in a situation where I can mess up. But if you're already in a situation where you can go for a move, by all means do it. Because the last thing you want, especially in a championship battle, especially a 12-hour race, is hesitancy, is a lack of confidence, and most importantly, you do not want to be doubting yourself. The moment you doubt yourself, the moment you tell yourself you're going to make a mistake, you're going to make a mistake. It's human nature. If you tell yourself you're going to lose, chances are you are going to lose. And it's not just about modesty and being like, oh yeah, I'm going to win the race. Because that's the mindset you've got to have. If you want to be the best, you've got to think you're the best. You've got to know that you're the best. And the moment you say that you're not is the moment that you already put yourself on the back foot. So go into today telling yourself you're going to win the championship, and already you've put yourself with the right foot forward. Already you're going in there with happy smiles and feeling lifted up and relaxed and calm, well, as relaxed and calm as you can be in a situation like this. But that's the best way to be. The moment you start stressing and worrying about each and every single input, every gear change, where you're braking, how you go for moves, when you lap traffic, all of those little things, they're going to add up. And when you get to the green flag, when the adrenaline's pumping and the stress is flowing through your veins, it's just going to become too much. You're going to get shaky, you're going to get sweaty palms, you're going to make a mistake, the steering wheel's going to feel off, the seating position's going to feel ever so slightly off, because they're the little things that you pick up when you're stressed. Is, oh, I'm a millimeter too far away from the steering wheel, oh, my feet aren't comfortable, I've got an itch on my nose. If you relax yourself, you're not going to feel any of those. You're going to feel nice and ready to go. You're going to enjoy it. It's not going to feel like a chore. You're going to enjoy your stint, and you're going to be like, yeah, we've got a target and we're going to come out on top.
Yeah, I think that's what one of these things these drivers are going to have to look out for here as well, and making sure that they are under control while they're driving, because at the end of the day, as you say, that pace lap is going to be the most nervous lap of their life. For the people at Fury, for the people at Maniti, for Altitude, for Reiter, for Senjacotro, it's all going to be coming down to that moment in the racing where they're going to sit back and say, right, we've got to go. And that's the thing they're going to be looking out for. I think that's the thing that is going to be tough for them to try and get under control. They've got to just settle down, breathe, as you say, not get worried about where they are. They've been sat in the rig for a certain period of time before this race, I'm sure, so they know where they're sat, they know what the steering wheel's doing. They've just got to be sensible at the same time. It's always good to have a target, said Adam Hedgecock. It is, yes, and you are always on target, young man, if I'm not mistaken, there as well. So Mr. Hedge can be in 8th place and he'll tell me he's on target, to be honest. But, you know, we take it as that one. As you can see, it's still Racing Team 208 out in front. No real improvements going on currently at the moment. We've got Rolf Como from Peaky Drivers GT3 in 7th, setting some greens on the board currently at the moment. So we'll keep an eye on his lap and see if he can improve up from 7th place up into the top, of course, of the GT3 AMS. It's going to be exciting here for everyone, I think, as well. Where are we looking? If I said to you, right, there's going to be a danger zone, where would it be, do you think?
Well, pretty much everywhere, in all fairness. I was just trying to run my way through the lap. I mean, there's arguments for each and every single corner to be the main danger zone. I mean, turn one, you're coming off of the banking, you're coming off camber where the car has got so much grip, and then it's flat, and you're still braking. So it is so treacherous. It tightens up quite a bit on the apex. It's a fast corner. And then you go into the International Horseshoe. It's a braking zone. It's an overtaking zone, and therefore carries some risk. I'd say the kink just after, and it's like, well, it's not really a corner, so how could it be a danger zone? But yeah, but look, you've got the track, you've got grass, you've got barrier, you've got a large infield section for the car to run off and do its own thing. And if an LMDH is lapping a GT going through there, or an LMP2 or whatever it is, and something goes wrong, things go really wrong when you're going that fast. Same too can be said sort of for the Le Mans chicane as well. If there's a silly move, not only lapping, but also in the class itself, there's a silly move, there's going to be a huge crash, because the point of the Le Mans chicane is to carry as much speed through as you can, chuck it over the curbs. All it takes is one car to understeer, and boom. I've seen it happen way too much. One of the Junior Championships I commentate on that were at Daytona over the course of this year had the leader in the equivalent of the LMDHs lap a GTE going through the kink, and ended off in the infield section, taking out one of the sponsor bollards and nearly into the wall. And then almost as well, right at the beginning of said race, one of the R8G cars, who is a very big name in sim racing for those that know R8G, very, very good, but made one mistake through the Le Mans chicane. The car bottomed out and they went spearing into the barrier. That was race over then and there. So you have to be so careful at each and every single corner at Daytona. There's no big standout. It's just every corner here will want to chew you up and spit you out, and even the bankings, even the most simple of corners, will at some point cause some chaos, I'm sure.
Yeah, definitely. I think the side-by-side round that turn 5 off that kink on the left-hand side is definitely going to cause some issues for some of these guys. I'm not going to lie. They have got a couple of minutes to get their lap done and dusted now before the pit lane will open for the LMP2s, who will be stood there waiting, ready to go here on track as well. Centro Quattro is currently out in front of 145, XPD on 127. So there is literally 18 points between them, 40 for the win. That's going to be an interesting fight. And we always discuss the LMP2 class here, Zach, partly because they're probably the only class that's looking forward and back. They've got to deal with, obviously, GTPs in front. They've got to be lapping GT3s. It's a tough class to be in, the LMP2 class.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, not only is it a difficult car to drive, high downforce, quite sensitive as well. So in that regard, it's very front-ended. You've got to be careful not to step the rear out. A lot of power as well going through those LMP2. So it is easy to spin it by itself. But you are right. Obviously, they're being lapped and lapping at the same time, so they really do have to have a lot of awareness. And it's sort of the class, not necessarily LMP2 specifically, but more so the middle class of any multi-class endurance race. Whether it's GT3s, touring cars, and MX5s, the touring cars would be the one to watch as sort of the forwards and backwards. So it's not exclusively LMP2, more just the principle of being that middle class. You have to look forwards, you have to look back, you've got to be so aware, and it's an experience that is so unrivaled and is going to be such a huge help for endurance racing as a whole, because then you can really focus and hone in your skills, because we talk about lap traffic all the time, right, and how it can give and how it can take. The more experienced LMP2 drivers will be able to carve their way through the traffic, stay out of trouble with the GTPs, not take out a GT3, and be diddly dandy. The less experienced LMP2s will be thinking, well, there's a GTP behind me, but I've got to lap that BMW, so I'm going to send a move, boom, in the wall, all three of you, dead, sorted, right, race over, whatever. So you've got to be so careful.
I don't know if it's quite that dramatic.
Well, it's sim racing, so they can't actually die.
Oh, okay. I'm just checking.
But the car can.
Yeah, this is also true. Very dramatic way of putting it there, Mr. Sweeney. I'm not going to lie. Trackside Esports at the hand of Nick Kirstens are on top in the GT3 AMS on the 145.007. Racing Team 208 still out in front in the GT3 Pros. They're in the pits. 221 are in the pits. Grow Racing, Ingersoll, all done. Jamie Pounder from Chicane Online Racing Red. Of course, they're battling with 221 for second place. He's sitting 5th at the moment, still out on track here, trying to get their times improving. Let's go Sim Vision, says Pedro Oliveira, and then it spits Vamos Rafa. I do like that, because all the drivers that we've got in here, do you know what I mean? And, you know, they give us a first name of Rafa. So we need a little bit more details, mate, as well, if you can, and then we'll be able to help you out. But it's, yeah, we've had 309 drivers register for this series across the 6 rounds. 309, guys. That is like an exponential amount of drivers. So, you know, you will need to give us the team names here as well, because obviously, as good as our memory is, and Zach's younger than me, we ain't going to remember all 309. I'm not going to lie. It would be a big mission if we were able to do that.
It would be. And when James says I'm younger than him, so is most of the JPB crew. And there we go. So it's not exactly difficult to be younger than James. And I've now just lost my job.
Right, hold on a minute. Hold on. Adam Hedgecock's not far away from me. Biggles isn't far away from me.
That's 2. How many have we got?
A few.
Yeah, quite a few. Yeah,
a few more than 2. Let's just say.
A few more than 2.
Yeah, there's. I can't actually work it out now.
You can't even remember how many people work for his own company, let alone all the people racing for one of the many championships he commentates for.
Hold on a minute. Hold on. Give me a minute. How many have we got? 10? 12? 14?
I can't even know. I don't even know. I know we've got me, you, and Dan. 3, you as well. Now we've got other James. We've got Biggles, Nathan,
Michael.
A few. More than I've got fingers, and I'm from Norfolk. So there we go.
You and Alex as well. Callum. So yeah, we've got a good chunk of us as well. So give over.
We're a family.
We're a family, we are. Right, that's the end of the GT3s, and now we've got the LMP2s out on track here, ready to go as well. Shocking revelations, that you're nearly as old as I am. Let's go trackside, says Nick, who's gone and taken the pole in the GT3 AM category. So well done, Nick, there as well. Tom Dadswell, hello, welcome in. Pedro Oliveira as well. Let's go SimVision, so a love for SimVision. Don't forget, guys, as well, if you are a driver and you are sat in chat, or if you want to come and have a conversation with us, just jump in the waiting room. We will pull you in and you can come and join us for a chat. Let us know if you're on target. Let us know if you're wherever you are and how you're getting on and everything else. And I'm not quite sure I would be rocking from side to side on the banking. I'm not going to lie. Because knowing me, Zach, I'd probably nosedive it onto the infield after doing that.
Be a very nice, not a nice sight, but I don't know how to explain it. Maybe I'm just really sadistic, but I think that'd be a really cool thing to see. I always remember when I used to, when I first got iRacing, I was like, oh, the damage model is so good. So I jumped into the W12 and just floored it into every wall, and it was very fun. But yeah, weaving on the banking probably isn't the best idea. I mean, you can get away with it if you're going slow enough, but if you're going flat out, probably not the best idea to be wiggling and waggling all over the place, because that's one good way to find yourself back into the pit lane. But yeah, you have got to be very careful. But then again, tire temp is so important around Daytona, because you have to think, you've got to manage the inside and outside through the banking and things, making sure they're both up to temperature, making sure that your tires aren't stone cold and on ice skates as you work your way around, because tire temp, brake temp, there's a reason they weave, let's put it that way.
Yeah, there definitely is, and I never do it, to be honest. I just generally drive and then brake and then drive, and then brake and then drive and brake drag it in. To be honest, I don't really worry about weaving, partly because I am generally afraid of torpedoing it into the wall, because I've loosened the back end and it's just brought me round or something, and then I look like a complete pleb on the pace car lap. So I try and not do that at all, to be honest. But these drivers are obviously a little bit more experienced than myself. Michelle Sengali here with a 7.4k I rating, and Alberto Gazzopo by MRP is in 7k. We got Luis Martinez in the XPD. He's 4.1k currently at the moment here as well. Ben Dutton 4.2. We got Fran Garcia driving for Peaky Drivers LMP2. He's 5.8. So they've got a considerably higher I rating than I've got.
Yes, they are. To be fair, that is a really good I rating to have. Anything sort of over 3.5k is sort of like above average sort of thing. Not to put anyone that's below 3k, because I'm nowhere near. But yeah, I'd say that's when you're sort of getting into the above average, the sort of the not quite alien, but a little bit below that sort of area. I mean, you've got the top esports drivers are only sort of 8, 9, 10, 11k, that sort of region. So not too far off by any means, which is great to see, because it shows that we've got an extensive amount of talent. And also what it means is that Platinum Endurance Championship has been very inclusive. We've got a wide range of skill abilities, and all of them can be nice and competitive and settle into their own respective championships and still have a good amount of fun no matter how good you are, which is always a good thing, because endurance racing is a very daunting thing to get into. It's very team-based. So first of all, if you've got no friends, good luck. That's always a bad starting point. But again, from a skill level, if you've only been doing MX5s and you want to jump into some endurance racing, you're going to have a really tough time finding a way to do that safely, finding a way to do it that's not going to, cost you an arm and a leg, get you in with a high esports team. But PEC do a really good job of welcoming everyone in, giving them a nice platform to have fun, enjoy endurance racing, and learn the ropes very nicely, because the more you do endurance racing, the better you get at it. It's the main thing is taking that first step in and doing it. So I think we've got a nice versatile grid, and it's nice to see, because again, as I say, it's a very niche thing, endurance racing.
Yeah, it definitely is here, and I have done a couple in my time. I did go 2 hours, I like to point out, I did go 2 hours at Sebring without a 0x in my second stint. However, my first stint did not go so well. I was pinballed around all over the place and ended up with a 21x after my first stint. So, at the end of the day, it swings in roundabouts, doesn't it? As we can see, Bazinga Motorsport, Leonard Ziegler go off track there at the moment. It is MRP out in front with XPD in second place. Currently, they are ahead of Central Quattro. What's going to be interesting here, what I want to talk about just really quickly, is the fact that obviously if XPD are in front of Central Quattro, they're lapping GT3s, XPD goes through. Now the person in Central Quattro, who's Michel Singali, is going to be looking to go in through with him, right? Because he doesn't want to lose too much time being stuck behind a slower class. But at the same time, that's going to bring problems to its own right, isn't it? Because he's going to feel like he's going to be rushing moves. So is quali a little bit more important than what we're giving it at the moment?
No, it's not. Quali, as I said, it's a novelty. It's to say, oh, look at me, yeah, I've got pole position at Daytona. Oh, yeah, we qualified inside the top 5 at Daytona. It means nothing. I remember commentating the iRacing Daytona 24, and a team that qualified 8th in qualifying, and be aware they only got 2 laps of qualifying for that particular event. They were able to get up into the lead fight, sort of second, third place, within the span of 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes. Qualifying means nothing. It's all about race pace. It's all about how you deal with the race. When they line up on the grid, the difference between first and last in each respective class is going to be, 3 seconds maybe on pure lap time. As they spread out, obviously, it's going to get a little bit bigger. But 30 seconds, say, if that's the field spread, that's nothing when you think of endurance racing. That's one spin. That's one bad pit. That's one extra pit stop if you don't do your fuel right. That's one, that's like 2 and a bit. That's a couple of tangles with GT cars. That's one spin, and that is a minuscule gap if you smack it into the barrier and have 8 minutes of repairs. So qualifying means nothing. It is just going to be all about how you tackle those 12 hours. Because if you can put it on pole and you've got great pace, fantastic, good for you. Can you do it lap after lap after lap for 12 grueling hours? Can you nail the strategy on each and every single pit stop? Every time you come up behind a lapped car, do you know what to do? Do you know how to lap them? And are you going to do that perfectly each and every single lap of those 12 hours? Chances are, probably not. And those probably nots are going to be second, third, fourth, and fifth, all very eager to find a way past and get back into the mix. So qualifying's great, but 12 hours is a lot longer than 20 minutes in qualifying.
Yeah, it definitely is as well. Central Quattro have just taken pole away from Peaky Drivers LMP2. MRP in third, XPD in fourth, and the Platinum Racing Team Blue here sitting in 5th place currently at the moment. So it's going to be exciting between these guys as well. And XPD sitting in 4th at the hands of Luis Martinez once more here as well. So we've got a good, nice, grueling race ahead of us. One that I'm sure you will hear us commentate on throughout the whole 12 hours. I promise you, we won't get tired, will we, Zach?
I won't, because I've got a very highly caffeinated drink, and I'm all good to go. I won't have it now because it's not even the afternoon. But I'm going to be fine. I'm going to be uplifted and my usual bubbly self. James, however, for the most part, he's going to be fine. Give him until hour 7, I reckon, and you're going to have a huge crash of energy. I give you till hour 7, and that is considering you are an old man. So good luck.
Thanks. Mate?
You got your nappies on, so you don't have to run to the toilet as well.
No, I haven't. Unfortunately, I will be running to the toilet if I need to. We will be swapping it over, the broadcast guys, around about 7 p.m, okay? Basically, YouTube have got this funny 12-hour rule that if your video's over 12 hours, they will delete it. So we are going to split it up into 2 parts. So at 7 p.m. BST, that is, not CET, we will be swapping the broadcast. So the broadcast will stop, and then we will go live back after that as well. Good morning, Mr. Ryan O'Connor. This is absolutely barnstorming early for you. I'm making this about 6:30 in the morning, if I'm not mistaken. So well done for you for getting up this early and driving for the Chris Racing Blue team. But it is about 6:30, if I'm not mistaken, over where you are currently at the moment. So yeah, that's earlier than me and you got up this morning.
Well, the last week and a half, because I finished college now, so I've got no reason to be up early. So I've been watching Marvel films until like 2 in the morning, waking up at like 11, getting out of bed at 12, and loving life. And then I woke up today, got out of bed at like 9:30, and I went outside and it was so sunny in the morning. I was like, wow, like I was actually in pain waking up, which is very bad, I know. But now I'm all right. But yeah, I hate waking up any earlier than 8 o'clock, because even though I've had a good sleep, even if I've fallen asleep at 10, it's still too early to wake up. It's just, yeah, no thanks, no, not for me. Unless I've got like a commitment, like I've got to get up and leave the house or get up and commentate. You won't see me awake before 8 o'clock. No way.
Well, I can't really say that this morning. I was awake at 7. I went to bed literally last night about midnight after taking my adventure in my hot tub, and literally I'd knackered myself out in the hot tub. I got into bed and I just fell straight asleep, and then obviously I woke up at like 7 o'clock, partly because my body just turns around and
How
says...
How can you knack yourself out in a hot tub?
Because I relaxed.
Were you doing laps?
No, I relaxed, didn't I? I sat relaxing, and then of course I'd had a busy day. So I just sat there relaxed, and obviously we did the broadcast last night as well. So I just relaxed, and then I just got really, really tired. I don't think you've ever been in you clearly haven't sat in a hot tub long enough. And I just sat there and relaxed, and then I was just like all sleepy, and then I got into bed, and then I put on some Big Bang Theory, and then the missus cuddled up, but next thing you know, that was it. I was snoring alongside her. So yeah, job's a good one. Woke up with the TV turned off, so I don't know who turned that off. Maybe it went off on his own, to be honest.
Maybe it does, yeah. They do that, especially nowadays. You like that because you're saving electricity, and the UK does not want us to save electricity because they get loads of money for it.
Yes,
that's another discussion.
That's a discussion for something. That's a discussion.
I'm fine.
For
I don't have to pay the electricity bills. It's all good. My dad funds my commentary career with the amount of electricity I take up with a PC. I do have to pay for diesel though, and diesel is disgusting. I've started driving in a day and age where 141 pence per litre is a good price. If I see at Sainsbury's it's 141p a litre, I'm like, thank you, yes please, that's cheap. And then I talked to my dad and it's like, oh, it used to be like 90p. I'm like, what? Yeah,
back in the day, mate, it was below £1 a litre. It was, incredible. It was incredibly cheap. K55, thanks for the broadcast as usual, guys. A long day ahead. Make sure to drink plenty of tea.
Will do.
Will do. Nice. Nothing like a good health warning for us here up in the booth as well. I've got my coffee sat next to me currently at the moment, and my flask of blackcurrant juice, I think it is, that I put in it. So I'm going to be sat there all fed. Well, I'm not fed. I'll be watered, should we say.
Hydrated.
Hydrated. That's the word I was looking for, as well, as we are in to the last probably about 6 minutes of qualifying with the LMP2s here. We've still got MRP out in front. Central Cotro as well, 104 in second. And Fran Garcia for the Peaky Drivers LMP2 team is currently sitting in third. Ben Dutton on the 505 Endurance, the Australian, of course. I dread to think what time it is out there in the morning. And then Winston Eckel. Actually, they're ahead of us, aren't they? Yes, the Australians are ahead of us, aren't they?
Yes, yeah, I think they're 12 hours ahead. I think for them, it's...
Hold on, I'm having a Google. It's 8:30 in the evening.
Yeah.
So there we go.
So they'll finish this tomorrow, basically.
Yeah. Mark Hutchinson says, mate, move to Northern Ireland. Diesel's like 136 right now.
Oh, sick. Off I go then.
Yeah,
Sweet.
The thing is, you've got to take your ferry over there, right? And then you're going to go and fill your tank up with fuel, and then you've got to drive back again. So we're going to really work out
live
cheaper.
in Northern Ireland. It's fine.
I suppose.
They've got cool accents, so I can live with it.
I think that's the one thing we could do here as well in what we do. I could just pick up my business and move it to anywhere I want. All I need is internet. I could just stick a pin in a map and say, right, family, we're going to go and live here. Because obviously, you know, it's all online, so I don't have to worry too much.
It's a good thing about us. We don't need to commute. Well, we need to commute. It's from our bed to our chair, basically.
Yeah,
that's my daily commute. It's great.
I'll get up in the morning, I'll go into the kitchen, make a coffee, and come and sit down in my chair and go, right, here we go. That's it, I'm at work. Bargain.
Beautiful.
No people moaning at me. Yeah.
Where else can you just sit, have a cup of tea, enjoy it, smile, laugh with some mates over 3 hours when you're just having a laugh on the broadcast, and get paid to do it? I don't know. It's great.
I know. I feel you, mate. I know. Trust me, the enjoyment side of it, we just wake up and sit on a chair. However, I have got to sit on my chair for 9 hours today, so I definitely should have got one of them chairs with the toilets underneath. Maybe I'll have to run off to the hospital, grab one or something, and I could sit here and, don't have to go.
Nice.
Yeah, well, you know, give me a break, right? I'm sat here for 9 hours. Get out.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. No, to be fair, as extremely comfortable as my chair is, it's a lovely chair. And I got it given to me as well, which is even great. That's when I know I've made it as a commentator, is when people give me free stuff. It's so comfortable, just sat here. And then even yesterday, it got to the point I was like, you know what? Like, I don't know if I need to fatten up a bit, or like I've just been sat down for too long, because it started to hurt. It really did. And I was like, I need to stand up. I need to walk about a bit. I need to loosen up my joints a little bit. Yeah. And being 17, it's probably not a good thing that I need to loosen up my joints.
No, definitely not. But I've got a wonderful chair. It's got a massager on it. So,
actually?
Yeah, it has, and it heats up as well. So if I get cold in the winter, I can heat up my bottom by pressing the switch. The only trouble is if I put the vibrate on all the way through the chair while I'm doing a broadcast, I end up like this, because it's quite a strong vibration. So I end up talking all funky. So I don't put it on generally while I'm commentating.
It would also make a weird noise on the broadcast.
It would as well. It would be just like a constant, which wouldn't be good for anyone. But good to know that I can warm up my bottom in the process. I'm not going to lie. Turn 7 now. Right, going out from the infield onto the banking. Now, we've seen a couple of people spin in practice there. Nobody's done it in qualifying as of yet, I don't think. Not that I've seen. Also a tricky corner, do we think? Do we think it could be one that if there's trying to side-by-side it, the car on the outside could end up spinning the front end round?
Yes, for sure. Turn 6 obviously is one of those tricky things, because it is... that's one way to take the chicane. Anyway, it's probably one of the most important corners on the circuit, because, you know, you've got to get a good exit. There's no two ways about it. If you are sluggish off the exit at turn 6, you are going to feel the effects of that all the way through NASCAR 1 and 2, and then into the Le Mans chicane. And that's the only time you're really going to have an opportunity to regain some momentum. So you are going to be feeling the effects of that poor run for so long. So it is very important to nail turn 6. And even going side by side, you know, it's a fast corner, but it's very tight going in. It only opens up once you're actually past the apex. So if you go in side by side, you're going to have to slow down quite a bit and therefore lose some momentum. So yeah, it is a very tricky corner. Not necessarily easy to spin at unless you obviously slam the right foot down, particularly types. Then it's sort of easy to spin. But yeah, it shouldn't be too bad, I don't think. It is just going to be a case of making sure you don't lock the rears and find yourself in that barrier, because they're not too far away once you are on the entry going into turn 6. So you've got to be very, very careful. But yeah, I'd say it is an important corner, because you just got to get a good exit. I've got my vibrator on. I've got the chairs vibrating.
Right, okay. I was going to say, you put your teeth in. Did you put your fake teeth in this morning already? Sitting there with your glue on the gums, clearly it isn't working. Ken Miller, morning. Good luck to all the drivers out there. Thank you very much. I don't know why I'm saying thank you. I'm not driving, to be honest. But there we go. I'm sat here up in the booth. But
you're driving the broadcast.
Yeah, I'm driving the broadcast. This is too early in the morning. This is something that I don't normally do.
We're not switched on yet.
We're not. We're definitely not morning broadcast
people. We usually have a whole
people.
day to prepare, and then we usually have a whole day to psych myself up for work.
Yep.
And then now it's wake up, commentating.
I normally go in, during my day, like I do a bit of work and then take a break and sit in my hot tub for a couple of hours and come back, do a little bit more work, and then I'm running around doing dinner and whatever else, and then I sit down and work. But to wake up this morning and just be like, oh, hold on, I've got this to do. So I've had to jump out of bed about 8:30. I ended up getting out of bed and coming to sit down and just make sure everything was going to work properly as well. What I will say, guys, as well, obviously last time out in Barcelona, we had that moment during the broadcast where the whole thing scattered everywhere. Basically, iRacing have come out and released an update for the 12th and 13th gen processors. So they're not sending all the damage through one of my cores now. They're sending them through a lot more. So hopefully that issue will not happen again, and we won't have this 5 minutes of just pure manicness going on the screen at the same time here, which I'm really hoping doesn't happen again, because it did cause me a bunch of problems last time out. So apologies if you did watch the Barcelona back and realise that there was about 5 minutes where it was just chaos. That was due to the new damage model and something called Enquires within iRacing that apparently sent all damage through one core of my processor and sent my processor into pure meltdown, shall we say. So there we go, that is the end of the LMP2s, and it is MRP who's taken pole with Central Cocho 104, Peaky Drivers, and 505, and XPD down in 6th place. We are now moving on to the big boys, the one, the only, the GTPs, LMDHs, hypercars, whatever you want to call them. And we've got Writer Engineering and Altitude Esports out on track here, waiting for the pit lane to open in about 3, 2, 1. We should be up and running, and they are able to leave, and it is Altitude in the hands of Tom Dadswell. They've got a special commemorative, God blimey, that was easy for me to say, livery here this evening, this afternoon, this morning, whatever we want to call it. That's not going to be the first time that's going to happen as well. Designed by our very own Adam Hedgecock. Ooh. Designed it as well. It matches the World GT Championship car. So there we go with a new commemorative livery.
Nice. I like that.
It's swish.
I love the blue. I love the blue. Sort of the spikes. Yeah, it's nice. Altitude. Are they meant to like resemble mountains or something?
I think so, because of the old altitude.
That would be cool. Yeah, that is a nice touch. Yeah, I like that. That's good livery. Good livery.
I like it as well. He's all right. He does a bit of work for us. I can't let him, say too much about him. I'll give him a big head before he jumps in the booth later. He'll be driving me crazy as well. So I can't give him too many props, of course. But, he is one of the primary sponsors here at JPB as well, with his photography, so you can go and check him out as well. That would be absolutely amazing. Ryan Hamilton, you regret staying after 12 hours of commentating. I reckon you'll last better than me on the stag do I'm going on. Ooh. Ouch. How long can you last on a stag? Well, you can't. You're not even allowed in a pub. You'll have to go to youth club and drink Coca-Cola.
No, I can get a meal and have alcohol. Yeah.
But only one, isn't it?
I don't know. I'm not sure, because I've never done it. I've always just, I'll slide you a tenner and we'll have it at home. No, I don't do that. What? No.
What are you talking about? Stop it.
I don't. Yeah, fruit shoots. I have fruit shoots.
Yeah, you're down at youth club and you're on a Thursday with Coca-Cola. You know what I mean? There we go. Cool.
That's too sugary. I'm not allowed that. I rot my teeth, James. I have fruit shoots instead.
Because fruit shoots is so much better.
Coke. Have you seen how much sugar? I say that I've had copious amounts of sugar anyway.
And Coca-Cola zero sugar?
I've actually got a Coke Zero next to me, actually. Yes.
Well, there you go. So there ain't copious amounts of sugar and a zero sugar, is there?
No, but you were talking about full fat Coke. There's a difference.
Well, is there really? I think Fruit Shoot's got more than a Coke Zero.
Oh, more than a Coke Zero, absolutely. Yeah, because fructose is a massive thing. You'd be surprised. You'd be like, I'm going to get some apple juice because it's really healthy. Yeah, but the amount of sugar that's in apple juice and orange juice is mental. My old high school, actually, when I was in year 7, I used to save up all my money on like the fun print thing for a Friday to be able to get what was it, Juice Burst. Oh, yeah. And then they stopped selling them in the cafeteria because there's too much sugar in them.
Oh, that's
they
fair
stopped
enough.
selling apple juice because there's too much sugar in them.
Yeah, but it's like Sunny Delight, wasn't it? There was this kid I saw once as well who drank up copious amounts of Sunny Delight, and it was the only thing they started drinking until their skin started turning the colour of the Sunny Delight. It was all a little bit bizarre, to be honest. You should have seen the progress. It was one of them progress videos you watched, and Yeah, it was very bizarre that this kid's skin started going the same colour as the Sunny Delight, so that just goes to show what's in that. Altitude Esports are rocking on pole at the moment, 1:31.908 here as well. That's at the hands of Tom Dadswell. Norbert Tamas from Magic Arrow are in second. Nico Shiewitz is in third for right. Shiewitz? Maybe.
Well, the W's a V in it.
Oh, I don't know if it's a V, but
there's 309 drivers. It's fine. We can get away with it, and we're British as well, so we already get a pass as to.
Yeah, gee, you know what I mean? At the end of the day, like, you know, if it's a V, put a V in it. Right, engineering on fourth.
James has completely disregarded every other culture there is.
I'm not saying that, but
I'm English and we do it right.
Yeah, mate, have you give over? We don't do it right. We've got 3 words for there, and there, and it's still none of it makes sense because nobody knows where to put it. You know what I mean? Where, and where, and all this. English language is horrendous, but yeah, I do find that things, when they do translate into a different letter, that does get a little bit confusing, because I've called people the wrong name before, and they've DM'd me and gone, James, it's pronounced this. I normally send back going, send me an MP4 of what it actually supposed to sound like, so I know what I'm trying to say. You know what I mean? Or I'm Googling their name to try and find out what it is. However, I did get a good one was actually sent to me once from a driver. Actually, the race room driver. Oh, I've got to wrap my brain now. I can't remember his name. He sent me a 30-second YouTube video of him saying his name, so I knew how to pronounce it.
Nice. I love that. That's
yeah.
nice.
Vladisavich. That was it.
Oh, Vladisavich.
Yeah.
Nenad.
Nenad Vladisavich. He sent me a 30-second YouTube video of him saying his name over and over and over again.
He's a very fast racing driver as well. He's really good.
He is, and he's obviously he drives with disabilities as well. So he accelerates the car from a tube that comes out of his mouth.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not kidding you. Nenad Vladisavich, mate. He drives literally. He's in a wheelchair, and he brakes by pushing his head back, and he accelerates by having a tube in his mouth.
That is so impressive. How does he steer?
With his hands.
Ah,
he doesn't drive. He doesn't drive a steering wheel.
Do you know what? No, that is really impressive, because I remember I commented on him on a touring car championship, and I was like, he is really good. Like, he wasn't the quickest, and he didn't end up winning the championship, but he was there top 5 every single race, and his defense was so good. That's impressive. Oh, all right, fair enough.
No,
that's really good.
He has a YouTube video as well about how he does it. It's called You Have No Excuses. I'll send you the YouTube video. You can obviously don't have a look, but I'll also send you a photo, and you can see how Nenad drives. He is literally incredible. You can see in that chair in the picture how he drives the car. He is literally incredible, mate. He is incredibly quick, incredibly fast, and he drives with his head and his hands. He is just an unbelievable gentleman, is Nenad, and he does an absolutely stellar job. So really, when you're sitting at home and you're thinking you've got a backache and you can't go and drive your car, or you can't go drive to work, that's him in his chair there. That's how he drives.
So his throttle input is dependent on how hard he blows? Or?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Wow.
Wow. And his brake is the pad behind the back of his head.
I'm astonished.
Speechless. Anyway, let's get back to qualifying now. We've had a good old chat about Nenad. Magic Arrow are out in front. Altitude is second. Writer Engineering in third. They've got 12.5 minutes left here as well. So there we go. Link the video in YouTube chat. There we go. And you can see how Nenad drives the car as well. He is unbelievable. Everybody who's able-bodied, you've got no excuses. You have literally zero. When this guy's designed his own headsets to be able to make himself be able to drive the car. He is just unbelievable.
That is commitment. That is... I respect that. And it just goes to show that you don't need to be, 2 arms, 2 legs to be able to do well in a race car, because Nicholas Hamilton, obviously he's not, he's not winning the championship in BTCC, but he's up there in the top 10. I mean, he got 6th place a couple of weeks ago. I think it was at Donington, and he's got cerebral palsy in his legs, and he can't move them. That is just astonishing. And Billy Monger as well, when he had his crash and lost both his legs, straight away was like, well, how do I get back into a race car? What do I do? Hand controls, boom, sorted. Like, it is sensational. Like, the technology there that is there. And they're not slow. They're still quick. They are still so fast. So, yeah, it is great to see. And that's not only in the real world, it's also into sim racing as well, which is even better.
No, it's just the way he drives is just incredible. And I think the fact that obviously, you know, we've got all this technology. He builds his own headsets. He builds everything that he needs to be able to control the car and drive and stuff like that. Because at the end of the day, that's what he's got to do. So, yeah, it doesn't really, you know, matter to him. He wants to do the sport that he loves, and he's found a way to deal with it. So incredible. But there's the link there, guys, as well. You can go and check out that video of Nenad Vladijevic and how he drives and everything else. So it's incredible. Man, that guy driving with a tube, yeah. He drives with a tube in his mouth. He is amazing. And there's another video here as well that basically tells you how he obviously gives him all of his details as well, so you can go and check him out for Nenad there as well. Racing beyond matter. Expensive equipment is not what he needs, and obviously there's a 5-minute video of him driving with all of his equipment on as well, so you can go and check that one out as well. I think that's a good shorter version of the original one that's in chat. But there we go. If anybody's waking up with any excuses, you ain't got none. I'm sorry. Nenad just proves that you haven't. As we can see, Norbert Tamas here from Magic Arrow sitting in first place at the moment. Gets another purple on the board. No improvements in the second one. 131.654. Altitude on a 131.908. DLR on a 132.91. Or just gone into the 131.919. Reiter down in fourth. Is that going to be significant, we think? Fourth place for Reiter Engineering?
Yeah, I think... again, you can't read too much into qualifying naturally, of course. But a fourth place it'll do. Obviously, it's not last. I mean, there's only 6 GTP cars at the moment, so even if you are last, you're only a couple of seconds off the lead anyway, when you think about it. So there's not really that big of a disparity. It's not a massive issue, I think, for Reiter. Obviously, as long as their race pace is decent, that's one thing. I mean, as it stands, what are they? About 2.5 tenths off altitude. So
no, a little bit further than that, about half a second.
Oh, even half a second. That's one lap in qualifying. The thing they've got to avoid is making sure they're not half a second a lap off in the race. If they can get into the slipstream and stay close, they should be fine. But it's just making sure that their race pace is equal, if not better, than altitude. Because at the end of the day, they've got to finish ahead. They've essentially got to win this race to give themselves the best chance.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's see how they get on here as well. Tom Dadswell is showing some improvements in sectors 2 and 3. It's going to be tricky there as well, because if you take too much through that chicane on the left-hand side, you will get a slowdown. I have an idea for a charity event, James. Let's chat after. Yeah, like you think that's going to happen when I'm finishing at 1 o'clock in the morning. I do love you, Ryan O'Connor, but definitely not. I think you can. We'll chat next week, mate. Because after 9 hours in the booth, I'm going to be asleep. As well.
Have a word with his assistant and book an appointment.
Yeah, can you get hold of my secretary? Zach, Ryan needs to get hold of you.
Right, okay. Do I get a salary for this, or
no,
is it just expected?
It's expected volunteer work, mate.
Go to the wheel. Do it for the family. Yeah,
do it for the fam. You know, help me out. We're a one-man band here. I'm trying to do 50 jobs a blinking day. Come on, give me a break. Somebody's got to step up, you know? You know what I mean? Rhino, suck it up. Get out. I'm not sucking it up. 1 o'clock in the morning, mate. You have no hope of trying to stop me for a conversation. As much as I love you and everything else, and we talk daily pretty much. No. Talk to me on Monday. Just need to be in the draft range. That's all that matters here, really, says Mr. Hedge, who's brought the back to the racing conversations after me and you have somewhat wandered as we're going into the last 7.5 minutes of quali here as well. Tom Dadswell still in second. Ruben Palazon is in fifth at the moment for the Octopus Racing Team LMDH team. Sitting currently his best time on a 132.44. Last time out was a 134.46. So no improvements. He lost 2 thousandths of a second over there as well. But Hugo Oliveira from Delta Racing is sitting with greens on the board, and Ruben Palazon just gone green again there as well. So steady, it's nice little improvements here as well. Do you think we're going to get into that drop-off zone we talk about in Quali, Zach, where people reach their maximum ceiling of their ability, should we say?
Yeah, and for those of you that obviously don't know what we're talking about, basically, when you first get onto a circuit and you do a lap, you're starting everything out, you put in a for example, say a 1:45 or whatever, just whatever lap time it is, and then you go out again and you gain a second because you know where the braking markers are, you know where the track goes, so you can very easily gain a second. You go out again, you refine it, you gain a second. Then after that, it's 3/4 of a second, half a second beyond that, 0.3, 0.2, 1/10. And the more laps you do, the quicker you get, the harder it is to go quicker, essentially, because you've already nailed most of the circuit, so much so that to find that improvement, you've got to find the improvement through the corner, as well as do your best at each and every single of the other corners. So it's very much harder to actually reach that ceiling once you've already got into a very comfortable, quick lap time. And 20 minutes is a long time to qualify. So I think, yeah, that, you know, in some regards, then we might well do. And especially at a circuit like Daytona, where some of it is just flat out through the banking, it makes it even harder to gain that lap time, because you can't gain lap time on a straight. You can't gain lap time when you're flat out. I mean, you can in slipstream and things, but it's going to be that much harder, which means each of the corners you're going to have to make the most of more. So yeah, I think it is just going to be a case of rising to the occasion, just maybe putting that lap time in that's, you know, half a tenth quicker, maybe a tenth quicker. And as it stands, that's the gap between first and second for the fight for pole. So yeah, I think the more laps you do, the harder it is going to be to improve. And I'd say we're going to probably stabilize. I reckon we might just about get into the 31.5s, but that's going to take a really good lap time from pretty much this point, because they've not got long left.
Yeah, they are. Altitude have just taken pole position away, but Norbert Tamas has got 2 purples on the board. What's he going to do on this final one here? He gets another green as well. He jumps back in front, 1:31.543. So there's clearly time on the board there, as we've got a 1:31.6 in front, 6 thousandths of a second between Tom Dadswell and Norbert Tamas for Magic Arrow. Nicola Schilwitz is in fourth for Reiter, and Ruben Palazon there as well. Helgo Oliveira from Delta Racing's got no 1:33.256 on the board currently at the moment here as well. So it hasn't been the fastest. He's got 4.5 minutes. There is only 6 cars in the GTP class as well. We do have a field around about 39 cars on track. So it's going to be interesting to see how this one pans out here as well, and see how they get on with their traffic management, and see if they do end up or not end up taking people out. I think that's going to be what we're going to be looking for over the 12 hours, isn't it? The one who makes the least mistakes will win.
Pretty much, yeah. That is the general ethos, really, of endurance racing. Go fast, don't crash, and pit when you're supposed to. The 3 main ingredients of being successful in an endurance race. And part of that is not smashing into not only your other people in your class, but also the other classes themselves. Yeah, I mean, we've seen it time and time again. Those that tune in for pretty much any endurance race, but most notably maybe the iRacing special events and things. I remember the Nürburgring 24 hours. There was quite a big issue with some of the faster cars smacking into some of the slower cars, and when you get to the Nordschleife, it's very dangerous for that to happen. So yeah, it is just about keeping yourself out of trouble, making sure that as a prototype you're lapping safely, because at the end of the day it's your responsibility to lap safely. I know it's easy for the prototypes to forget that and say, I'm faster, move out of my way. Nah, if there's a crash, chances are it's probably your fault. So for them, it's just going to be taking an air of caution, being careful. And it's true. It's true.
Early, aren't you? I tell you.
It's true. If there's a crash, it's their fault. Chances are, unless obviously the GT just right hand downs them on a straight, that's different. But most of the time, it is the prototype's fault. And you've just got to be careful. Keep yourself out of trouble. As a GT, preempt if a prototype is going to be stupid. Again, it's one thing, you know, having the prototype crash into you and you being in the right. I'd rather not be in the crash full stop and taking evasive action to get out of the way. If you know a prototype's going to do something silly, that's sort of the general awareness that a GT car's got to have, and making sure they can keep themselves out of trouble, which hopefully we'll see. Probably won't though, James. I'm predicting we're going to have a couple of incidents with lap traffic.
You reckon only a couple?
Yeah, 12 hours. Yeah, I reckon we'll have 1 an hour.
Well, I agree. I think 1 an hour is a good chance here. We've got Dadswell setting purples currently at the moment with the green in sector 1, so we'll follow him through for the rest of his lap here and see how he gets on, and whether or not he's going to be able to manage it. I do love the shot of that car. That shot is incredible as it comes off through the banking and then on that run down into the bus stop, jump on the nose. This is what he's got to have to try and deal with. He's got to take a little bit of the curb, a little bit of the curb, a little bit of the curb, and avoid that one. There we go. Good job from Tom Dadswell, because if you go too far to a left there, you get a nice little tasty slowdown for your trouble. So that's going to be exciting. I'm waiting for the... Do you know what as well? I haven't seen this week the clarification on whether or not going under the yellow line here for qualifying. Obviously, we know in the official event there was a whole drama scandal moment. What does Dadswell do currently at the moment? He goes in pole 1:31.46. Stunning job from him. Good job as well. So I know there was obviously that drama moment in the officials and the William Esports team and all the other jargon that goes with it.
Named as well.
Oh, well, everybody
Wow.
knows. If you're in iRacing, I'm not being rude, right? If you're in iRacing, you know it, don't you? It was all it was all over social media. It was all in YouTube. It was everywhere in everybody's iRacing Discord. So, you know, at the end of the day, suck it up, Buttercup. Your driver did it. It wasn't down to us, so deal with it. But at the end of the day, you know, I still haven't seen a rule clarification here. Obviously, we're in the GTPs now, so basically it doesn't really matter in quali currently at the moment. I haven't seen anybody drop below the yellow line. The only one I did see do it was Ben Dutton a little bit in the LMP2s, but I think that might have been on his final run lap there as well. Do we expect, if there is at some point a little bit of free wide going on the banking, that we're going to have people drop down below that yellow line, you reckon?
You're not allowed to. It's the edge of the track. So no, in that regard. I think now iRacing. Yeah, I mean, if you're going 3 wide and you're sort of forced off there, then maybe. Again, you're not allowed to. I think iRacing have even updated the track limits to say you're not allowed to go on there. Because the thing was, is that in the rules of Daytona, it says don't go below the apron, but if you did it, you didn't get an off track. So you were it was like a bit of a grey area.
Yeah.
But in the race, I wouldn't, particularly through the banking, because you will just destabilize the car and go flying. It's sort of, you want to get as close to the apron as you can without dipping a wheel onto it, because obviously the banking is banked and the apron is flat. And if you go from banking to flat and you've got inequality, you've got half your car on the banking, half it on the flat, you're going to go spearing off into the barrier, or at the very least, destabilize the car and have a sketchy moment. So I don't think we're going to see anyone deliberately go below the apron unless they're forced there, because you're not allowed to. And I would expect them to get a penalty if they did overtake off the track. And now Nick Kirstens is saying that they've added a slowdown below the double yellow, which is good, the right thing, because it's not the track.
No, I fully agree with you as well. So I think at the end of the day, let's just stay off the apron in the first place and not even think about making that move down there, because at the end of the day, as we say, the track is to the right-hand side of the double yellow and black line there as well. And if you don't know what we're talking about with what happened, I'm sure you can find it. It's all over social media. It was everywhere. So, you know what I mean? At the end of the day, it was what it was. Got caught. Deal with it. But there we go. Let's just leave that one there before I get myself in deep trouble with my outspokenness here as well. Because, you know, not everybody loves an outspoken individual, do they, Zachary?
No, they don't. And I'm gonna refrain from talking, because being outspoken about outspoken individuals is probably gonna get me in trouble as well. So we'll tread very carefully.
The way I look at it is, I'm not here to tread on eggshells. I'm here to call some action and be honest. So if you don't like it, DMs are always open. You know where I am. No dramas for me. But there we go. At the end of the day, suck it up, Buttercup. So, hey.
How many times are you gonna say that today?
I don't know. Quite a few, I probably thought.
You said it twice already.
Yeah, that's because Ryan O'Connor messaged me saying, suck it up, Buttercup. I think that was in conjunction with what we were talking about earlier. How rude. But, you know, look, it's the end of quali now. We've got to wait for the results to come through, and then we will be able to bring you up the grid of what will be the start of the 12 hours. I'm sure the first hour will be exciting. The second hour, when we start getting into some type through the pit stop phases for the GT3, is going to be interesting as well. And then come the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th, the 6th, the 7th, the 8th, the 9th, the 10th, the 11th hour, it will be consolidation of your position. And then the 12th hour, it will be the moment you are all waiting for. The basically try and take the lead, try and win your class, try and win your championship. But Altitude, Reiter, Centro Quattro, XPD, Fiore Emaniti, that's going to be the most important hour for them. So let's see here now. The grid is on track, and we'll start it off with the GTPs. It is Tom Dadswell, Norbert Tamas, Albert Priam, Nicolo Schiewitz, Ruben Palazone, and Hugo Oliveira there as well. So it is Altitude out in front, and then we're going to be going down into the LMP. No, we're not. Where are you going? Back up. There we go. Albert Gazzapo from MRP takes the pole in the LMP2s with Michel Sengali behind him. Fran Garcia from Peaky Drivers, Dennis Cho from 505 and Luis Martinez from XPD in 5th. Platinum Racing Team Blue with Winston Eckel in 6th. Milo Spillman, Gianni Peroni, Leonard Ziegler, Vicente Lara rounds out the LMP2s. In the GT3 Pros, we got Alessio Bernardini, Fabio Ponta from Racing Team 208 and 221 respectively. Pedro Martins, Grow Racing Team Red, and then Cesar Carragel from Ingersoll Rand Ineos Esports in 4th. In 5th, it's Jamie Pounder for Chicane Online Racing Red, Zhao Reese from Simvision in 6th, Gerald Seitz from Cabano in 7th, Prestonado Nomad with Pablo Ortega in 8th place there, and Octopus Racing Team. Carlos Ruiz is in 9th. Luis Marino in 10th from the SR Technic. Vincenzo Soares from YS Sim Sport in 11th, and then Arturo Lorio is rounding out your top 12. In the GT3 AMS, it is Nick Kirstens from Trackside Esports out in front, Cade Middleton from Fury Simsport, and Christoph Meyer from the Austrian Sim Racing Blue. Then we've got SR Technic there in front of them as in 4th, and then Stefan Scheuster from Maniti Racing Yellow. Straight sprint from Maniti and Fury today, so keep an eye on that one as it goes along here as well. Ralph Olmo from Peaky Drivers, Ryan O'Connor from Chris Racing Blue, Graham Lynch, Team Upstate, Ricardo Vararo from Protosim, Chicane Online Racing Orange from Thomas Berlin, and Johannes Leppit from TR Geeks Energy rounds out the GT3s here as well. So we are now just going to be getting underway. There will be a gap left between the cars, of course, and we are not going to all see them much together ready to go, but it will be Tom Dedswell from Altitude who will be leading the GTPs away. That is going to be an exciting one, but these guys will be leaving gaps, of course, between each classes, and as you can see there is a gap. TP Sim Racing, let's go Altitude. Yep, and Narc, I'm just going to call you Go Milo. So there we go. Right, here we go, guys. We are going to be underway. We are going to be up and running. We are going to be moving, and we're going to be moving very, very quickly here as well. With the GTPs, only 6 of them in the field currently at the moment. We're going to wait for the pace car to go in, and then we're going to be up and running. There goes the pace car. Of course, we've got to wait for that starting zone, which is at the end of the Geico restart zone. There's the Geico restart zone there. Now they're able to go, and this has obviously got to go before... Oh! No! No, no, no. You cannot make contact with somebody on the pace lap because then you do not look very clever. Nick Schewitz there as well. We went into the back of the Magic Arrow team, and Norbert Tamas has already dropped down the order there, and unfortunately for them that didn't go well. Alberto Gazzapo is going to lead off the LMP2s here, and once more... No, don't go. He goes when he wants to. Now he's going to be underway in the MRP by Fields Academy with Michel Sengali on the outside here. He's going to be trying to take it through into corner 1. They're hard on the brakes. They're going to be going round the left-hand side there, and they are up and running underway. In the GT3 Pros, we're in the starting zone now, and it is Bernardini out in front with Fabio Ponta. It is Racing Team 208 and 221 at the front. I'm expecting them just to cause a run away with it, to be honest. And there's somebody coming out of the pits there as well. That's one of the Chicane Online Racing Orange boys who has just come out the pits in the GT3 AMS. Cade Middleton is currently leading away there as well, with the Austrian sim racers Markus Deutsch out in front of that class currently at the moment. And there's been an incident involving Leonard Ziegler. He is spinning around the wrong way here already on lap 1, and that's not good for the LMP2 boy there as well. Was he hit by the Platinum Racing Team Blue of Winston Eckel here as he's looking up the ins? No, he just outbrakes himself, I think, and then tries to get the car stopped. He does, and then ends up going round. Markus Deutsch has also been involved in an incident. He's dropped all the way down the order and is now into the pit lane once more as well. So Markus Deutsch having an issue here as well, Zach, but generally fairly clean from everyone.
Yeah, for the majority, it was not too bad. Obviously, the GTP is a bit messy with people deciding when and when not to go. Obviously, I think they saw the green flag as, oh my word, Tom Dadwell has just gone straight on at turn 1 for Altitude Esports and have tumbled to the back end of the GTP field. Huge mistake, easy to make, of course, as well, and that has now cost them the race lead.
Yeah, it looks like he just went straight on, didn't it, really? I don't think.
I think.
Yeah, we're going to have a look now as he's coming around the start-finish line. From the lead of the race, he just goes in too hot, doesn't get the car stopped, and then run straight on, and has now got to do a Yui round there as well. Very bizarre incident there, I'm not going to lie. Down in the LMP2s, we've got Milo Spielman with Luis Martinez, Winston Eckel fighting it out further down here. So they're having a nice little battle down for 9th, 10th and 11th in class in the LMP2s. So there we go. Oh no, says TP Sim Racing there for Altitude Esports there as well. That GTP start did look a little bit scrappy there, didn't it? It didn't look like there was a little bit of confusion when he was going to go. So not ideal.
Obviously, he controls the pace, the leader, up until the end of the start zone. So I think the briefing was ignore the green flag and go when the leader goes. As long as it's before the end of the start zone, you should be okay. But yeah, you just can't do that. It classes a jump start and you've gone into the back of someone else. Thankfully, there wasn't any major contact. However, that is going to bring up their incident limit, and they've got to be careful not to get a drive-through. You
say about major contact, but the Magic Arrow team, who was the one that got hit there, has been in the pits and has been for about a minute and a half.
Was that off the start, though?
Yeah, that was where he looked like he almost got shunted, and then he basically just didn't go anywhere. Marcus Deutsch is still into the pits as well for the Austrian Sim Racers Blue, so I'm not sure if he's had a problem because Christoph Myers taking over the car. Rupert Palazon is also coming into the pits there as well. Graham Lynch and Ricardo Varo have also just had an incident here as well. And it's all getting a little bit scrappy here, Zach. You know, they need to settle down. Do they not realise they got 12 hours?
I don't know. Wow. Whoa. No, thank you. Absolutely not. Ricardo Varao. That's not what we like to see. I'm sure there was no malice intent. It just looked like he didn't brake. I'm sure he just broke too late, but that was far too clumsy. It looked like he was on his phone. And he just looked back up. Oh, I've got to brake now. I think the onboard will tell us more, but he's got loads of room here.
No. He didn't even brake.
Jesus Christ, that is. I'd have to say that's got to be a very, very hard penalty. I'd be surprised that. At the very harshest, a DQ, sort of the nicest the stewards want to be, probably surely at least 15, 30 seconds.
Yeah, I'm not getting that. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
There was literally no efforts to brake whatsoever there, and Alessio Bernardini is out in front here for the 201s in the GT3 Pros. It is in the AMS, Cade Middleton and Maniti Racing Yellow. They are 1 and 2 currently in the GT3 AM class. Of course, these guys are tied on points. It is a straight sprint between that BMW and that Ferrari behind him. So let's keep an eye on that one. Centrocotro are ahead of XPD, so that can wrap up the championship for them today as well. But yeah, quite a few little silly incidents, I think, at the beginning. I don't get the whole thing. You've got 12 hours, boys. Keep it down a little bit.
Yeah, just calm down. Obviously, they're racing drivers. They're not going to want to. They're all close. They all see those positions and we're like, oh, yeah, fantastic. Let's send all the moves. Let's make all the places. No, because you're just going to run the risk of running into people. We've already seen it. I mean, Tom Dadswell wasn't in an incident with someone else. It was by himself completely. Just locking up, working too quickly, maybe a lack of rhythm, maybe nerves as well. Let's talk about this. I mean, from a nerve standpoint, you know, it's the final race of the season. For some, it's do or die in the championship. They're going to be shaky. Their legs are going to be quivering. They're going to be thinking, oh, when do I brake? When do I not brake? How do I brake? So much nerves flowing through these guys, and it is just a case like me, like Adam was saying earlier. It's so good to have a target. Say, I'm going to make up 2 places. I'm going to settle into the race. I'm going to hit X amount of lap time. Whatever it is, set yourself a target. Give your mind something to pinpoint its focus on, so much so that you're not focusing on a million different things. Where do I brake? How do I brake? Do I make a mistake? What are the championships looking like? What's everyone else doing? Give your mind something to focus on, and chances are you'll probably find yourself breathing, relaxing, and settling in nicely to this race, because everyone just looks like they're going on for rookies in the MX-5s.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing there as well was what Adam said. His steering wheel looked like it was aimed to the right. Now, we'll have another look here. He looks like he's...
I don't know if this is aiming for him or aiming to avoid him.
Yeah, I don't know. It's not really a lot of effort to do anything, to be honest, is it? It looked like his steering wheel didn't really move. But out in front, currently, Albert Priam from DLR Rotary Industry Orange. Right are in front of Altitude at the moment by about, currently, 6.5 seconds. Altitude have got to get onto the back of Writer Engineering here to try and make up that time. Obviously, they'd lost to Dadswell, losing it in turn 1, unfortunately. Milo Spielman, it looks like Ben Dutton has had a moment with Gianni Peroni, or Peroni just lost that position, I think, as well. Yeah, Ben Dutton passed there as well, Vicente Lara, and is now chasing down Gianni Peroni from HW. The leader currently, Albert Gazzapo with MRP, has got the peaky drivers, Fran Garcia, behind him currently here at the moment. In the GT Freeze, it looks like still Racing Team 208 and the Pros 221 still behind them with Grow Racing as well. They've just obviously 221 have got to finish ahead of Chicane Online Racing Red to take second. And then in the AMS, Cade Middleton is still got Maniti Racing Yellow right behind him. So this is going to be, could be fights that we could see all the way down to the end here as we see the car into the pits. That's Nicholas Shilvitz from Writer Engineering into the pits already.
This is bizarre. That's got to be. That's nowhere near a scheduled stop. Wow.
And it can't be. Is it a drive-through already?
Maybe. Well, he doesn't look like he's about to stop. Oh no, he is. He's pulling into his pit box. No, he's not. He's going straight out. A drive-through. I can't see anything from the stewards to say that Writer have been given a drive-through, unless that's for track limits and contact. No, he hasn't. I'm perplexed, James. I've got absolutely no answer for that. I don't know why he'd come into the pit lane for a drive-through unless he's been given one by the stewards. Writer haven't done anything wrong though, I don't think, unless it is for track limits.
I'm not really sure, but this is what happened to Marcus Deutsch, who put himself into the pits.
Ooh, that's tough.
There as well. I've got nothing on my screen to match that, Mark. I'm not going to lie. Norbert Tamas from Magic Arrow. Ah, there it is. Oh, wow. Okay.
How has he ended up there?
Well, he's come out of the pits, and that Porsche's come out and gone to...
Ah, wow. And then he's just... I have to say... as silly of an incident as that is, it's quite comical how they've threaded the needle through the very small gap between the tyre barrier and the actual barrier.
Yeah, the interesting thing is...
you should see a car there.
No, Graham Lynch from Upstate GT3 has been involved in 2 incidents already, and we're only on lap 7. So Norbert Tamas from Magic Arrow is in the pits, and yeah, I'm a bit perplexed at that kind of... Who would you blame on that?
Tamas didn't do anything wrong. He didn't cross the pit line early, and he was on course to be ahead. The second I mean,
he's coming out.
See. There's the pit lane. There's the dotted line. That's where you can cross over. Just look at that. The Porsche doesn't even see he's there. He just drifts over to the left to take the racing line, and there's a car there. No fault on Tamas at all.
So who are we blaming? We're not.
The Porsche, absolutely.
Wow.
I didn't see how you can't blame the Porsche unless I'm...
Well, the thing is, the LMDH, right, should have a more overspeed, yeah? Now, as we look at it here, the line for the pit lane stops there. So he should be now...
The motorway.
Yeah, but he should be now accelerating, and he's not.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean you get left-hand downed.
I'm not saying he did get left-hand downed. I'm saying at the end of the day, I don't know if the Porsche was expecting him to be a little bit more in front of him, or maybe not. Maybe I'm giving... I don't know.
Yeah, but you don't expect someone to go faster. You look at what they are doing. You don't... I mean, you can't say, oh, he's an LMDH, so I'm gonna fill that space expecting him to accelerate. Because what if he doesn't? And now it's just, put them both in the barrier. I think the Porsche should have just been more aware and said, oh, he's not accelerating. I'll wait for him to be in front. Simple as.
But was he able to?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay.
At worst, he goes to the inside of him and doesn't take the racing line and overtakes him.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
I don't know. Adam Edgecock says blame it on the Porsche all day.
Boom. See, Mr. Hedgecock agrees with me. That's when I know I'm right.
Oh, all right. Suck up. Jesus, are we going to bring him an apple later or something?
I've never actually spoken to him.
What are you going to do, bring him an apple?
I don't know. Does he want an apple?
I don't know. Do you want an apple, Adam? Do you even like apples? As we can see, Milo Spillman from Lithium with Winston Eckel from PRT Blue coming up behind him here as well as these guys go down into turn 1. Round they go. They're still tied up with each other. Frank Garcia, Picky Drivers, has also just gone past, I believe, the Central Quattro, or the Central Quattro for Michel Sengali was catching up there to Frank Garcia, and obviously a GT3 back marker there, unfortunately. Writer Engineering drive through for causing a collision. There you go.
Hang on, what?
Writer Engineering have just got a penalty for causing a collision.
With who?
I can't answer that question. Who is it? Norbert, Writer Engineering is Nicholas Shuvitz. So who did Shuvitz have an incident with? I wonder if that was because off the start where he went and crashed into the back of him.
Maybe, yeah. That's the only other
yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, because that's inexcusable. You don't be hitting people on the pace lap.
No,
that's the slam dunk guy through.
So Adam Edgecott says he enjoys a lovely golden delicious. That's an apple. That just in case you didn't know, yeah, it's the make of an apple. Cool. All right, just to let you know, so you can go out and buy one. Rupert Palazon from the Octopus Racing Team LMDH is going and lapping himself. Sorry, this is for position on track, believe it or not. That LMDH doesn't really look like it's got a massive amount of overspeed compared to them LMB2s. Or maybe my eyes are deceiving me here, but it doesn't look like it's got a massive top end on that LMDH, and I would probably look at seeing if that could be anything and getting the repairs done. Ben Jutton has just passed Gianni Perroni. Alessio Bernardini has now opened up, well, he hasn't, he's got about a 3/10 gap back with the 221 with Grow Racing team behind him. In the AMS, Kate Middleton has opened up a bit of a gap to Maniti Yellow. He's put a car in front. Luis Mourinho from SR Technic is between these guys here as well. Everything's settled down at the front. Everything's settling down in the LMPs, but it looks like the GT3s could be where the action is today.
They always do. I mean, GT3s are always reliable to put on a good show, especially at Daytona because of the slipstream and things. And it is nice to see, obviously, how well the balance of performance is working in iRacing, keeping all the cars nice and close. And yeah, it's great, obviously. And for Fury Simsport, obviously, they're going to want to end the season off on a high and take the victory. Also, that it helps if they can also come out on top in the championship, which, by the way, the top two are the two championship leaders. They're matched on points, and whoever comes out on top today takes the championship and all the lovely prize money that comes with it. So, yeah, look out for these two, because obviously for Schuster, he's going to want to get into the lead or play the very, very long game and sit in the slipstream of his rival, save the fuel, have that knock-on effect with the fuel saving, having shorter pit stops, limit the amount of time he spends in the pit lane, and get the jump on Fury anyway, which I think might be Midniti's sort of idea here, their strategy. Save fuel, limit the amount of time in pit stop, get the jump on Fury Simsport. Bada bing, bada boom. Their plan is to not do much hard work on the race circuit at all, because it's like cycling, really. The lead person does all the work, and those in behind can sort of have a rest, use less of the engine, use less fuel. And I think Stefan Schuster might be happy just to sit behind Fury, despite the fact that they are leading the way in the championship. However, is that Schuster? Yeah, it is. Oh, wow.
So do you still think he's going to be sitting there chilling now?
No, he's not. He's going to be pushing to get back into contention. Wow. So that's altitude with issues. That's Maniti with issues. We just need the other championship leaders to have issues now. Well,
Wright's already had issues as well. They've got to drive through.
Yeah.
This isn't on his own.
Oh, it's not even his fault either.
That was a big dive from the BMW there. That wasn't João Reis. Who was that behind him?
Rui Pinheiro, maybe?
Pinheiro? Yeah, it's the car in front, actually, that Ferrari. Vincenzo Soares Jr. from YS Simspec. So YS there was responsible with that one. So unfortunately for him, he somewhat dived the gap that weren't there, should we say?
Yes. I mean, again, it comes down to that thing of being in the right. Naturally, Maniti Racing, they were in the right in that situation, but they were still worse off. So it's better to avoid and still be in the race than to say, I'm going to be in the right and I'm going to spin ourselves out. Because, yes, they're in the right, and yes, the shoes look on them favourably, but now where are they? They're 4.5 seconds off the lead in the GT3 AMS. Not exactly where they'd want to be at all, purely for the sake of being in the right and being stubborn. move out of their way. Say, off you go. You've gone for a move. You cannot afford incidents like that as a championship leader.
Yeah, I'm just looking. Brian O'Connor's been off track there as well, unfortunately.
LMP2 coming through.
LMDH as well. He's not happy about
look at that.
something. He's not happy about something, is Mr. O'Connor.
Well, look at the LMP2. Already the GT3 is turning here, and the LMP2's gone for the move. It sent Connor wide and then off the road. Obviously, you have to appreciate the fact that the GTs are on their absolute limit of grip going through the Le Mans chicane. When they turn in, that is when they turn in. They're not like the prototypes that have the aerodynamic capability to turn out and turn back in again. So Ryan O'Connor, when he'd committed and having an LMP2 there, he's had to turn back out and then abort to the runoff area. Probably got to slow down as well for good measure. But I think the LMP2's intentions were clear. So again, from O'Connor's perspective, maybe lifting off wouldn't have been a bad idea just to let him through. But yeah, again, he's not really done anything wrong there, I don't think.
Well, this one man does look like he may have had something wrong for the HW team. He's going to dive that GT3. Yep. Goes round on his own, going in too hot, and then everybody backed up.
Close.
Everybody there as well. Gianni Peroni, Arturo Lorio, and Gabriel Ortega all involved in that incident there as well. That was just too hot, too fast, I think, for Peroni.
Yeah. The lucky thing is that the LMP2 didn't rejoin into the path of the BMW behind. Obviously, they all had to slow down, but there was no further contact, which is the best you're going to get out of a bad situation, I suppose. But yeah, definitely could have been worse. Very, very worse, to say the least. As we've got a bit of a battle going on up and down the field, in all fairness. Who isn't close together, basically, because Ortega goes to the outside of Loureiro and gets the position into turn number 1. So nice stuff. This is for the back end of the GT3 Pro fight, and Ortega is able to move himself into 11th place. But
this is where it's going to lie. This is where the problem is. That's where the problem is, because the speed difference between the LMP2s and GT3s under acceleration out of a corner isn't massively different. It's only the LMP2 that makes a difference when he gets up through the gears and then he starts whizzing off. So they can't be running in. You've got to be careful as much as you can on the LMP2s, because you are literally the same speed as the GT3s when they start coming out of a corner. So, you know, at the moment, though, it's resulted in Graham Lynch, Norbert Tamas and Christoph Meyer being in the pits for nearly 13 minutes apiece here. Already, we're only 20 minutes in. We're only on lap 13, and we've got 3 people in the pits for 13 minutes. It just seems incredible that that sort of stuff's happened already.
Yeah, people just haven't really approached this race as they should have. And obviously there is... How many cars are there? I mean, there's 6, 16...
There was 39.
39 start. That's a huge amount of cars on circuit. Look at the track map as well. Look at how dense it is. The more cars you've got, the more risk you run of there being contact, essentially. And there shouldn't be, but the risk is always going to be there, especially with multi-class. Contact is going to happen. But it's just always sketchy. There's the move as well. That was close to contact. That's not something you want to be doing through turn number 1. The 505 endurance car, Ben Dutton trying to move his way up another position. But again, you've just got to be so careful. These guys are fighting as if it's the final half an hour of a race. They haven't even been their first round of pit stops yet. They're nowhere near their first round of pit stops yet. Nowhere near their first driver change, their first tyre change, none of that. And they're fighting as if it's the final half an hour. It's not the mentality you take to an endurance race. You see them at the top level. Yeah, they fight, but they do not do anything silly. They are in... they preserve themselves. They're just making sure they're in survival mode. Because at the end of the day, getting to the checkered flag is so much more important than having a really quick first half an hour and then crashing out in the second.
Yeah, and that's why it's called an endurance. It's not called a sprint race here either. So that's why it's an endurance race, and people have got to be the thing as well. Now, I don't know if you've seen the announcement this week, Zach, from iRacing regarding what they're doing for next season with the ESS and the IMSA series. Have you seen any of that?
No.
Okay, so iRacing have come out this week. I'm just going to go and do this, carry this a minute while these guys are still finding out. It's still 208 and 221, and we've still got XPD and then Platinum Racing Blue, who's still got Lithium behind. The iRacing have come out, and basically they've moved the license classes of ESS and IMSA As we can see, here goes 2 seconds. Lithium, Milo Spielman's going to try and run on the outside of turn 1. I wouldn't like to really recommend that. If you're going to work, the lane on the exit is going to close for you rapidly, and you're going to end up doing that. I'm no driver, but I've watched hundreds of races here at Daytona, and that never worked really for a lot of people. So there we go. Ben Dutton is now going to have a go. So they've come out and said, basically, the IMSA Races Series will move to the A-level license. And see an associated fixed setup running on an opposite hours. In conjunction with that, we are reformatting ESS. It will move down to B license and be updated to be a GTE only series called the GTE Sprint Pure Driving School Series. These races will be shortened from 60 to 45 minutes here as well. Ben Dutton still having a go at Winston Eckel. And Winston Eccles pushed up onto the high end to the banking. That's going to give Ben Dutton the shortest run round possible, and he's going to be looking at trying to make this inside line work for the bus stop. He's got to be looking at getting out on his line though, because otherwise he's going to have trouble really trying to tighten up that bus stop. Eccles settled back into his draft again. Dutton takes it. He's going to go through the bus stop as he is. It's going to be that run down from there down to the line that's going to make a difference. So there you go. The next season will also see the return of the European Endurance Series, which will be rebranded as the Global Endurance Pure Driving School Tour. As this series races on tracks all around the globe, we found it was a point of confusion for some members. I'm not really sure how, ESS and that. Anyway, this series will retain its 6-hour team format. However, the GTE class will be replaced by the GT3 class. So there we go. That was the announcement from iRacing this week.
Cool. I have to say, the main thing I got out at that point was the rename is a mouthful.
Yes, very much so. I'm not going to lie. Yeah, so the GTE Sprint Pure Driving School Series and the Global Endurance Pure Driving School Tour.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. So like the Imola Grand Prix, what was it? It was like the
Autodroma Enzo Di Ferrari, something or rather.
Enzo Edino Ferrari, the something.
As well, yeah. Too long. Just call it Imola. It makes more sense. I feel that will be the death of ESS as a populated series. Because
they're swapping from the GTEs, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's just the GTEs they're going over to, aren't they? The ESS
No, they're
series.
going from the GTEs to the 3s, aren't they, as you said? Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the E's aren't being used in real life anymore.
So that's why they're taking them out.
Yeah.
They're trying to match up to real life.
Yeah. Because GTE, it's always, they're faster than the GT3s. They've been loved from so many endurance fans, and now the switch to GT3s hasn't been very popular among a lot of the purists and things. So the switch has basically just excluded that niche market of GTE lovers to run private leagues. That's really the only place you're ever going to get them now is leagues saying we're going to keep the GTEs alive. Because other than that, you're not really going to have anyone else doing. You're not going to have official series doing them. It's just going to be by themselves, unless iRacing say, yeah, we'll have a GTE Sprint Cup challenge or something. I don't know, whatever they want to do.
Are we seeing then that you reckon the death now of the GTEs? Is that going to be the GTEs done? But there will still be an ESS. We are reformatting the European Sprint Series. It will move down to B level and be updated to be a GTE only class called the GTE Sprint Pure Driving School Series. So they are doing something with the GTEs. They're putting them in their own series for a 45-minute race.
Yeah, again, I mean, obviously, it still appeals to them, and it's like, okay, well, yeah, we've still got something, but GTEs have always been sort of a part of the endurance side of things, and multi-class and that side. So if you're a GTE lover that likes doing long races, tough luck, basically, is what iRacing have said. Which, again, is fair enough, because you don't see in, like, official series still running the 2012 Williams or something like that. I mean, it's just because, again, they're running it. They're using the resources on a very niche amount of people that will enjoy it, rather than appealing to the vast majority of people. However, the thing with iRacing, there is a very heavy GT3 contingent. They've got the Ferrari Challenge, they've got the VRS Sprint, the VRS slightly longer,
fixed and open in it,
and then they've got all the endurance races. So there is quite a heavy GT3 usage on iRacing. And it would be nice for them to split with the GTEs, but then again, if the popularity isn't there, you're not going to push GTEs if no one's going to buy them, because what's the point?
Yeah, I know what you mean. I get what you're saying. I just found it quite interesting. That information was given to me by Jonas here as well, who's, I believe, is probably sitting in race control at the moment. He is doing the stewarding. Passed me on to that as well and said, have you seen this? And I said, no, I haven't seen it. And then he passed it over to me. I find it interesting, I think, that as well, that they're trying to do multiple things. I don't know if it's a good idea. You know, the saying goes, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But clearly, iRacing feel it's broke, because they're trying to fix it. But I think that's to do with the fact that they're matching up to real life with the fact that there's no GTE classes in the real life series. So, you know, that's what they're trying to do. I can see their intention, but whether or not it's good for the community, who knows?
Yeah, I mean, I've not been around really long enough to find a love for the GTEs. My endurance, well, I started doing endurance commentating. Well, my first endurance commentary was the 1st June that I started commentating, and I started commentating in the March of that year, and that was GT3s. So I've not really had an experience with the GTEs. I mean, one of the endurance championships I've been doing the last couple of seasons on still did run the GTEs. They're not anymore. They're going back to the GT3s. But that's the only experience I've had with them. So I've not really been able to grow up with them and have that love of endurance racing because of the GTEs. I'm now the sort of the next generation that is solely seeing the GT3s, which is definitely what it is pushing towards. You know, the GTEs are sort of dying out a little bit, and then the next load of endurance fans will be brought up with the GT3s, and then when the GT3s go on to the next thing, whatever that next thing may be, I don't see GT3s really changing, but whatever it is, it'll then be the next generation that does that, and just pass it on. But I don't know. Obviously, I can sympathise with people not wanting change because we're all racing fans. We don't like change, particularly the GTE fans. I'm just not in the same boat because GTEs, I don't know. They're just not really that important to me, unfortunately.
Milo Spillman looks like he's had a bit of an incident here as well. Unfortunately for him, Spillman in turn 1. Yes, and around he goes. I believe that's not the first time he's done that on lap 18 as well. I think he did it a couple of laps before that, where he had an issue as well. I want to pick up on the fact that Tom Dadswell slowly pulling in DLR now. The gap's down to 1.2 seconds. So from Dadswell's point of view, he's basically, there is the DLR orange car as well. And he's been closing down on the driver, Albert Priam, for the last few laps. It was out at 2.5, 2.6, and now it's down to less than a second. Coming down quite rapidly. It's just about to drop below a second, and it has done here already. And once more, Dadswell is making a move here. If he can get this done before this round of pit stops, which should be technically in about 10-15 minutes time, they're going to be in a good place, Altitude, to take this overall here.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, obviously they've had the spin, which wasn't helpful, but one spin in the grand scheme of things isn't going to mean much. The aim of Dadswell is to just put in a good stint, scrub off that mistake, and continue on. The thing that with iRacing the tyre model is that once you have one spin, it is so difficult to get the tyres back into a nice temperature window. So Dadswell is probably suffering on some quite warm tyres for quite some time, but he's driving fine. His pace is good, and he's actually closing the gap for the race lead already, which is sensational pace that Altitude is showing, and a big statement to Ryder to say, well, this is what we've got. Have you got the pace to match it? And so far, Ryder haven't, and they've made a bigger mistake than Altitude and gotten a drive-through. It's one thing to spin, it's another thing to have a crash before the race has even started. Yeah,
and they've got themselves a drive-through penalty, so that is why Ryder Engineering are down in 4th. 19 seconds off these guys currently. Racing Team 221 is still up behind 208, so no change there. And Gerard Saldane Sayers for Cabano has just slipped past Pedro Martins from the Grow Racing Team Red in that Mercedes. Further down, Vincenzo Soris Jr., has got Luis Marinho from SR Technic, and he's going to sweep round the outside, and no real battle going on there. Arturo Lorero has got Pablo Ortega in front of him from Prestonado, behind him, and Stefan Schuster from Maniti Racing Yellow, who's trying to come back after his spin that he had as well in basically where they're going now, into the International Horseshoes. So there's a lot of action still out on track, a lot of people still fighting out for positions, and these guys for Maniti Racing Yellow are no exception. Fury Simsport, Cade Middleton out in front at the moment, and he has got a 10-second gap back into Maniti racing yellows, so Maniti have got to do a lot. Dadswell is now just sweep round the outside of Albert Priam going into turn 1. Priam's going to run it in brake, late on the brakes there as well. They're going to be side by side coming out of turn 1. Dadswell's on the left, Priam's on the right. Dadswell's going to go up that inside line. They're going to try and go 3 wide. Is this going to work? That poor GT3 just got pushed out. Dadswell says, thanks very much, I'll have that, and his jobs are good in there as well. But that GT3, car number 383 there, probably Nick Kirstens gave himself a bit of a scare, I'm not going to lie.
It's always scary when you've got 2 prototypes fighting and they go around you, because you're like, yeah, I'm just you're basically relying on them not to crash into you, essentially. You put a lot of trust into the prototypes not to do that, and especially as a GT, because oftentimes when you're side by side with a prototype going into a braking zone, you can actually brake later. These GT cars obviously have ABS and are going a little bit slower, so they can actually brake ever so slightly later initially, which again is scary, because for Kirstens, he doesn't want to be with them for any longer than he needs to be. So he has to be very, very careful there and put a lot of trust in the other 2 not to crash into him, which is easy as sort of as a fighting pair, because you're more focused on the other person. You're not really looking out for lap traffic. You're more focused on defending or overtaking, as opposed to looking over your shoulder, well, where's the GT3? So yeah, it's lucky for Kirstens that he didn't get completely smashed into there, and he's able to continue on. And thankfully, it speaks volumes about the level of skill that Dadswell and Priam have.
Yeah, he went into the pits, did Kirstens. Obviously, he qualified pole in his class. So he went into the pits, and Gianni Peroni here from HW is trying to run around the outside. He's going to now dip down into the inside of turn 1. This is going to be a brave move. If you're going to send it in deep, you've got to be a little bit closer than that. No. There's no point flashing him. You went in hotter than a potato. Yeah, you went in hot there, sir. I'm sorry, but you can't be flashing him saying you didn't leave me room. You went in a little bit hot. You were a little bit back on the entry. You didn't quite make it up alongside until you got halfway around the corner. So, you know, as I've been told not to say it, but take it on the chin, son.
Yeah, pretty much. It's honest. I mean, the thing with racing drivers is we don't like to admit our fault.
No.
It's always someone else's fault. Always is someone else's fault. Doesn't matter. Oh, you smashed into someone? Yeah, my wheel broke. Oh, you didn't brake? Yeah, someone's in my eyes. It's never your fault. So you sort of just live in denial with that. But yeah, if you can't just go for a move, get the inside and think, oh, sick. Yeah, inside line. This is my corner now, and try and take it away. Because you're still in a race, and you can't just let off the brakes to get alongside and then demand the corner. That's not how it works. That's not how racing works. That's not how respect is given. So yeah, the contact there definitely was their fault. And the bottom line is anyway, is you're the overtaking car. It's your responsibility to overtake safely. But yeah, apparently, Wright have got big damage as well.
Yeah, they have.
Yeah.
Oh, they have. Oh, they definitely have. Where is that? Here it is. Oh, he's bottomed it, hasn't he? Yep.
Oh, wow, that is a tough pill to swallow.
Oh. And then there was
That's
a
an even tougher one.
that
does not look pretty.
Let's have a look if we can see it here. There's Shilwitz there. Shilwitz goes in. He bottoms out on the second, on the exit, right? He goes there and he loses it, and he's already going. And bang. Where is he? Who's the one? Oh, that's Delta. That's Delta Racing has also just gone and joined them. Hugo Oliveira, they're both into the pits. Delta and Reiter. I've got a funny feeling that that's them done, you know.
I would assume so. There's no way they can contend now.
No.
Absolutely not. I mean, yes, they've still got 11 and a half hours left to go, but no. They need a miracle to get back into this race and get back into contention, because they're going to be sat there for so unbelievably long. Not only the tow, then the repair. Yeah, then their morale is just going to be at an all-time low. They're going to feel as if they're at the bottom of the ocean. It's just ridiculous. There's no way they can regain that courage. And it was a small mistake as well. It was the smallest of instabilities, because again, the pace they're running through the Le Mans chicane, any disruption to the airflow in prototypes like this, any raise of the car, any hitch of the rear end, it'll go around. It will spit you out so badly. And the worst thing is that everyone else behind is trying to carry as much speed through. They've managed to get through cleanly. Not even Spider-Man is going to react to that. it's ridiculous. You don't have the reaction times capable. Delta did absolutely nothing wrong. There was no way they were avoiding that. You can't predict where a car's going to go when it's that haywire.
Oh, what
it's
is
just
haywire?
an unfortunate situation.
Yeah, look at this. All classes on track at the same time. Altitude trying to squeeze their way through. Priam's trying to go through as well. And these guys are trying to wiggle past LMP2s, GT3s all at the same time here. And Altitude really want to try and clear as much as this as possible before Priam does in the DLR. And he does the first one. He's going to do the second one and third one and run around the outside line here. Priam's on the inside, so he's going to lose a little bit of time, about 8 attempts being stuck behind that GT3 just for that one extra corner there where Dadswell seems to have cleared him through quite easily.
Yeah, and to the inside as well. That's nice. Easy peasy. Just put your foot down and trust that the car's got enough speed, which the GTPs will have. Very, very nice. It is good to see that they're being able to lap cleanly. And here at Daytona, if you can just wait for the banking, you should be fine, because look at Priam. Pulls out to the high line, puts his foot down, easy peasy. I mean, yes, there is a little bit of a wait, because the LMP2 is still very, very quick in a straight line, but as soon as they get to the braking zone, it'll be fine. Priam is going to just fly past, and it's the easiest place to do it, rather than sending it tight through tight and twisty spaces. This might not be how to do it, though.
Yeah, this was off Delta's car. I just wanted to have a look and see what they saw. There goes right out. He comes back. Oh! Ooh.
Absolutely nothing. I mean, you saw the tyre smoke.
The GT3 did well, though.
Oh, yeah.
And the LMP2s are starting their pit stop run. They're into the pits now. Michel Singali and Milo Spielman from Lithian there as well. But that poor old Delta driver didn't see a lot for Higo Oliveira. The GT3 moved, and next thing you know, there was a car there. So, yeah, nowhere really for him to go at all there. And it's looking right now. Could be... I'm surprised. They've changed drivers. Hugo Ackerson has taken over the car, but I'd be surprised if they come back out. I know there's 11 hours left, but that was a lot of damage.
Yes. Again, there's no other explanation really needed. It's just damage. And that is going to be the be-all and end-all of this race, I think. The whole point of endurance racing really is go as fast as you can on track and limit the amount of time you're spending in the pit lane. And they've done neither, which it's a shame to see. But a team that is flying in this race is Fury Simsport, with Muniti Racing Yellow's incident a little bit earlier on with their spin. Cade Middleton has been able to absolutely fly out in front and bridge that gap, which makes this so much more easy for him, because if they can just maintain this for the next couple of hours for the duration of Middleton's stint, he can just chill, save a bit of fuel, lift off, save the tyres a little bit, and just control the pace as it is. But Fury Simsport looking very quick at the moment. Yeah,
they definitely are. They're just about to go or push along, should we? Carlos Rui there from Optimus Racing Team in front of him. And what Cade Middleton doesn't want to do is lose gap time back to Maniti. And where are Maniti currently at the moment? 10.5 seconds. He kind of really wants to stay with it. Ben Dutton, XPD, Platinum Racing Team and HW are all in the pits for the LMP2s. These guys battling it out. Bernardini's still got his teammate there. There he is. Didn't let me down. And I'll go up as Gazapo from MRP has got peaky drivers. Frank Garcia behind him here as well. And we've got to see where this one pulls out with Central Quattro and also EXBD here. I think this is going to be where the fight will be once more. So, but it's looking like, I would say for a minute, and I'm going to be brave and put this out, Altitude are going to take the overalls.
Cool.
Central Quattro are now moving up through the field and have already gone past XPD, and I've got a funny feeling they're going to wrap that up. 208, as we know, I've already done it. And then I'm going Fury Simsport in the GT3 AMS. Not going to lie, still got 11 hours, 20 minutes left. But at the end of the day, I think that's going to be the situation.
Fair enough. That's a bold statement to make. Anything can happen between now and then. I mean, Altitude Esports could disconnect now and not be able to get back in the next 5 seconds. It doesn't take hours for things to go wrong. It can happen in a split second.
Yeah, you go out your way to curse them already.
No, that's not what I'm saying. It's more just a case of you got to be realistic. I mean, it's not going to it happens within the snap of your fingers. It's not a build up of hours and hours that things go wrong. It's in the moment, boom, wheel disconnect, boom, disconnect, boom, you've taken out the iRacing session, boom, a GT's just crashed in front of you. All those things do not take a build up to happen. It's not like in real life where a screw would be loose and then over hours and hours it would become more looser, and then boom, it is then caused a massive issue. In sim racing, it is just this leads to this, and just carnage can ensue within a split second. So you really have to be on your game from now until the end. And as comfortable as you might look, things can go wrong, and you are never ever safe. Which is why you're not really going to get a good picture of what's going to happen until maybe even the final hour, half an hour of this race. Because Santa Quattro are very quick, but they're still about nearly a minute off the race leaders as it stands in LMP2. That's a big gap to bridge. And sure, they've got 11 hours to do it, plenty of time, but again, who's to say they've got the pace to do it?
Yeah, O'Connor from Chris Racing Blue here. I've got a funny feeling he's going to overcook this into turn 1. He has. No, you can't go that way.
If only you could.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried about what he's going to do here because he's not really moving. So unless there's some form of issue with the car at the moment. There we go, he gets back underway. So whatever there was an issue with that car. Unfortunately for the Chris Racing Blue boys. Kate Middleton still battling away with Carlos Ruiz here as well. Where we're at, Central Quattro have taken the lead in the LMP2s. They've now got a 3-second gap back to MRP and 6.5 seconds back to XPD. And Stefan Schuster from Maniti Racing Yellow, the other championship contender, is sitting in 3rd. He's got a 2.8 second gap to Felipe Pinheiro from SR Technic. So championship contention really still open, I suppose, in the GT3 AMS. I find it tough to watch, to think Central Quattro are going to do anything other than win the LMP2s, and Altitude are looking sturdy to win the GTPs. So all in all, it's been a bit of a manic 45 minutes here, to be honest, with the opening of this race and cars making silly mistakes.
Yeah. That's been the bottom line, really, is just silly mistakes that shouldn't have happened, crashes that shouldn't have happened. People have just not really been on their A game, whether that's nerves, lack of awareness, ignorance, whatever the root cause is, it's happened, and shouldn't have happened, essentially. I mean, it all started before the races had even started, with the contact on the pace lap with the GTPs, then some silly contact and people sending each other into the walls and going for moves that aren't on, and mistakes by yourself. I don't know what the cause is, but people needed to have a better breakfast, I think, this morning, because they're just, whatever it is, they're just not on it.
Yeah, I know. It doesn't look good. Writer Engineering now been into the pits for 11 minutes. Higo Oliveira from Delta is back out on track. Christian Meyer from Sim Racing Blue, Norbert Tamas and Graham Lynch. They've all got extended lap times by a considerably country mile. Writer is still sat there 11 minutes in currently at the moment to their pit lane. Tom Dadswell's just come in. He's going to drop, stop and go. So he'll be out as well. DLR have also just come in behind them. So that's about 45 minutes, about 43 minutes, 42 minutes for the LMP2s. GT3s generally maintaining round about that hour mark, depending on how they've done of fuel. Kate Middleton here is doing a stellar job, keeping track of Carlos Ruiz from Optimus Racing in front of him with about 2 tenths gap, but he's another man obviously leading the AMS. He's not really losing time, and if anything, he's opened up 6 tenths in the last few laps. The gap was 10.2. It's now, well, back up. Are you going to go up? A little bit up to about 10.3, 10.4. So all in all, Fury Sim Sport looking safe, I would say, at the moment. They've just got to keep it on track.
Yeah, again, it's just about controlling sort of the pace that you've got. I mean, they've done the job of building a gap. Now it's just a case of you've got 2 options. You either keep it or you grow it. And depending on how big the gap is, it might not be worth the risk to try and extend it. I mean, 7.5 seconds. For now, it'll do, I think. Obviously, 7 seconds, that's being slowed down by a GTP or making a mistake. 1 spin and that 7 seconds is gone. So maybe for Middleton, it is going to be a case of building the gap up a little bit more to have that wiggle room. But also, he's got to be careful, obviously, not to push the car too hard, not to demand too much of the engine, too much of the tyres, anything like that. They do still have to take an air of caution. And while, yes, they look quick and bulletproof, it only takes a split second for things to go wrong. So 7.5 seconds, it's a nice gap to have, but you can't get complacent. And complacency is probably one of the biggest killers when it comes to endurance racing. Teams and drivers out in front thinking, oh, this is dilly dandy. Yeah, cruising to the race lead. Oh, I've crashed. Easy. That's all it takes.
I think Ryder Engineering are still going to lock up second place in the championship. I don't think they can be caught either.
The gap's bigger. Well, what is it? 44 points. So no, they can't.
No, they can't. So it doesn't even really matter. They can't be caught. So for them guys can just go and chill out, I guess, if they really wanted to. And they still secure second. I don't think it's going to be any more than that. I've got to be honest. I don't even think it's going to be second. They're too far back. As Ryan O'Connor has just gone up the inside of Thomas Berlin from Chicane Online Racing Orange, and Ryan O'Connor in the Chris Racing Blue team there just moved himself up in class. Currently now sitting in a 6th place overall. Lorerio and Schuster are all battling away. That's Altitude Esports in the middle. And as well, he wants to come through, and that's the Maniti Racing guys in front of Stefan Schuster. And Altitude do go through without any dramas, so job done for them as well. It's settling down a lot in each class at the moment here, Zach. Is this what we call the Formula One time, you know, where you've watched the beginning, you've had your Sunday race, you sit on the sofa and fall asleep?
You can, if you want to take a nap, by all means do it.
Okie dokie, I'll be back in 10.
Yeah, off you go, have fun.
Thanks, mate. No worries.
Yeah, no worries. But yeah, I mean, there's not going to be any major dramas. Well, there might be, again, if someone crashes or anything. But in terms of out-and-out racing, I mean, it's kind of close in the GT3 Pros between a couple of cars. But apart from that, I mean, the fight for second LMP2. But yeah, the gaps have grown. Everyone's just settling into their own rhythm. I think we're away from that initial half an hour of people saying, I'm going to send moves. Yeah, I'm going to get myself up into second in 3 laps. So that's not going to happen. And it's caused loads of crashes. But I think now people have sort of settled down. They've gone into the pit lane. They've realised their mistakes. And those that hadn't made mistakes, well, they realised it from the beginning to settle down, get into rhythm and press on with the race. Everyone's, you know, in their own little world here. No one's pushing for track position so much. I mean, obviously we might see a couple of battles if you are significantly held up. But at the end of the day, everyone's hitting their own targets, hitting their own lap times, this, that, and the other. So much so that they're not going to be pushing out and out for fights for the race lead. So, yeah, obviously, continue watching if you want to see the strategy develop and things, because we're not too far away from the GT3s coming in, probably in the next sort of 11 minutes or so, I reckon. Sort of around the hour mark, plus or minus 5 minutes. But yeah, I think at this point it is going to be a case of we start to see the beginning of the strategical game.
I fully agree there as well. It was a pedal issue for Ryan in the 381. Yeah, Ryan O'Connor. We did say there must be an issue because he did stop the car. We want to see Chris Van Strickland. I would love to see Chris Van Strickland, but I don't believe Chris Van Strickland is actually in a car at the moment, Stefan. So I can't show you Chris Van Strickland because he's not in a car. Unless I'm completely going blind off the timing screen here, and he is in the car and I can't see him, but I can't see him. No, he's not in a car. So I'd love to show you him, but I can't. He's not in it. You get him in it, son, and I'll point the camera at it. How about that? There you go. That's a deal. As we can see, Gerard Sardonnay sees from Cabano here, who's been absolutely flying. He's up 4 places in class, 7 overall, and is now chasing down Fabio Ponta from the 221. This Cabano car's been looking a bit racy here today. He's had a good old go, hasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, it's refreshing. He's already looking to the inside of turn 1. It's brave. Yeah, I mean, it's nice to see, obviously, people keeping it interesting, keeping it lively, fighting a little bit hard. But in terms of the overarching narrative of the race itself, probably not going to be doing themselves many favours. However, to be fair, I mean, this is the train for the lead in the GT3 Pros. So it's keeping it nice and interesting, nice and fresh. But well, yeah, I wouldn't expect these guys to fight that hard this early, but if they're down, I'm down.
Yeah, definitely as well. We're coming into that pit stop window as well. We've got 9 minutes left of the hour here. Cabano Esports are sitting in 11th at the moment. So if they took the place they're in currently at the moment, they would score an extra 28 points. So that would put them on 76. Depending on where SR Technic, Platinum Racing Team Orange and Octopus Racing and everybody else in front of them finishes. So they do have the potential to move up some positions here, but it will be an interesting one to see how far they can get, because Gerard does look quick in that car at the moment, I'm not going to lie. Ryder is still in the pits, Zach, nearly 18 minutes so far, Ryder Engineering, and they're just losing lap times as if, well, It's like me nan losing change down the sofa. You know what I mean? It's just they've gone and they're never going to see it again, aren't they? I wouldn't carry on. I don't know. Maybe I
wouldn't.
No.
I'd be out there getting myself a cup of tea.
Yeah, go and enjoy your Saturday. As Gerard Sudney is now trying to go round the 221, of course, who's sitting second in class. He is ahead of Chicane Online Racing Red by 13 points. And these guys are trying to work together, or you're going to let him through and he's going to cause a drama for you all. Sudney says, well, we're still in a race. I don't care if you two... Oh! That would have been right in front of the LMDH leaders.
It would have been. There's Altitude coming through, also followed by the second place car as well. That is, wow, that was scary. Very easily could have gone wrong. Thankfully for Carboni, they were able to hang on to that one. But wow, how close to disaster was that one? Yeah. Very, basically. Daswell finds his way past the leader quite nicely. We've still got the Flying Dutchman of Albert Priem to find his way past as well. But yeah, that's the scary thing as a GTP, because when you've got a three-way fight for the lead in GT3s and they crash, then there's nothing really you can do about that one. But that was a close one, and more carnage in LMP2. Yeah,
Fran Garcia has been caught himself up in some incidents and accidents. Not entirely sure if he should have been more aware of what that GT3 was doing now. I've got to be honest, I'm not quite sure where you expected him to go.
No, I wouldn't. Oh, don't do it. Oh, he does. That was stupid. No, thanks. Yeah, no way. See, the thing, again, as I said earlier, with the... was it Kirsten's going through the Le Mans chicane? With the GT3s, again, they've not got anywhere near the aerodynamic capability of the prototypes. They're relying more on mechanical grip with the tyres, a little bit of aerodynamic grip, obviously with the wings and stuff. Otherwise, there's no point in them being there. But when a GT3 turns into a fast corner, there is nothing more they can do in reaction. They can't turn out, they can't brake more, they can't slow down anymore. They are doing everything they can. They are on the limit. So if you thread the needle to the inside of a corner that's going to tighten up at the apex, expect to have your nose cut off. And I don't say that harshly. It's going to happen. Tough luck. If you do a stupid move, you will win a stupid prize. And that stupid prize will be your front nose cone off, or you're facing a barrier, or the GT3 spinning out and you having a good old penalty for good measure. It's just don't do it. Just don't take that risk. Wait a corner. It's like when people overtake into a blind corner on the roads. I'm going to catch up to you in the next traffic light anyway. You're better off just waiting an extra 10 seconds. I just don't get it. Just be patient. You've got 11 hours left of a 12-hour race. What difference does it make if you get past that GT3 into turn one? It doesn't.
Exactly. GT3s have just started their pit stops. Jamie Pounder, João Reis, Carla Ruiz, Pedro Oliveira, Pinheiro, Soris, Lorerio, Ryan O'Connor as well is also in. So a lot of the teams are starting coming in that GT3 class. This is going to be the one that we're going to be wanting to keep an eye out for. This is everybody who is already in. Bernardini is still not in the GT3 Pros, but is currently leading that off. Cade Middleton is another man that hasn't gone in either currently at the moment. As I say, Jamie Pounder, 7th in class in the GT3 Pros, is the first move to start making moves there as well. Everybody behind that has pretty much gone in, but the top people at the moment have not, and they are doing a stellar job. So great job from everybody else here who's managed to keep the car out of trouble as we reach the top of the hour, young Zach. It's been an hour already, 11 to go.
Yep, that first hour, good milestone to reach, of course. It's, I mean, we're not quite there, still got a few minutes yet. But yeah, it's a good milestone. It means you're firmly into the race. You should be settled in nicely. You should be knowing what you're doing, in the rhythm with things. Less likely to make silly mistakes, getting a good idea of where your pace is relative to everyone else, and your goals for the rest of the race. As we say, always aim for a target. If things have gone really bad over the course of the first hour, try and figure out how you're going to come back. If things have gone really well, figure out how you're going to be able to keep it going really well. And set yourself those targets for the remaining 11 hours. And while it might seem like a really small step in the grand scheme of things, 1/12 of the entire race, it's still an important step. It's baby steps all the way through. Important little milestones and little targets that you can reach throughout the race. And the first hour is one of them.
No, it definitely is. And they have done here for the Altitude and DLR boys there as well. Chris Van Strickland, keep an eye on him. Upcoming star driver. Nice. What car is he going to be in? Or am I... not know how to do that. But there we go.
Well, you'll find out anyway because you're on the whole thing.
I do.
You missed what 3 hours of this, and then I've just looked at the roster actually. You're doing 7 hours with Adam Hedgecock till the end.
Yes.
That's ridiculous. No, I did
you're
one.
more than welcome to come back and help us out if you want.
I'm busy today, unfortunately.
Oh, are you?
And that's not a lie. That's not a lie.
Coincidentally?
Sorry, yeah.
Oh, I've got man flu.
No, I am busy. Otherwise, I would do more.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, it's my girlfriend's sister's birthday party, so I've got to turn up.
Oh, like my friend Dave's best man's wedding.
Yeah, exactly. Here's one. But yeah, no. I remember doing. There was one race I did. I did a half an hour quali, half an hour like prep time beforehand, and then a 6-hour race. I did all of it. Never again. I love my job, but I'm never doing that again. That was so tough, and I was exhausted afterwards because after sort of hour 4, you run out of things to say. I don't know how you do it. Fair play to doing it. You and Adam, yeah, good job.
Me and Adam will be all right. We always find things to say as well. You should have heard it at the Clio Cup at Snetterton. There was a lot of things we said in that race, and yeah, we did sit there and basically chuckle for most of the evening. I'm not going to lie. We didn't get much commentary done during that one, did me and Adam? Partly because obviously the innuendo, how can I put it? The things that was being said in YouTube chat between that and what was being said in the commentary booth. Yeah, it was a very interesting broadcast. So if you haven't watched it back, go watch the JPB Clio Cup at Snetterton and you will see what I am talking about there as well. It was very exciting. But Albert Priem has jumped at Tom Dadswell. And this is how he did that. We did miss this, unfortunately. Oh, okay, well, he was under draft going down the straight, so... But it did look like Tom may have given him the room there to take that, as he's trying to weave through traffic as well. Just think of all the conversations we can have about types of apples, James. Zach would be lost with that anyway. This is also true. Oi, Mr. Sweeney, knock it off. Some people find that as a luxury to spend 7 hours with me.
Oh, yes, I'm so honoured to spend time with
mate,
James Parfitt,
if you were my kids, you would be, because the poor little rascals don't really see
no,
me
don't
much.
say that, that's so...
they come up to me this morning and were like, Daddy, you working? I was like, yeah. They were like, how long? I'm like, all day. They're like, oh.
Oh, no.
See you tomorrow then. I was
That's
like,
horrible.
Yeah, take care, good night. What am I supposed to do about it? I can't.
That's true. You got to tell him. This is what gets the roof over your head.
Yeah.
Pretend race cars.
Exactly.
Thank them.
And this is what allows you to get all them things you have at Christmas. So, you know, look, hey.
No, Father Christmas gets them. Not you. Not you, Father Christmas.
No, in my house, Father Christmas buys the stockings. Mummy and Daddy buy the big ones.
Nice. That's a good one. It's nice. Yeah.
Mm.
Nice. Yeah,
So, you know, that's how it works in my house. I'm more concerned to just wander off and take a dip in the hot tub mid-conversation. Hey.
Nah, take his PC out there. Get an extension lead.
Hey,
Off he
do
goes.
you know what? If I could project my screen onto any device, I would literally hook it up and sit in my hot tub.
Because you've got a headset microphone, haven't you?
Yeah.
So you wouldn't even run the risk of having your microphone in the water.
No.
You know what? He probably would as well.
I would. If I don't, mate, I've already got plans for my hot tub because my wife was like, I'm going to put the hot tub down. Kamado Esports just about to go up to the inside of 221 again after coming out the pits and almost joining into the back end of 208 there. So you might want to be a little bit careful, Gerard. I understand you're quick there, son. I get the move that you've just made, but you don't want to be taking out the championship winner already in front of you. I do get your pace, but, you know, take it easy a little bit. Yeah, so me and the wife already had plans. She came up to me yesterday. This is, and turned around and said, oh, don't forget the hot tub's got to go down for the winter, right? And I was like, well, I'm not happy about that. Mother-in-law was over, weren't she? This is the only
Down
time.
for the winter?
Yeah, this is the only time.
Someone told me you want a hot tub.
Exactly, that's what I said. The only time I'm probably ever going to say I love you to my mother-in-law was the fact that she said, why don't you just take the side of your shed, put your hot tub in your shed, and then put up another smaller shed behind it to put all your stuff in. Of course, from that idea became an idea that involved a fire pit, a TV, and a desk with a laptop on, all inside my shed on extendable arms that come off the wall. So I'd put a panel up inside the shed and then have the extendable arms that would come off and bring my laptop round to me on an arm while I'm sat in the hot tub.
In-laws are good for something sometimes.
Yeah, so so I'm probably the only son-in-law who's actually turned around and said he loved his mother-in-law. I did at that point. However, my wife did turn around and was like, thanks, Mum. I can see him I'll come back one day during the summer and he's whipped the side of the shed off and moved the opt up. I was like, yep, be prepared. So, yeah. So the side of the shed might have to come off and the hot tub's going in the shed, and then I'm going to have extendable arms with everything else and the TV set up in there. I'm literally going to have it like that. That would be amazing. I'll send you a picture. Maybe not when I'm in the hot tub though.
Not when you're in. No, just before.
Yeah, just before the after and before shot, because that would be a little bit weird if I sent you one while I was in the hot tub.
You'd get in trouble for that.
Yeah, a little bit bizarre. But a nice little tiny battle going on. After we just completely got off the racing and got off a complete tangent here. For the GT3 Pros between 208 Cabano and 221. This is really the only battle we've got on track, apart from Cade Middleton, who manages to jump Carlos Ruiz in the Octopus Racing team there, and they've swapped positions with Cade moving up into 8th overall. First in class, he needs to beat Maniti Yellow. He's got a gap of nearly 12 seconds. So, Cade Middleton, 12-second gap within the first hour. There's Zach. If you count that over every hour, the guy's going to be miles ahead by the end of the race.
Yeah, 2 minutes and 24 seconds ahead by the time we get to the end of the race, which would be a nice hefty gap if he can keep this progress up. Obviously, that is regarding... that's extrapolating the data that we've had for the last hour over the course of the whole 12 hours, which probably isn't going to happen. But it's not impossible. It might work. If he keeps this pace up, I see no reason why he can't completely run away and dominate. But also, it's not just Cade Middleton in the car. He's got his teammates to worry about, not necessarily worry about as well, but also to get in the car. We might see some variation in that. I mean, as a team, obviously, the huge part of endurance racing is it is a team sport. You've got 2, 3, 4 other drivers getting into the car. And you put trust into each and every single one of them. I mean, the team is only as good as its weakest link. And you put a lot of trust in your teammates to not throw away the car. So yeah, Middleton, as good as his first stint has been, his teammates also have to rise to the occasion and be even better than the respective driver in the Maniti car.
I agree. So let's see how this one pans out as these guys are battling it out and seeing what goes on here as well. So another interesting race brewing, and hopefully Cade Middleton, or maybe possibly Cade Middleton may look at taking the victory and in class here as well, which would be a great shout for him. To be honest, I wouldn't really mind which way round this goes. If the Octopus Racing team got in front of him, I think these two worked together nicely before the first pit stops. So I wouldn't really mind which way round they go, to be honest. I think it's not really going to affect Cade Middleton. I think he's got the pace to keep up with both, and he's still extending that gap to Maniti, so I think from his point of view, he's going to be a happy boy. Gerard has now overtaken Alexander Bernardini in the 208 car. Was it close? That's the question. Or was it nice and clean? Well, we're going to have a quick look. What do we reckon? Run around the outside of a corner? Ooh.
No, inside. This is the
six.
Western Horseshoe.
Yeah, turn
nice.
6. Oh no, the international it was turn 4.
Oh, it was international.
Yeah, it was international, and he got in there. So fair play to them, and these guys are still battling it out once more as we have now officially concluded the first hour, young Zachary. We can cry out in delight and turn around and say well done to us. We've now got 11 hours left to go here. So thank you very much if you have joined us and you are joining us. Incredible shout to you guys for sticking with us here as well for the next 11 hours of racing. Broadcast change at 7 p.m. Of course, we will be going into part 2. So let's see how that works out. He's just about to get dived. There's going to be contact. Oh, 208 of Alessio Bernardini. Went up the inside of Gerard Sardinay. And literally dived in there as well, didn't he? He had a good old go. Oh, careful. Careful. Easy day out for Fury unless there's an incident. I agree. I don't really see anything wrong with that. To be honest, them and Octopus have been together and have been doing well. That's a dive and a half. You're going to be brave boy if you're going to make that through. You have, and all you've done is push that GT3 out further. He's now going to look at Gerard Sardinay. He's going to look at going up the inside of 7. Didn't make it through this time, but at least they're still battling. I think even though the championship is already won in the GT3 Pros, at least they're still battling here.
Yeah, it's true. It's nice to see. They're not just giving up because the championship's over. They're still going for the race lead because the best way to end the season off is to take the win. And now look at the slipstream, it must be said, from Suddenly Says in the Carbonell Esports Mercedes, closing the gap going into the Le Mans chicane, but I think he's probably just going to bide his time and wait for turn number 1. Sat very close to the rear end of that BMW, but is stuck between a rock and a hard place because he's got Fabio Ponta just in behind for the Racing Team 221, so it's a Carbonell sandwich with Racing Team bread on either side of him. You've got to be very careful because Racing Team might, well, find a way to make him feel very isolated and force Gerard to have a bit of, force him to look forwards and backwards at the same time. And if Ponta can put some good old pressure on the Mercedes, it'll be easy for Racing Team to consolidate what could very easily be a 1-2. But we'll wait and see across the line. And is there going to be any move from the Spaniard to the inside? It's defended from the BMW. He's trying to find some space on the inside, but it's no avail.
No, definitely no room at the inn, as it's been said previously, of course, here, but Bernardini is still out in front. He's just been dived there as well. Boy, he must have been close to that rear end at the moment of that overtake. Say has made it through for Carbonell and is now out front. We've been showing he's had pace in that Mercedes. He's been doing an absolutely stellar job, but that was very close, not going to lie. So they're going to have to be a little bit careful here as well. We'd rather have an easy day here at Fury. Yeah, I bet you would as well. And you are. All you've got to do is just basically finish ahead of Maniti Yellow. So great job from that one. DLR pulled out nearly 5 seconds over altitude. Not that it's going to matter because Reiter Engineering are out. They have called it a day, I believe.
Congratulations to Altitude on the championship then.
Yeah, Altitude have won. It doesn't matter where anybody else finishes. They were too far ahead of anybody else. So congratulations to the Altitude boys. We can safely say that they have won the GTBs. So great job for them, and well done to the team of Tom Dadwell, Mark Hutchinson and Brian Loynes. So a stellar job from them guys. They have gone out and taken the championship really already. They've just got to finish this next 10 hours, don't get me wrong. We are giving them the championship already at the end of hour 1, but with Reiter Engineering out, there is no chance of them even remotely being challenged anyway. And even if they dropped out now, they would still take the championship because they're 10 points ahead anyway. So well done to Altitude. So that just leaves us with the LMP2s now. Centro Quattro still out in front doing what they need to be doing ahead of XPD by 10 seconds. And Fury are still going past and opening up the gap to Maniti. Actually, it's come down a second now at the moment to 10 seconds. So there we go.
Yep. I mean, the only way Altitude can't win this championship is if Reiter get back in, Altitude DNF, and then Reiter get to the cut-off point for points. That's round, and he's gone round Bernardini. Contact. Carbonell goes into the infield as well. Goes T-boning across the Western Horseshoe. There goes Bernardini into his teammate. Oh my goodness me. That was inches away from disaster for the 221 and the 208. Both come into contact, and what did I say about the kink, James? It's going to be dangerous.
Yeah, look. Carbonell's on the left here. Goes round, taps the BM. How close was it, though? That's the question. I want to jump onto if I can get there quick enough. No, I can't. I'm going to have to try and do it this way. I want to get there quick enough and see what he saw. It goes round. How close was this to his teammate? Yeah, he did well, but watch. Teammates on the left, teammates on the left, teammates on the left.
Brake, neutral.
Wow, he missed him by his hair's breadth there, I think. Bernardini was, well, very lucky not to career into Fabio Ponta. Of course, Fabio Ponta sitting second in the championship here for the 221, so he's now going to be licking his lips. But boy, oh boy, was that close between Carbonell and also 208 there, and nearly for them there was contact. Who would you hold responsible for that one, Zach?
The BMW.
BMW?
Yeah, I think the Mercedes did deserve space here. And again, it comes back to that thing. Yes, the Mercedes was going for a bit of an iffy move. Bernardini, he had all the track on the right-hand side. He could have given more space if he wanted to. I don't know. Definitely more. I mean, the Mercedes could have backed out, sure. But he shouldn't be expected to avoid an incident.
Did he deserve, are we saying then?
Yeah, I think so.
I think room?
I think he did. It wasn't a desperate lunge. He was alongside for a considerable amount of time. It wasn't just a case that he's put his nose in. For the entire run from the International Horseshoe to the kink, he's alongside.
He's not. No.
Or is that net code?
He is
seeing it from
alongside.
Seeing it from that angle, maybe.
Let's have a look again off his right front. You can just see
is
him
it
here.
Net code or is it contact?
No, he's alongside. He's not alongside now. There's contact there.
No, okay, then fair enough. I'll hold my hands up. That's the Mercedes.
Yeah, because I've got a funny feeling if we watch here, suddenly there, you're going to see the car on the right-hand side now. There it is. It's already in front of us, and... misses. That'd be one for the stewards on that one. I think I'm not going to get involved because otherwise I'll end up in the stewards room as well, having to explain my actions. So there we go. Mark, whoop. Congratulations, Mark, Tom and Brian. Well done, chaps. They have as well. They've just got to literally finish the race. There's no, even through Zach's wonderful thought of the fact that altitude DNF right to come through and whatever, it still ain't going to matter. They still ain't going to win. So there we go. I don't think that's going to happen, to be honest with you, Zach. So yeah, altitude just got to finish the race. That's it. Job done.
Yep. Pretty much. Just get to the end. Get to the points cut off, and then they can do whatever they like. Obviously, I think they are going to want to win the championship and win the race at the same time because there's no better way to round off a season. But they don't need to. At the end of the day, they're not going to get any prize money for winning this race. They're going to get the prize money for winning the championship.
Yeah,
so,
they definitely are. Sudden Say is in the pits here. So I haven't seen anything from the steward, so I'm not entirely sure what that's for, unless he's just in getting his damage repaired, of course. Bernardini's still running fourth, mind you, but he's now got Jamie Pounder for Chicane Online Racing Red even behind him. So these guys are going to be battling it out as well. They could have both done more to avoid it. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. To be honest, Cabano could have backed out. Bernardini could have given him more room. To be honest, yeah. Hour and 15 minutes in, to be honest, I wouldn't have even bothered trying to make the move. I just would have sat there and saved as much fuel as I possibly could. Hugo Oliveira from Delta Racing. Looks like he's been caught up in his own little ta-ta-ta. Yeah, unfortunately, Hugo Oliveira went off track. There is Felipe Pinheiro behind him, or beside him, and I've got a funny feeling Pinheiro's going to come on and hit him.
Oh no, doink. Oh, does it come back into the other Ferrari? You can see it immediately on the brakes there, which is a good thing.
Yeah, but he had to be, because you know who that is?
Who?
Maniti Racing Yellow.
Caution. The thing is, though, is that sim racing drivers see yellow flags as an opportunity to go flat out and make some places up, as opposed to braking. I remember a race at Road Atlanta once where there was a pile up in front, and the drivers behind were like, yellow flag, who spun? I'm going to get in front of him. Floored it, and then we had a car take off. So you've just got to be careful. As soon as you see an incident, slow down. It's not worth the risk. Yes, you might be able to gain one position, but what's the point if you're going to throw away your entire race? This is a good little scrap, though, between the LMC2s. Yeah,
Milo Spillman and Gianni Peroni from HW battling it out here as well. This is for 7th and 8th in class currently at the moment. Nick Kirstens has just jumped Pinarino from SR Technic, but that is no surprise, as we saw Pinarino go and bury it into the barrier, unfortunately. So yeah, never mind, accidents happen, but yeah, it's I think when you look at a 12-hour race, Zach, you've kind of got to look at really getting to that last half an hour, right? You've got to look at it. Would you set yourself a goal and say, right, we are quick, we know we're quick, we've messed up quality, we're down in 10th or whatever. Would you look at trying to set a goal of saying, I want to pick up one place every 15, 20 laps, for instance? Because you're going to do bucket loads around here, aren't you?
Yeah, but that's not really a realistic target to make. I mean, the gaps ebb and flow, the pace ebb and flows. You can't really give yourself a systematic goal like that of one place every X amount of laps.
Why not?
Well, because you can't guarantee you're going to do it. You know, if the gap is 10 seconds in front, then yeah, sure, 15 laps is a reasonable margin for you to maybe close that gap if you are significantly quicker. But if the gap to the next car then beyond that is 30 seconds, you've got no hope. You cannot then realistically achieve that goal. The thing with goals is they've got to be realistic, because then they just go into stupid dreams. And obviously, yes, aspire high, but still be realistic, because the worst thing you want is to set yourself a really high goal, get to that 15 lap cutoff point and think, I'm such a failure. I'm still 10 seconds off. I've not even reached the goal yet. I'm now behind. And then in your mind, you have put yourself on the worst foot possible. Set yourself little baby steps. I want to hit this lap time. I want to, at the end of my stint, catch up 10 seconds or something like that. Something that's realistic to give yourself that serotonin, to give yourself that dopamine, to give you that confidence boost that you can then achieve it. If you say, I want to be in the race lead by the end of the first hour, yeah, sure, someone's got to be leading the race, but if you're one of the slowest cars out there, chances are you're probably not going to be able to do it. And you don't then want to set yourself up for failure. Set yourself up for success and you'll be successful.
Nice. Well done. Nice philosophy advice from our very own young wise man, Mr. 17-year-old, of course, Mr. Zach Sweeney. So if you like to listen to a younger man's advice, there you go. Goals and plenty. So well done, Zach. Impressed.
Yeah, cheers.
That's all right. No worries. No problem. You know what I mean? LMP2s have gone in there. Milo Spielman has gone in. It's probably about right. 40 minutes, 120 minutes. So Spielman has gone back in. This is going to be pit stop number 2. Michel Sangali is also on his way out from the Centro Quattro team. Of course, he was leading the LMP2 class. He's now going to drop down the field, all the way down to the back, actually, come to think about it. So he will obviously flip back through when the other guys start cycling in their pit stops, which are going to be within the next probably 5 minutes, maybe at most 10 minutes, if at the end of the day they can. No point trying to go up round that 181. You might as well just stay behind him. A great job, and stay away from Vicente Lara from Cabano. You might as well just give him a wide berth there. He hasn't pitted, and you have, dear sir. So from Sigali's point of view for the Centro Quattro team, again, doing what he's got to do, and he needs to take this championship. He's on 145 points. He's 18 in front of XPD. He's just going around doing what he needs to.
Don't need to do any more than that. Do the bare minimum for this race, and give yourself the least workload possible. Again, if you can win the championship where they are now, win it there. Why push for more? Why risk it? Obviously you want to give yourself the biggest margin possible and finish as high up as possible, so you've got that security buffer. But at the end of the day, I mean, they've got an 18-point lead, and the gap between first and second is 10 points. If they're in fifth and XPD don't win, it's unlikely that they are going to be able to be top. So, yeah, I think Centro Quattro are doing the right thing here. Again, if more happens, then yeah, sure, capitalise on it and get yourself further ahead. But don't put your neck out trying to risk it for more. If you can win the championship like that, win it like that, I don't see any reason as to push for more.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I don't feel the need, to be fair. I would probably, if I know I'm going in with a substantial points lead, I would quite happily sit back and chill out all at the same time. If you can get the job done, I wouldn't be risking it like that. I would use the banking, to be honest. So that, for me personally, I wouldn't be risking any crazy moves. He'll go Oliveira from Delta Racing, trying to come back through the field. Of course, we got SR Technic in the pits and Gerard Sardinay. We know what happened to both of them. The Technic car and Delta Racing coming together once more. But Vicente Lara and Centro Quattro from 104 here with Michel Sangali. Sangali is obviously quick. We know that already. I don't think this is a matter of when he's going to get, or if he's going to get past. It's more of a matter of when he's going to get past. I think that's one of the things, and I think from Lara's point of view, I'd probably look at letting him go and then just trying to follow him, because and allowing him to drag you up here, because Sangali is quick.
Very. Yeah, he's proven that throughout the season, of course, and his iRating speaks volumes about it as well. And Italian is going to try and move past, of course. Doesn't want to get held up and move his way up ahead through the LMP2 field. But yeah, I mean, doing a really good job. And that's exactly what he needs to be doing at this stage, is to just pick his way through bit by bit and win the championship as easy as possible. But maybe sit in the slipstream, save a bit of fuel, whatever it is, or push for more, get in front and run away with things. But Sangali is a very, very quick driver. 7.5k iRating pretty much. And, well, life made easy really with the second round of LMP2 pit stops now coming, and Sangali is able to go a lap longer.
Sangali obviously did pit twice already. He has done his second stop there, young sir. So he's now just trying to work past everyone else who hasn't pitted twice, and is now looking at making his way through the field. Ben Dutton 5:05 is next on his list. Again, we're expecting the LMP2s to start coming in probably round about now to the next minute or so. People are in, but some of the later runners, people who pitted on lap 25, like Ben Dutton and Luis Martinez from XPD, are going to be coming in a little bit later, probably 1 or 2 laps later, depending on how much fuel saving they've actually managed to get done throughout this race. Dadswell's closing back down on Priam. The gap's back down to 2.4. Again, to be honest, there's no need for Dadswell to do anything crazy. Just sit behind Priam. You can even let Priam take the victory if you really wanted to, depending on how nice you want to be. Ben Dutton's in. Lewis Martinez is in from XPD. It's now going to be where Sengali will come through, and I'm sure he will overtake both of these, to be honest, to retake 3rd place. And then he's got MLP as well in front of him after that as well. So Sengali should put himself back up to the front here currently at the moment. Fury Simsport still leading Maniti now. The gap's down to 7 seconds though here, Zach. So Maniti have pulled in 3 seconds already.
Yeah, showing some pretty good pace, it must be said, which is good for them, obviously, to reclose the gap back in as much as they possibly can, and reel themselves back into the championship fight, because obviously after Schuster's spin a little bit earlier on, it might have affected his confidence ever so slightly, led him to, feel sorry for himself for the rest of his stint. But now the gap's only 8 seconds. The race is still very well and truly on between Fury and Maniti, and I don't think Fury are going to have as easy of a roll through. However, Peaky Drivers might not, because that's one way to lead through our race.
Yeah, I'm more interested to see what happened as well to this man again. Mr. Ryan O'Connor's not having a good time of it at the moment at that bus stop. That's the 2nd time he's been on the grass, and just stay in front of Chicane Online Racing Orange there as well. Victor Sanchez Fernandez has also put himself into some expedition places in the BMW for the Peaky Drivers GT3 team, and that's going to go round all on its own. So the GT3 and the LMP2 not having a good time there all at the same time. So unfortunately for them guys, they will have to get their heads down, forget about the mistakes, and start moving forward as best as they can. Gazzapo and Garcia, MLP and Peaky Drivers is in the pits. Sengali should theoretically come round and retake the lead here of the LMP2 class and keep in front, which is what he is doing and should be able to do here as well. Job done. Job's a good one. There we go. Move onwards and upwards we go, Zach.
Very much so, yeah. I mean, once we're approaching on to an hour and a half through this race already. So we are well and truly underway. Central Quattro take the race lead of the LMP2s, but they're a little bit off sequence in terms of their strategy. So that's going to be having quite a heavy knock-on effect as the race goes on, because they're going to be pitting before people. They're going to run out of fuel sooner. It might still work. They just have to work really hard to get themselves, I think, back onto sequence. But definitely not over until it's over at all. Do you think it's just an interesting strategy going on?
Yeah, do you think, though, that they're running full pelt at the moment and we'll look at trying to save fuel later on down the line?
Why would they run full pelt?
Because they want to try and get out a gap, right? They want to try and make as much space over XPD. If they can get a pit stop in over XPD, then they've got a pit stop safety, haven't they? So I'm just wondering if Emma in Central Quattro are running full pelt at the moment to basically just not worry about fuel saving, just go full pelt and look at it later on in the race when they've got that gap to XPD, which is what they need.
Yeah, but are they going to get that gap, though, is the question. That is the risk you run.
15 seconds at the moment.
Yeah, but 15 seconds, if you lift and coast, you're going to be in a very heavy fuel saving mode. And I remember, again, another Daytona 12 hours that I did earlier in the year as well. There were these two philosophies. One team saved fuel quite heavily and then saved enough, so much so that their final stint was a complete dash to the line on some fresh soft compound tyres. The other team in question pushed for longer in the race and then had to save at the end and were really, really slow. The team that won was the one that was able to be quicker later rather than quicker earlier on. So I think maybe that could be the philosophy that works here. But I don't know. I'm trying to weigh it up in my head and see what could happen. I mean, if they are going to push and run out of fuel quicker in the early stages, they have to make sure that they can equally save the same amount of fuel and regain it back later on. Because the more off sequence they go now by burning more fuel, the harder the job is in the second half, and the more concerns they're going to have with 5-6 hours left to go, that second half of the race, where they're then going to have to be saving more fuel. It's just going to make their job harder and runs the risk of it not working out at all. I mean, it could work, but I just don't see why it wouldn't be worth just lifting and coasting now, trying to save a little bit, because that knock-on effect is going to really help you. I don't know. I'm just trying to think. I'm just perplexed.
I would see, the thing is as well, I can understand why they've done it, because I would technically probably get in the car, go full pelt as quickly as I possibly could, open up a gap to XPD, try and get as much time as I can between them, and then even if I have got a lift at the end, I've got 35-40 second gap anyway to be able to get to that, maintain it. Yeah, you want to kind of cut out that splash and dash, don't you? You want to be on, on the hour to the hour, on the hour to the hour. If you can limit that last 22 the hour mark pit stop to get you to the end, great, you've chopped some off. But I don't see why Sergio Quattro would need to do that. I think they're just going to run full power, open up the gap to XPD as much as they can, and then if they have got to save at the end, they've got that gap to save them, to be honest. And I think I would probably run like that as well. They're leading the championship by 18 points. There's got to be a big disaster for them to even drop down the order. First of all, XPD have definitely got a win, which is going to give them 40 anyway. So that would put XPD on 167, and Sergio Quattro need 22 points. So they would have to be down in fourth, which I can't really see happening.
No. But again, anything can happen.
Yeah, let us know YouTube what you think, guys. Interact. We will chat to you, I promise. YG says that's the spirit.
We don't bite.
We don't.
James has told me not to.
No, only at weekends. But today is a Saturday, so we could be in trouble. Anybody that jumps in the booth, be aware. Hilgo Oliveira from Delta Racing is just making his way past the GT3s. Of course, he got caught up earlier on with the SR Technic car along turn 5, which is the kink from the two horseshoes. So he got, he's back out on track as well. We have lost some cars already, and we've got further cars. He's saying that Cabano's in the pits for 15 minutes, 16 minutes now. SR Technic has been in the pits for 14 minutes. We have lost the Austrian Sim Racers Blue, I believe. Are they? Nope. And I think Magic Arrow is still running. They are. Graham Lynch from upstate New York is. So is Marcus Deutsch running. So they are. So we've only lost one car at the moment, which is Nico Schwiewicz from Reiter Engineering. Reiter Engineering are out, which handed the championship over to the Altitude boys, who are currently sitting in second and have just got to finish the race. So fair play to them. GT3 AMS, obviously Fury Sim Sport still leading away from Maniti. Maniti is still 11 on that cusp of 10-11 second gap back as well. So at the moment Fury are doing a stellar job with them ones and could wrap up the championship today, as they both come in combined on points on 133. However, you do not want to be taking out that LMP2, because that is Sergio Quattro, who is leading the LMP2 classes currently at the moment here as well, Zach, and are doing what they need to be doing. So there's a lot of drivers on target. There's a lot of drivers still maintaining the gap here as well. Do we think... I'm going to ask you a question now. It's going to be a controversial question, young Zach, so please be aware carefully how you answer it. Oof. Okay? Just... Cool. Okay. Do we think at this stage of the race, being that Altitude have technically wrapped it up, Sergio Quattro could look at wrapping it up, 208 have already wrapped it up in the pros, and Fury have already wrapped it up, could wrap it up in the GT3s. Do we think then, if any one of the people chasing them down within that championship fight have an accident within the next couple of hours, they could turn around and say, well, we're not going to catch him anyway and we're going to quit out already?
Well, that's what Wrighty did, essentially.
Yeah.
I don't think that's controversial. I think as long as they're secure in their original position and they're not being chased down by anyone else, there's no reason for them to continue. I mean, obviously from that's from our perspective of it, of, well, we can't win now, so we give up. I think there is still, prizes to be won. I mean, the first step in an endurance race is to finish. That's always a prize in of itself. All the hard work, the effort, the season-long effort to finish at Daytona is enough maybe to motivate people to continue on. But if it was me, as soon as the glimmer of hope had gone, I'd probably just go and do something else. But that's not exactly a champion mentality. And
that's probably why...
That's probably why That's probably why I don't do endurance racing.
Probably.
Can't be bothered. Yeah.
I know. Harrow there in chat said, I think you guys are doing an awesome job at entertaining us during this race. Keep up the good work, young Zach.
No, you didn't say that.
No, he didn't say young Zach on the end.
Yeah,
that was just me
on...
telling you in that.
Oh, comma.
Episode.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Sorry. But keep up the good work, comma. Young Zach.
Thank you. Thank you, James.
Sorry, I didn't realise I needed to express
it.
Yeah, get good, scrub. Yeah, it's all right. I didn't realise I was supposed to be putting commas in for you. Do you want a question mark at the end of it as well?
Or was it a question?
No, well, it's a question mark now.
Is it a question mark? Right. Thank you, Harry Gooden, because yeah, we do our best. Obviously, sometimes races do die down a little bit, and it becomes a bit more tricky to focus exclusively on the racing. So we do our best to keep our voices nice and bubbly, and yeah, keep the spirits lifted, keep you guys entertained. Because yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, that's the difference. I mean, it's all good being able to get excited and stuff, but if you let a boring race turn into a boring broadcast, what's the point?
It's going to be boring, isn't it? You know what I mean?
It's for you both.
It's
okay.
Oh, see.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm so
we have to share it. It's like that Christmas present that's joint.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? Which half do you want?
I want the first half. I want to think you guys are doing an awesome job, and then you have entertained us during this race.
Right. Thanks. I'm sure. I think I might have got the duff bit for that one, but I'll take that after as well. It's like giving, getting the bread. Do you want the middle or the end? Well, I certainly don't. I'm not a big lover of the end, so I'll take the middle. Thank you very much for that. Zachary. Oh dearie me! Listen to us on a Saturday morning. We're afternoon now.
Afternoon now.
We've just
my God! It's only 2 o'clock.
Oh God, blimey!
Go and sleep soon.
Yeah, we got Mr. Ewan O'Leary jumping into the booth with us very, very shortly as well, and he will be coming into the booth at 2 o'clock to take over from Zach. So Zach will be off doing whatever Zach's doing, going to his best friend's uncle's best man's wedding.
My girlfriend's sister's birthday party.
So we both already heard excuses earlier on a Saturday. There we go.
Be grateful I'm here full stop, mister. Thank you very much. I was enjoying my caravan sleep.
Oh, get out. You love it. You love sitting here. Don't lie.
I do.
And then, of course, it's myself and Mr. Hedgecock a little bit later on for the final long 7 hours. Could send it twice, so you guys don't have to split it. Yeah,
because then I don't feel special. If James has got one as well, it takes away the special of it.
If you take away his half, he's going to cry. It's like giving him half a lollipop once you've licked the top off. It's just no point. It's all right, honestly. I'm quite happy. I can just sit back and say, other things that Zach hasn't had the opportunity of experiencing yet, shall we say. So, as Fury
Simmy?
My Simmy.
You didn't win it, though. You haven't got a Simmy.
Mate, I was in the final 5 of the world. Sorry, what? Anyway, Kate Middleton, final 5 of the world. Kate Middleton did just make a mistake then into turn 1. That's allowed Maniti to close the gap up a second there. He ran in a little bit deep as well. So Carlos Ruiz did get past Kate Middleton. Kate Middleton just missed his breaking point, unfortunately, while me and Zach were waffling on, and he went in a little bit hot into turn 1. He did manage to stop it, but he's unfortunately did lose a second or so. Maniti racing, to be honest, he's still got 9.5 seconds. So come on, Kate, just keep it on track, son. That's all you got to do. So there we go. Back to Fabio Ponto, who's battling away with Pedro Martins this time for the Grow Racing Team Red.
They are, and this is a good little scrap going on, which is what we love to see. And he's personalising it now. He said, "James, you're awesome. Thanks for everything you do." Nice, love that. Good for you, James. Yeah, this is. No, no. No, the thing is he spelled my name wrong.
Oh yes, he has. He spelled Zach's name wrong. He didn't put it as a H. Oh, you're gonna have to edit that message. Z-A-C-H. Poor Zach. Oh well. Zach.
I'm gonna put him in timeout now. I'm joking.
Never mind, Zach. It's okay. Hopefully this keeps the spirits up a little bit. It definitely does.
It does.
Thank you so much. Yep. Entertaining us here. Kate Middleton did make it back onto the back of that car, the Octopus Racing team, very, very quickly. But clearly Kate's rocking some pace somewhere. However, that BMW in that rear view screen there got very, very close to our rear end, and that was the SR Technic BMW, I believe, behind him. There is a car coming out of the pits here, Kate, so be a little bit careful. We did clear it before that pit car come out on track, but so Pedro Vigaro needed to be a little bit more careful going into the back there of Cade Middleton as well, because SR Technic are fighting away with the Octopus Racing team for the position. So unfortunately for Cade Middleton, he is the meat between the two bits of bread of the pros and the AMs here. So hopefully this shouldn't cause Fury any issues.
Yes, fingers crossed, because they've got a healthy margin.
Yeah, you got an apology.
I did, yeah, you should be sorry.
So proud of you. Listen to you getting all cocky. Just to let you know, he lives up in Great Yarmouth. Now get cocky and run and hide.
Well, no, because I wouldn't recommend him to come to Great Yarmouth. He'll probably catch something.
Yeah, probably a cold off the British weather, to be honest.
Something a lot worse than a cold.
Yeah.
Probably.
God blimey, Governor, we're going down that road, are we?
I'm just saying, I wouldn't go down any roads in Great Yarmouth. No, Harrow, your apology is sincerely accepted. Oh
no! No!
And he's going to roll back into him, is he? Yep. Oh, there's more!
Car. Look at Winston Eckel. Look at Winston Eckel. Where is Winston Eckel and where should he not be?
Oh, in the back of that BMW. No, I feel bad for the...
Did he miss the Fury car, though? That's going to be the question. Oh! I don't think Winston Eckel should have been there. I'm not going to lie, because he's dived them two going into that, and they put them off before they've even got anywhere. And Octopus about to break much more. And unfortunately for Cade Middleton, this is what he saw. Oh!
There was a little bit.
Yeah.
Is it steering straight, though? Is it tracking right? That is the important thing. I think he's okay. However, the gap has now halved from about 8 seconds now down to just under 4 between the two championship leaders and the leaders of the race in the GT3 AM. So that's livened this race up a little bit. Just goes to show that Fury cannot get comfortable at all.
Yeah, but when you're sent through and dived on, I wouldn't be comfortable either. Because I'm not going to lie, that was a dive and a half there from where Winston Eckel come from. If I can just find... Can I get on board? I'm not going to be able to get you close enough, I don't think, to be able to actually have a look at where he started it all off. But... yeah, I'm not sure that LMP2 should have been trying to make that move. Especially as the fact that, as we've talked about before, that BMW was already on its turning circle. So, now we've got 3.7 seconds back to Maniti Racing, and they are going to be there in the top left of your screen. I'm not quite sure why I pointed at the monitor. You can't actually see me doing that, but just out of habit.
Yeah, it's fine, because on some other broadcasts, people have literally gotten the pen tool out and started drawing on the screen to point you to the direction. Interesting tactic, yeah, I know. Very interesting way of diverting attention, but it's the only way you can do it because you can't see the pointer.
Yeah.
Maybe you should get the little pen tool out and start doing some squigglies on the screen.
Yeah, I don't think I can do that.
Can you not?
No, I've not got the ability.
I guess our junior is just a little bit of a better producer then, I suppose.
Ooh, careful, young sir, careful.
I mean, he's won a semi, so...
yeah. I suppose he has. But then again, he didn't have any real competition in the first place. So...
oh, he had Lewis and Luke Crane. Well, they're pretty good.
Yeah, well, here we go. Back to the racing now. XBD, a chasing
wow.
Ben Dutton 505 here, currently at the moment. So XBD and 505 battling it out here for the LMP2s. This is third and fourth in class currently at the moment, Zachary.
It is. It's a brilliant little battle going on. Ben Dutton has had a nice little drive towards the front, and well, now he's knocking on the door, and I think the championship leaders, of course, in the LMP2s would be loving the fact that the XBD car, the Central Quattro team, leading the way. We'd be loving the fact that Louis Martinez is almost about to be overtaken, and he goes wide because of the GT traffic, pulls alongside there's Ben Dutton. They go side by side on the run towards the International Horseshoe, outside line for the 505. He's not quite letting off on the brakes, he's too late, he's locked the rears backwards into the corner, and that brings an end to this little bit of a battle.
505 Endurance, unfortunately, done and dusted. That brought the end to that battle very, very quickly around turn 4. So, yep, unfortunately for them, too hot into the market, should we say. You don't want to be doing that one. João Nascimento?
Which one?
João Nascimento? Does it also look like he's put himself out as well? There was a little test message from race control there. I'm not entirely sure what was that coming up for. He's trying to avoid the 505, so that was fair enough. As race control do send us the test message, I'm not quite sure if they're having problems currently at the moment there as well. But we've got literally 18 minutes to the top of the hour here. So let's see how this one pans out here, Zach. But it's been an eventful race. We've lost Writer Engineering. Altitude have already won it as long as they keep it on track. Cade Middleton, and it was involved in the incident in GT3 AMS. That's allowed Stefan Schuster to get up. Gap's now back out to 4 seconds, mind you. So Cade Middleton's car is clearly okay and has managed to open it up and pull a second back out as well. So a good job from him. In the LMP2, Sergio Cocho 104 are doing what they need to. 3.5 second gap back over MRP. It's XPD. See, that gap's gone up to 3 seconds from what it was last time.
Yes, huge gap. Yeah, wow. Fair play to them for building that. MC's back now.
I'm not entirely sure what happened there. For some reason, Discord cut me out.
Lovely. My screen went black and I was like, where's James gone?
Yeah, I'm dealing with that one as well. So there you go. I deeply apologise. I'm not entirely sure what happened. And Discord just went, see you later. And I was like, okay, thanks very much. Take care. Adios. Yeah, there we go. Great Racing Team Red still fighting out here with Racing Team 221. What was you saying anyway? I can't remember.
Something about the XPD car moving forwards. I'll be honest, I can't remember. Yeah, they've been able to build a gap back to 505 because of the spin that Ben Dutton had on the brakes going into the International Horseshoe. And speaking of Ben Dutton, he's under a little bit of pressure from the Peaky Drivers LMP2 machine, the 122 of Alexis Garcia, who is closing the gap ever so slightly within half a second. There they are, the 122 in pursuit of the 505 Endurance, the 150 the Australian at the moment of the wheel of Ben Dutton. Getting on a little bit late for the Australian, I suppose, but I suppose now is probably the only time of the race he's actually able to drive.
Yeah, probably. I don't think he'll be doing many more of the stints. It's 10 to 11 in Australia currently at the moment. I'm saying Australia as a collective. I believe there is Adelaide, Kingston, Perth and Christmas Island have all got different times zones there as well. But back down in the GT3s, we've got Grey Racing Team Red for the Pro. Here, battling away with Racing Team 221. He's just about to take the inside line. 221 don't really need to fight it. It's kind of game over. They've wrapped up the championship anyway. Track side esports is closing in. That is Nick Kirstens, but he's got a bit of a gap up into Maniti. He's got 14 seconds there, Harrow. So unfortunately, he's still got a bit of a climbing to do before he reaches up to the guys from Maniti Racing Yellow. So as much as I love Nick Kirstens and the fact that he did qualify pole, dropped all the way down 9 places and has made his way back up into 3rd in class, he's only 2 off where he started, which is a great job. So for Nick, he's doing an absolutely stellar, consistent job here as well. Bernardini from 208, of course, got caught up earlier on with the Cabano Esports boys as well. That was Gerard Sardnay-Sayers, who looks like they are out as well. It also looks like that we've lost Graham Lynch from Team Upstate GT3 here. No, Graham's still running, so we've only lost Cabano and Writer Engineering currently out of the 39 grid. We have 39 cars. We did have the grid, which because we've got 37 running. However, that could be 36 because Figaro from SR Technic has been in the pits for nearly 8 minutes at this moment in time as well. So I'm wondering if he is looking at possibly maybe going meh, I've had enough, or he may stay in, but let's see. Grey Racing Team Red are leading the GT3 Pros with Racing Team 221 currently at the moment here, Zach.
They are, and well, doing a really good job. Of course, as the majority of everyone still running is doing a really good job, it must be said. Of course, a couple of small incidents that arguably shouldn't have happened, but a good little pocket of battles starting to form. I mean, we got three-way behind Alessio Bernardini, Pounder, and Ortega in that fight for fourth. And also, of course, this main star fight in the fight for the lead. The Racing Team 221, of course, was able to take the lead a little bit earlier on after Bernardini and the Carbono Esports car came to contact and was able to get himself up ahead. But yeah, I mean, it's been a good start to this race. I think it's been action-packed and 3/10 between the top two in the GT3 Pro. Can't really complain. It's interesting, though, is that the only champion or the only class that's had the championship wrapped up before Daytona so far has proven to be the most interesting class, which I don't know, it's just a interesting contrast
to what exactly?
Well, the fact that arguably it should be the most dull class because the championship's already wrapped up, but it's the only class that's still got a close fight for the lead. Do you catch my drift?
Oh yes, I get what you mean now.
Yeah.
Okay, so
it should be dull, but it's not. No,
they're keeping it quite interesting, the GT3s at the moment here. Stefan Schuster's dropped back 5 seconds now to Fury Sim Sports. Cade Middleton doing an absolutely stellar job after his incident. Vincenzo Soris has just been overtaken by João Delgado. Of course, Delgado got involved in an accident earlier on. Had repairs for Delta Racing in the LMDH and has dropped all the way back down the field. He is now, where is he? 59 to 66, so he's 7 laps back from Albert Priam, who's still leading the LMDH. Really, there's no real issues for Altitude now to push it. They've just got to finish. As Reiter is out, and Altitude can wrap up and probably have wrapped up the championship already. But apart from finishing this race, there's not a lot else they need to do. They don't need to win now. They can just sit and chill out, and that's about it. But Bernardini wrapping it up. He's got Jamie Pounder chasing us. Delgado's just cleared Ortega. Again, LMDH and GT3. We expect that job to be done and good and there as well. Last 10 minutes, we'll see start coming in with the GT3's pit stop soon as well again.
We will. Yeah, well, I mean, the GT3s usually is a good sort of ballpark, plus or minus 5 minutes or so. Will be coming in on the hour if they can, because it's nice and uniform. Each hour you stop, and then if you can save a little bit of fuel on each of those stops, then the last one will be a little bit shorter. You can save some time and go for your final sprint. The bit of the headaches come for the prototypes, because they're about 40 minutes-ish for both the BMWs and for the LMP2s. And and then he was obviously then the headache with the strategy comes in, because it's not quite as uniform. 40 minutes with each stint doesn't usually, but well, I mean, it can work out quite nicely to have an exact amount of stops, but then sometimes you've then got that awkward 20 minutes left over at the end of the race, which the LMP2s need to and the GTPs need to use best. But I think for the GT3s it is usually quite calm.
Yeah, I think that's the thing is as well. It normally is. They have started their pit stops. Optimus Racing Team, YS Sim Sport, they've drived a swapped. Sim Vision have driver swapped as well. Octopus have also driver swapped. Then and they've now managed to come into the pits. Ryan O'Connor has got himself unfortunately involved, or may have done it himself here as well. Did he do it himself? That's going to be the question. Or is Ryan? Wow, on a straight.
That's ridiculous.
That is just...
Oh, backwards as well. There's no attempt to stop. Well, I mean, there probably was an attempt to stop.
What was that?
Can I take another look at?
Yeah, I don't know who that was, unfortunately. Who is next to Ryan there? I can't actually see who this is.
Oh, wow. No way.
How do you do that on a straight?
You're a numpty.
Who is that? That's 220. Who's 220? João Necessito from SimVision. He was 5 laps down. He's 4 laps down on them. Have I missed something here?
No. Even if you have missed something, that's unacceptable, really. I mean, obviously, I'm sure it wasn't out of malice and not intentional, but how do you just let the car drift like that? I mean, going left-hand down. I mean, it's on a straight. That's the easiest part of the circuit.
I don't get that. Why would you go for a gap on a car where you're 4 laps down and you've drifted left and you've hit him, who's kept straight? Tuck in the slipstream, save some fuel, something.
Save some fuel, something. Well, I mean, obviously, I'm sure it wasn't out of malice and not intentional, but how do you just let the car drift like that? I mean, going left-hand down. I mean, it's on a straight. That's the easiest part of the circuit.
I don't get that. Why would you go for a gap on a car where you're 4 laps down and you've drifted left and you've hit him, who's kept straight? I'm oblivious. I don't really know. I'm going to stop talking before I get myself in the steward's booth. So over to you, Zach, and enjoy.
Yeah, I'll enjoy the aftermath of an interesting incident like that one. It was a bit of an awkward one, really. And I think for SimVision, there's just no need for them to have done that. Unnecessary risk, and it probably will see them with quite a hefty penalty. However, a penalty for SimVision when they're a little bit further down probably isn't going to mean as much compared to the consequence that it's had on the car that they've unfortunately taken out. But here is Pablo Ortega for Pristana Nomad, the 209, the Argentinian at the moment at the wheel, and has been since the start of the race, trying to close the gap up to Alessio Bernardini, who is the next car in front of him. That's obviously the fight for, now second, really, because Cesar Carrigal is into the pit lane a little bit early, so I think that might be the car that was driven into, maybe. I'm not entirely sure in the end of it, but oh no, it wasn't. It was Ryan O'Connor that was driven into. So Cesar Carrigal and now Pablo Ortega into the pit lane for scheduled stops. That is now the second stop for the GT3s. So the other Spaniard of Vicente Orozco goes in for the Ingersoll Rand Enosis Esports, the 215 BMW. They come into the pit lane, now leave. You can see there on the bottom of your screen, leaving the pit lane. Pablo Ortega is in as well, but trying to stretch the advantage as long as possible are the two racing teams who now control the race 1 and 2, the 221 and the 208. Fabio Ponta, Alessio Bernardini now take control and are doing a really good job of stretching the advantage out in front. Thank you, of course, to everyone that is watching along on the JP Broadcasting YouTube channel. You're tuning in for the Platinum Endurance Championship season finale, round 6, the 12 hours of Daytona, presented to you, of course, by Prins Barbecue Pits. This, of course, is part 1 of the broadcast. We'll swap over to part 2 around about 7 o'clock for those in the UK, because YouTube is a little bit iffy. There is a spin. What has happened? Alessio Bernardini has just caught the tail end of that. Who was that having an off? I think that was Eusebio Otero for the Octopus Racing Team. He's had an off track and has somehow managed to spin just in front of the man in second place. When we'll have to take another look at that if/when we can. There's the overall race leader, Altitude Esports, coming out just in front of Pablo Ortega, and still, I think, hotly chased. Or no, not anymore. Actually, no, he's still in that fight with DLR Simlab. Albert Prins at the wheel. Mark Hutchinson now takes the wheel of the Altitude Esports car. They've now just come in for a stop not too long ago. But what were we now? About 15 odd minutes ago, I think. For the GTPs, and are about 10 seconds off the race lead. But for Altitude, race lead, second place, third place, fourth place, fifth place, sixth place, doesn't really matter, because as long as they score points, they will take the championship. I mean, they don't even need to score points, they just need writers to not score 10 points, and they will take the championship lead. Here is Zachary Livingood for Lithium Esports. He's driving along as well. Plenty of driver changes now coming into the mix, obviously, because we are at that stage of the race, because anything more than 2 hours for a driver is a little bit more unmanageable. You usually time it around the time you would swap your tyres, really, because then the driver jumping into the car can have a nice fresh set of boots and can settle into the car quite easily. So you always do aspire to change drivers on tyre changes. And that is realistically now where we're starting to see the likes of Hutchinson and other people stepping into the car. Obviously, drivers can go longer if they wish. I mean, 3-4 hour stints aren't completely unseen, but more preferable, really, if you can relax the workload of each of the drivers and keep them fresh for longer, because then they're going to be able to deliver better and more consistent lap times for longer as well. So each of the drivers doing their best job to stay on track, which is easier said than done at some points. You've got to make sure you are on it lap after lap after lap, and maximising each of your apexes. And yeah, I'm not familiar with the team None. Who's the team None? Hang on. Is there maybe an issue on the SDK potentially? I'm not entirely sure what you mean there from Thomas, I'll be honest. Yeah, strange one. Yeah, perplexed. do let us know what you mean, and do keep the engagement up as well on the YouTube chat. Of course, it's a long race. We'll do our best to keep you entertained. Myself, Zach Sweeney, James Parfitt. I've been joining him in the commentary booth. Ewan O'Leary will step in, replacing myself in around about 5 minutes' time, I think, to take you through the next few hours of the broadcast. And then James has got a mammoth stint as well. I think Biggles is coming in at some point as well to ease off the workload. Oh yeah, no, I can see them. GT3 Pro, 5th place should be the Chicane Online Racing red car. For whatever reason, they're not showing up in the SDK. That's a strange one. And 6th in GT3 AM. I can update you with that one. That is the Protosim 3 car, Gonçalo Pixato. Well, no, there's no T in there at all. Pizao, maybe? English, so excuse me. The Central Quattro team, Gianpaolo Filippo, takes to the wheel of that one to continue their charge in the LMP2s. Obviously, they're ever so slightly off sequence, pitting a little bit earlier relative to the rest, and has worked his way past the Platinum Racing Team Blue of Perry Utzveer, the 117. Not got anywhere near as many Platinum Racing Team cars as we have had over the course of the season. None are the Chicane Online teams, both the and Pro teams. Thank you, Nick Customs. Appreciate that. Well, at the moment, James, it's been quite an entertaining opening 2 hours, and at this point, I think it is just a case of everyone trying to settle in and continue on. Yeah, agreed. Shouldn't be too bad for the remaining sort of, what is it now, 10 hours left to go. Ewan O'Leary will be stepping in a couple of minutes anyway to keep you company for the next while before you do your thing and go into robot commentary mode for the next few hours. Again, I still don't know how you do it. Again, respect for that one. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get how you do it. How you still come up with things to say. Maybe because you've got different people keeping you fresh, I suppose. Yeah, I mean, I managed to enjoy my drive home because I like driving, so it's all good. I was just like, yeah, 20-minute drive, nice little country road drive back from the holiday camp to home to come and join you. Yeah, managed to enjoy myself. I don't know, I enjoy driving. Even though I've got a black box, I still find it fun, especially like joining the dual carriageway, just flooring it. It's nice because my car's a 1.9 turbo, so it's got a little bit of punch to it. It's a pain to insure, but it's fine. It's fun. I enjoy it, so it was no problem. Yeah, that's true. But then again, we've got the Platinum Racing Team Blue car running, and now we're following the 505 endurance car through turn 3 and 4. It's just, you sound like a robot. It's not. It doesn't add anything to the broadcast because you can see it, sort of thing. Whereas if you just chat about waffles, it's still fun, and the viewers can engage with it and enjoy themselves and get involved in the conversation as well, as opposed to just as opposed to just talking about what's going on track, because everyone's going to fall asleep then, aren't they? It is true, yeah. Props to you that I can commentate. Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of respect for anyone that can jump in and talk, because it is quite nerve-wracking. I remember when I was first starting and I had to lead a broadcast, and I come in, and honestly, I look back at it, and it's nice to, as Ben Down comes into the pit lane for 505 Endurance, but I remember leading it in, and the intro I'd written was so dull and robotic, and it had no emotion in it. But I still got respect for anyone that can jump in, because it is, as much as we try and make it out to be quite an easy job, because it is, but you know, trying to keep it entertaining, trying to do it well, trying to put up with James Parfitt, you know, it's all difficult things that come into the mix as a commentator. It is, I don't know, it's just an enjoyable, a little bit, but it's part of the job, isn't it? Yeah. I didn't have that in the job description when I come to join JPB. Yeah, pretty much. It's a shame. But yeah, I don't know. Oh well, I'm going now anyway, so it's fine.
Good afternoon. I am here, and I've been chuckling along to Zach, slightly being rude. By the way, talking to James absolutely is in the description of being part of JPB, because he does own the thing. So yeah, it's actually one of the first lines. But anyway, yeah, I've been chuckling along and enjoying the race so far, even though we're not very long through this race. Still a very long way to go.
Absolutely no worries. There you go. Not my uncle's dad's best man's wedding. No, it's fine. Basically, yeah, pretty much. And you too. Enjoy the rest of the race. See you both soon. Have fun with James. Good luck, Ewan.
Good luck.
Have fun, boys. See you soon.
Yeah, doing well. I've been looking forward to this race actually, because we're at the end of a championship now. We're at a season finale. We're at Daytona as well, which is a good circuit to go to when it's not January. We do get a lot of racing around here at the early part of the year, so I'm glad we can come here during the summer when we're a little bit less tired of it. Yeah, we've got some very interesting championships to settle as well. So yeah, been looking forward to this race, and so far it has delivered in drama, that's for sure.
Making moves there as well, so hopefully it should be all back up and running, and yeah, it should be a good one for the rest of it.
Yeah, should be a good one, and still a very, very long way to go. Yeah, as you mentioned, Ryder Engineering with an unfortunate demise earlier on. They stayed in the pit lane for 33 minutes, in fact, to wait and see if the damage was going to be repaired, maybe decide between themselves whether they were going to continue on with this or not. And unfortunately, they have decided not to, and they're going to be finishing this race down in 6th, which means that Altitude Esports are going to be champions almost no matter what happens here. The odds were stacked against Ryder anyway, even after their early issues. But I mean, a race win today would have given them the championship no matter what happened. So it was still very much in their own hands, despite the fact they were down in the standings. We're just in the middle of a LMP2 pit stop phase at the moment, which has seen the Centre Quattro team back to the lead again by around 8 seconds, which is good news for them. They only need a top 4 today to clinch the title ahead of XPD Emil Racing, who are second in the standings and third in this race at the moment, nearly half a minute away from Centre Quattro. And then we've got the really interesting one with GT3 Am, haven't we, between Fury Simsport and Maniti Racing, where it's effectively whoever beats the other will win the title, and that's going to be very exciting over the course of the day because they're separated by less than 10 seconds right now.
Yeah, it has been in and out of that 10-second window. I think that's the thing that we have been paying attention to. It's been in and out. It's been 10 seconds. There was cars in them, for obviously Fury. They were battling away at one point until they had an incident, of course, which didn't just involve them. There was SR Technic, Octopus Racing, and the Fury Simsport all involved at the bus stop. There was an ounce of blame on whether or not the LMP2 should have been making the move on the inside once the GT3 had already started turning. So, for the PRT, I think it was Winston Eckel in the PRT Blue LMP2, made a move on the inside going into the bus stop, tried to overtake both cars at the same time. Didn't work. Octopus broke to try and allow the LMP2 through. Cade Middleton in the Fury went up behind him, and then spun the Octopus Racing, who went into SR Technic coming back on the track backwards. So it was all a little bit messy. There wasn't really much blame to put anywhere, but we kind of felt the LMP2 shouldn't have been trying to make that move on the inside, to be honest.
Yeah, I felt that the move was on, but it's always difficult to do it into the bus stop chicane because you enter there so quickly in a prototype, especially compared to the GT3s, that it can be a little bit dangerous to do that. But went for it, and it could have worked out fine. So it's I wouldn't put too much blame there on the prototype, but it's easy to say these things after they've happened because we know that it turns out badly. And if it didn't, then maybe we'd have a different view on it. But yeah, it was a shame to see. Thankfully, I think for the GT3 AM title battle that we've been talking about, I don't think Fury Simsport are showing any signs of having received damage. They've recently come into the pit lane for their second stop, which was on schedule about 15 minutes ago, and their pit stop time was actually shorter than Maniti Racing, so it shows that they really didn't have any damage to repair, or very minimal damage anyway, even if there was any at all. So that was good news, but they'll be breathing a sigh of relief. They certainly got away with one.
Yeah, definitely there as well. Let's go. Simon Van Dyke said Harrow, and then Harrow said, Nick said, are you friends with Simon? So yeah, so there we go. So hopefully a nice little, who was that? Yeah, and Chris is family. So there we go. We've got a nice little family contingency there as well. XBD. Okay, so I'm trying to be realistic. Earlier on, I said that basically Altitude have probably wrapped up the GTP. To be honest, they've just got to finish. Fury have just got to do what they've been doing all the way through the race and maintain that gap to Maniti. Centrocotro, we've seen them in Barcelona, Ewan, and they did a great job there as well. So it's tough to see past Centrocotro for the LMP2 title.
It is. However, look at the gaps behind them in terms of those who could take positions away. The top three are separated by less than 15 seconds at the moment. I know there's a half-minute gap back to fourth after that, but even so, one issue will put you way down in the LMP2s, because actually everybody in that 10-car category have had clean races so far, and that means that everybody, well, I think actually the 134 of Zachary Livingood has just gone a lap down actually, but to be more than 2 hours in and only see one car of a class a lap down says a lot really about how this race has gone for that particular category. Says a lot about the drivers within that. So yeah, that's fantastic news for us. It's going to be a good LMP2 race, but while Central Quattro look good at the moment, they've got to make sure that they don't spill off the road at any point, because dropping down to 10th place would cost them 26 points on the winner, and they've only got 18 to the second placed team. So it's a lot of pressure on that team in particular, and all the teams as well, to not have trouble today.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things we have noticed. There's been a little bit of a messy. There was a bit of a scrappy start in the GTPs at the beginning. There was contact on the pace lap, which seemed very bizarre. There's been some LMP2s and GT3 incidents. We've seen an LMDH get wrapped in a wall for João Delgado with Delta Racing. He was trying to go past the GT3 at the same time. So there has been some scrappy incidents as well. A couple of GT3 on GT3 incidents. One of them most notably what we've just seen from SimVision and Chris Racing Blue. Their SimVision were basically 4 laps down, and they ended up wrapping into the back of Chris Racing on the run down into the bus stop, which seemed very bizarre considering it was on a straight as well. But we've got a nice little tiny battle here from Peaky Drivers and 505. Dennis Cho previously driven by Ben Dutton, and Alex Garcia has taken over the Peaky Driver's car as well. So these guys are battling it out for fourth and fifth in the championship at the moment.
Yeah, and battling it out on the circuit as well, which is good to see for these two teams. But yeah, not big gaps around in the championship in some particular areas of that, a little bit further down especially. So yeah, we can enjoy this battle for what it is at the moment, though. P4 in the LMP2 category, as the battle for second is not quite really a battle just yet. Martin Ray's got a bit of an advantage over Ivan Hernandez, but Alex Garcia here might well be able to make this move pretty soon. Dennis Cho had a long stop actually in that previous stop, although Alex Garcia did as well, and that's put them over half a minute back on the podium places for now. They can battle amongst themselves for fourth place, and Garcia's not going to go for it into the bus stop chicane. He'll wait for turn one if he even goes for it there at all. He could stick behind and save some fuel.
Yeah, I think that's what he probably, to be honest. We were talking about it earlier on with Zach about Centra Quattro basically just going. I said personally, I think they're just going full bore. Trying to open a bigger gap over XPD as they possibly can. If they get into their last phase, then they'll know where they're at with fuel. They're going to be looking back and thinking, okay, I've got to save this or we've got to save that for the last couple of stints. That's what we've said here as well regarding them. Peaky Drivers are in a different position. Obviously, at the moment, they're down from 2 from where they started. They're in 5th place. They've got 505. It's very difficult, I think, for some drivers who can maintain that fuel saving aspect while trying to attack the car in front, because obviously they're fighting for position. But it's a different mindset, isn't it? Realizing that actually if I did this now, I wouldn't have to worry about it like Centra Quattro might have to do at the end. So from Alex Garcia's point of view, surely he's got to be sitting there thinking, well, maybe I could save some now behind Ben Dutton, and it will put us, maybe try and drop that last pit stop 20 minutes from the end of the race.
Yeah, it's all about back timing, really. And in a race of this distance, I would say that actually the only distance where you can't really back time is a 24-hour race, because so many things can go wrong. But even a race of this distance, you can back time, you can think about your whole strategy from the very start, and that's especially what Centra Quattro have done, I think. It decided that we're much better off running 23 lap stints, just going absolutely hell for leather the entire time, and making those extra stops, and we're going to make time up in that respect. However, if they're having 2 lap shorter stints than those around them, and that could come back to bite them at the end, but we just don't know that just yet. We've got a very long way to go here, and we've got to wait for the strategies to really pan out. I mean, we could get to a position where Centra Quattro's final stop is actually quite short and they stay in the lead as a result, or maybe they have to pit really early, whereas the others will have a short stop towards the end and close in on them, and maybe Centra Quattro will be the ones having to make overtakes. So we just don't know at this stage. Anything can still happen. We're a long way away, but I think these teams will have a very good plan as to what they want to happen over the course of the day, because this is the kind of race distance where you can actually plan for the entire event. Yeah, well, picking up on that Sim Vision incident with the Chris Racing Blue, Sim Vision got a stop and hold for 2 minutes. They got a severe penalty considering they were a lapped car. So they got a stop and hold for 2 minutes. So, Haram there, any news on penalties for which one was it you were after? So I'll have a look and see if there is any news on the penalty for the 210 Sim Vision. Well, there you go. They got a stop and hold for 2 minutes. So that's a big old chunk of time. That's a proper severe penalty for them. The stop and hold for 2 minutes. Yeah, and that will cost you more than a lap as well at this circuit. So, yeah, I don't really know what they did to get that. Well, they crashed basically coming down here. They were a lapped car. Let's see if I can go back far enough.
Oh, yes. Sorry, I remember now. And they crashed into the Chris Racing Blue car, and which didn't. Both me and Zach sat there and said it didn't make no sense, but this is what happened to them. Sim Vision on the left, Chris Racing Blue on the right. Sim Vision are 4 laps down. And then, of course, goes into what was driving Ryan O'Connor at the time, and that was the result of that incident. So that's what the Sim Vision car got their 2 minute stop and hold for. These guys still fighting out for Alex Garcia, and the 505 car of Dennis Cho as well. So these guys battling out, just being overtaken by the LMPH. So there we go. And he's just got through on the inside. So fair play to the Peaky Drivers. LMP2 just cleared the 505. I'm sure the 505 were looking at coming back though as it goes running around that bank in there, Ewan.
Yeah, nice move on the inside, and now going to have to wait a little bit behind one of the GT3s here into the West Tour chute. As, by the way, the overall leader is into the pit lane. We've got a good race for the overall win at the moment, actually, between DLR and Altitude Esports. We'll see who comes out on top there, but Mark Hutchinson's now at the wheel of the Altitude car, and probably not going to be very far away from taking over the lead here. I think it will remain with DLR, but even so, it's a good fight for the win we've got, and there's no pressure on Altitude anymore, given that Reiter is so far down. Normally you'd consider the fact that they're in a championship battle, so they won't fight for the race win too hard, but they can now if they want to, because there's no pressure on them, not winning or crashing and having to repair damage, go down to third or whatever. They're free to battle for the win however they want to.
Yeah, they definitely are. Let's settle down a little bit in YouTube chat there as well, please. If we can take it out of YouTube chat. It really isn't the situation to be arguing about incidents. Please take it to the stewards room in the Discord. That would be much appreciated as well. I do love you all, but please let's not put it in YouTube chat. Let's keep it out of that and have this discussion in the stewards room, or going and have a meeting, or whatever your opinions are. That would be absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for that. Cho coming back as well in the 505 as they're just going past the GT3s here as well, with the LMDH in front of them all at the same time as we're breaking into that 9-hour 40 window. So the LMP2's probably looking at coming in very, very shortly. It was, of course, a lap 75. No, they're on 82, so they've got a while to go here before they come back in once more as well. So it's all looking very tidy at the moment, to be honest. Altitude, really, Ewan, just got to be running their race, haven't they? They don't really need to do anything crazy.
No, they don't need to, but they might want to go for the win, and we'll see if they do here, and how hard they're willing to push for it. I'm sure they will want to win, but what I mean is, how hard are they willing to push? What are they willing to do to try and get it in terms of this race now? Mark Hutchinson at the wheel, as I mentioned. They pitted one lap earlier than Yannick Gerards now, who's at the wheel of the leading car. Ruben Palazon is not too far away from Hutchinson at the moment, but has pitted a very long time ago, 25 laps ago. So will be pitting themselves very soon. And that will leave the leading two quite a long way out in front of the rest, as we were expecting to see, really. So I'm interested to see how much Altitude are willing to push here, but at the moment they don't need to do anything. And they know that they're going to be champions almost no matter what happens over the course of this race now.
Yeah, I think that's it at the end of the day. To be honest, from their point of view, I would just chill. I wouldn't even worry about the win. As lovely as it would be, they've wrapped up the championship really with Reiter not even being in it. I would chill. It's easily done, isn't it? I think there's less problems. I wouldn't be diving cars unless I really needed to. Optimus Racing Team 224 versus Racing Team 208. A drive-through penalty for the Optimus Racing team there as well from the stewards. So much love to them. It has popped up again as well. So from there, I don't know. Would you even bother going for the win, Ewan, or would you just sit and chill?
Well, maybe I wouldn't, but it just depends what they're thinking, really. It depends what your attitude towards these things are. Whether they think it's, job done already, or because Reiter obviously crashed earlier on, they've kind of been handed this, and so they thought, well, we've not really had to work for anything so far today. Let's try and get the win as well. But as I mentioned earlier on, they will want to win, no matter what we're going on about here. That they will want to win, but my point kind of is, how much are they willing to do? I think they'll be willing to go for it. They won't back away from a challenge, and they'll give DLR a run for their money. But it's very different for a team who know they've got a title in hand and so on, to a team that certainly haven't got that and are going for a race win as their kind of only target for today. So we'll see, but at the moment there's many seconds between them.
Well, Tom Dadswell's in YouTube, so this has kind of answered our question. He said, we're still going to go for it, not going to go too risky, but we think it's on. So, you know, and that's it, isn't it, at the end of the day? Don't do anything silly. I appreciate, Tom, that you guys want to go and win. I get it. I really would as well. You know, you're far more capable racing drivers than I could even ever imagine. But I wouldn't be doing anything crazy. If I've got the opportunity to go for the win, I will, but honestly I wouldn't be pushing the whole situation here as well. As Vincent Ossermans from PRT Blue here has just been off the side of the circuit. That was coming around the horseshoe. I think he went in a little bit too hot lapping that GT3. He didn't stop the car, and unfortunately for PRT Blue it's into the barrier as well. So whether or not they've got any issues, that's going to be something we'll have a look at and see if his steering's still pointing in the same direction. Let's give him a little bit of a straight. He seems okay. So Vincent Osman's there. Probably more of a damaged ego than than anything else, because it was a little bit of a silly mistake for them on lap 85 down in turn 4. So from Osman's point of view there, Ewan, it's just more of a kind of an ego check.
Maybe, and he'll be quite lucky to get away without that damage, but it did seem that his steering was okay after that, and I'm somewhat surprised, I have to be honest, but anyway, he's going on nicely, or will hope to go on nicely now after that little incident, but it's very easy to do, just finding yourself on the inside line up towards the International Horseshoe there, because you're offline already, and also you're not positioned where you would be normally, which means you can't see your braking markers quite as or in the same way as you would normally either, so you can miss it quite easily. That's why there was sort of a lock-up of desperation, if you like, as he was about to hit the wall there. Didn't do a lot, of course, but there's not a lot else you can do when you've broken too late, and went sailing off. Unluckily, grabbed the wall as well, but I think he's gotten away without damage, as we saw. As we've got this battle for second place in LMP2 now. XPDM Racing have had a nice run through the bus stop chicane there, with MRP just slowed up by those GT3s slightly. It could be side by side into turn 1 here. Yeah,
Central Cocho's got the gap to 14 seconds at the moment. These guys are running around now. They've gone over the line. It is going to be turn 1. If there's going to be a move, he's too far back. He's not going to make that. Even if he's not that crazy, I don't think Ivan Hernandez is not going to be looking at trying to make a move in a silly position there as well. There was obviously the incident with Reiter Engineering and that Porsche earlier on coming out of the pits. So far, everybody else has managed to come out the pits side by side without any issues. Unfortunately, Reiter and the Porsche ended up down the side of the tyre barrier, which was a very bizarre look, but they did manage to get down there. Ivan Hernandez still pushing the MRP here as they're going upside the 355 Lamborghini there as well. That's Johannes Leppit from TR Geeks Energy Sim Racing. They've just gone through and lapped once more, but they're battling away quite nicely. It's probably more important for XPD than it is MRP here, really, to be honest, to jump that position.
Yeah, because if Emma win the race and Central Quattro are not in the top 4, then they turn the tide in the championship and they can still take the title. So there will be that added importance there for them. But MRP are going to want to stay in this position themselves, because they're in a bit of a fight for 4th in the standings and could maybe even get 3rd, because of Platinum Racing Team Blues. Well, difficult race so far in some ways, so there may be a chance for them as well. They're both going to want this position, but again, it might come down to the age-old phenomenon of, do you stay behind and save the fuel, or do you try and make a move? And considering these two are a very similar pace at the moment, I would expect that Ivan Hernandez stays behind for the moment, just lifts off on the way into the corners, and saves maybe a lap or 2 of fuel, because this is one of the circuits where it's not actually that long around here. I mean, lap times are in the 1 minute 38s, 37s. You can save a lap of fuel without too much difficulty, especially if you're in the slipstream of somebody else, even 2 or 3 laps maybe if you do it for the entirety of the stint. So that will provide them with a bit more benefit, I think, than actually trying to overtake at this point. But if an opportunity presents itself in traffic, then they're not going to pass that opportunity up. No,
definitely not. As we were talking earlier on, and we're in the same thing. I think if there's an opportunity there, excuse me, if there's an opportunity there, then they're going to take it. As I say, if you are in a position to save fuel now, it might negate the whole period of the final pit stop. You might be able to get away depending on how much fuel saving you've actually done throughout the first hour. Where are we? 2.5 hours. So it's been 3.5 hours. 2.5 hours. So it's yeah, it'd be interesting to see where these guys are out at the end of this 12 hours. That's the thing with a 12-hour race, isn't it? You want to try and put yourself in the best position at the end of the race to negate a extra stop or a splash and dash or something along them lines, because you're only going to end up losing time to the cars behind you if you have to do that, and it can at times probably cost you a championship if you do end up doing it. You know, from XPD's point of view, they have got a tough uphill battle. You know, they've got 15 seconds to Centro Quattro. Centro Quattro, I swear, I still think they're just going full flat here and trying to open as much as a gap as they possibly can. But I think from XPD's point of view, would you be looking at saving fuel 9.5 hours to go, or would you just be looking running flat out?
Well, you've got to think about these things from the very start, really. You can't figure out that you need to save, 3 laps of fuel on the very final stint or more laps, because it's not going to happen. But if you space those, say you need 5 laps, as I say, you're not going to manage that in the final stint, but you could manage it in 5 individual stints over the course of the race. So you do have to think about this from the very start, and so they will be already. I'm interested to see when these guys come in next here, because I think it's only going to be 3 laps at the end of this one before Centro Quattro come in, and I want to see how many minutes that is before the 40-minute mark. Now, LMP2 pit stops are happening generally every 40 minutes, so they need to make it 2 hours 40, it will be at this stage, into the race to kind of be on schedule, or they will need an extra stop in this race. And considering they're losing pretty much 2 laps per stint, and we're doing 23 lap stints, or they're doing 23 lap stints, it will take them 12 stints to lose 1 pit stop, if you like. I can't quite do the maths of 12 times 40 minutes. I don't know quite what that is. Even though I'm trying to do it in my head right now. 8 hours?
400 minutes.
8 times 4. Are you sure? All right. I don't know. No, 12 times 40. That's even, roughly. 12
times 40. Okay.
12 times 40 laps is going to be like 480 minutes. It's about 8 hours, I think. Yes. So about 2/3 of the way through, they're already going to be a pit stop behind, and they're almost going to be a whole pit stop behind after that. So that suggests to me that they'll have to pit for the final time 25 to 30 minutes before the end, whereas these guys might well have to pit 40 minutes from the end, because they seem to be doing 40 minutes every single time, and that's going to leave them with roughly I'll work out how many pit stops they're going to do in a moment, but it's going to be less in terms of pit stops, but their final stop is going to be longer, so they are going to have to bear that in mind when we go forward with this one. But it's difficult to work that out now, because Centro Quattro still haven't made their extra stop compared to them, so it's still hanging in the balance really between the front 3.
Yeah, it is. There is that 16-second gap to XPD, so maybe they are trying to pull out 30-40 seconds to give them a good, try and get some form of buffer when it has got to come to this pit stop as well, which we are having. I'm expecting them to have to make probably around about 20 minutes maybe from the end as well, but we'll see how it pans out across the next 9.5 hours here. So there we go. We've got Team Upstate GT3. They've swapped drivers. Justin Colio has taken over that car. Aurelio Camaro in the SR Technic is out of the pits as well. We have lost Cabano Esports and Writer Engineering out of this race already, but we do still have 37 runners here once more. This LMP2 battle with XPD and MRP is the closest one. However, XPD there with Ivan Hernandez nearly lost it on that way into that corner, and that is the Sim Vision car of not Barretto, it's the other Sim Vision car, I think, GT3 behind them as well. So yeah, it's they've got about a 1.4 second gap now to MRP. They lost a bit of time going past them GT3s. Car number 228 there, as you can see in the bottom right hand corner of your screen. That is Ferreira from SimVision 2.0. So now I suppose they've got to make the decision. They either push and try and close that gap back up, or they sit back and think, well, let's just go and chill. And I think when this whole thing with endurance racing is in point, you know, that's the whole thing, isn't it? Planning, knowing where you're going to attack, knowing where you're going to save fuel. You know, some of these teams might have sat down throughout the practices this week and tried to work out what sort of strategy they're going to be doing.
Yeah, they will have done, and so it's a little bit about that, but also you've got to adapt to the situation that you find it yourself in as well, which is important. I think now they're going to try and push on the best they can here. Hernandez has had a pretty unlucky lap through traffic. You could call it bad luck, you could call it suboptimal traffic negotiation if you want to, but it depends which way you look at it, really. The last lap time for Hernandez, though, was considerably slower than Martin Ray, 1.6 seconds lost, and that's grown the gap to nearly 2.5 seconds now, so that's all very different, but means we can focus elsewhere. Maniti Racing trying to close down on the GT3 AM leaders. They're just behind one of the GT3 Pro cars, Pablo Ortega, in the 6th place Pro car at the moment. It just shows you how good the AMs are. They're quite a long way through the Pro field at the moment. Yeah,
the likes of Brian Krause, who's taken over the Fury Sim sport car from Cade Middleton, has basically gained 8 overall in the whole GT3 field, 1 in class. So he obviously has started in 2nd and he's moved up to 1st now. And Nick Kirsten's had the car for Trackside Esports, put it on pole position. Unfortunately, dropped down the order and is now fighting his way back through. Simon Van Dijk is in the car for Trackside at the moment and sitting in 3rd place, trying to close down on the Simvision Ferreira. Simvision 2.0, who's driven by Ferreira, but he's got a 14-second gap to try and make up there as well. And for Simon, I think it's just more of a trying to recover back that car to where it was when they qualified from the Preston Nada Nomad team and the Maniti Yellow. Is there any one person who's going to benefit out of this fight? Because obviously for the Maniti Yellows, they don't want to get held up too much because they're already 9 seconds back from Fury.
Yeah, they won't want to be held up, but if Prestana Nomad are doing the same pace as them, then they'll really benefit from the bit of fuel saving here. You can see the Ferrari really closing in, though, very quickly. Will it pull out to the right-hand side or will it lift off? I think that's the Maniti car just feathering the throttle, and now there'll be a bigger lift off towards the corner. And brakes a little bit early to make sure you don't rear-end the BMW. And yeah, there's just a case of sticking behind here at the moment. So last lap was exactly the same almost. 0.02 of a second quicker than Brian Krause was Jan Eikerzanders. So he's running a decent pace. That's what you need to do. You don't need to especially close in that margin with the driver in front of you. You can, at least hold the margin, save that bit of fuel, and Maniti Racing will be relatively happy with this situation. But if the Prestana Nomad car starts losing time for the Fury Simsport Academy car, then Sanders will have to go around and get in front.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the most important thing here. Xanders has got to sort of manage this gap. He's got 9 seconds back at the moment. He doesn't really want to be out to that 10-second window where he was earlier on, even back out at 11 seconds here as well, probably about an hour ago, if not a little bit less than that. So he's got to be looking at whether or not this Prestonada car is slowing him down, whether or not he's got to make the move to try and pull out. As you say, the lap times between Maniti Racing Yellow last time out, 1:45.86, Prestonada 1:45.98. So barely a tenth between them. Even if he gets past him, is he going to be able to make that gap though? Or is he going to be able to pull away when the lap times are so close?
Well, yeah, it's going to be difficult, and we're going to have to see. Now, Xanders pulls to the outside of the BMW, somehow finding extra speed as well, by the way. Normally, when you go up to the high side like that, you find yourself with the longer distance around, and in GT3 racing, or in anything that's not oval racing, you'll lose a bit of time as a result of that, but they've stayed locked side by side through the tri-oval now. It does seem that Xanders wants to go through outside line, and now this is where things get tricky. They start going side by side, they start battling. Xander starts to lose time. It was a personal best from Brian Krause on the last lap. Another 3 attempts lost for Maniti Racing. And now it gets awkward because you can't find a way through on the BMW in front, but while you're trying to find a way through, you're costing both of them time.
Yeah, you definitely are. Back up in the GTP's altitude of 1.5 seconds back here with the hands of Mark Hutchinson. They are closing in at a rapid rate of knots. Last time out for Hutch, he did a 134. Yannick Gerard in the DLR did a 133.89. So not a massive amount of difference, but he is closing slowly. So maybe if the opportunity arises for them, they will look at making that move. But we'll keep an eye on that one here as well. But we'll just keep an eye back on Xanders because of the championship implications this has got for the GT3 AMS here. Fury Simsport nearly got that gap to 10 seconds. Xanders has got to be thinking about trying to make this move. He's got to be trying to say, I don't want to lose any more time. And he's just got to go for it, I think. I don't know if sending it is probably going to be the best way, and I certainly wouldn't be looking at trying to go up the inside here. I would use the straights or the bank, the oval, whatever you want to call them, to basically try and get past him. But he's got to be looking at trying to make it. He's losing time here as well, and he's just going to be sitting back thinking, I need to move this car. But the problem is with that attitude, that stressed attitude of I need to get past, can also result in making incidents and accidents for yourself at the same time.
Oh, that was very nearly awkward. Nearly went below the double yellow line now, but this is getting pretty desperate time for Xanders here. He needs to not panic and needs to either get through here or consider that he's going to stick behind and save fuel. At the moment, he's doing neither. He pulls to the outside again, loses another 1/10 of a second, and he can slowly see that gap slipping away to those in front, and it's making Ortega defend on occasion as well. This is a battle for overall position, of course. It's not really for a place, and you can see it's putting Xanders under pressure. A bit of a slide on the way out of the International Horseshoe, and it's getting a little bit desperate here. He needs to make a choice. Either get through decisively and quickly here, Xanders, or stay behind and take the fuel. Yeah,
definitely. It's got to make a decision now because it is costing him time. It's now back out to 10 seconds. Oliver Konat looks like he's had an incident here as well. In the Bazinga Motorsport car, this is coming down into turn 1. Is this going to lock up on the way in and run off? He is. And a nice half pirouette. And basically makes it back out on track there as well for Oliver Konat. So unfortunately for him, he's not had a great bit at the moment. But there we go. Incidents and accidents do happen. Peaky Drivers LMP2 still being closed down by Cristini from Central Coccio 104. They have come in and pitted there, and they pitted on lap 93. So Cristini is now trying to fight his way back through, obviously trying to chase down that XBD Emerald car.
Yeah, and he did a 24-lap stint actually on that last one, so he's getting himself a little bit closer to that 40-minute mark, but as you can see, we're still not actually there yet, and that's not ideal for them, so they still need quite a few more laps of fuel. They probably need to save a couple more laps, maybe 3 more to be safe over the course of this stint, so a few more 24-lap stints and they would be all right to have the same amount of pit stops as those behind, but almost whatever happens during the remainder of this race, they're going to have a longer final stop, you would say. Well, it depends which way it works, really, but we'll work that out as we go along. As things stand, and if they continue to do that 24-lap stint strategy, then they would prevent themselves from having that extra stop, but they would have a longer final stop, as I said. But if they do go for the extra stop, they'll have a shorter final stop, so it depends which one you think is quicker. Obviously, pitting the least amount of times is going to be quicker. It depends if it's feasible to save the amount of fuel that they will need to here for Central Coccio. Don't think they're too worried about it at the moment, though. There's still a very long way to go to save that fuel.
Yeah, they've still got 9 hours and 20 minutes here as well. Prestonada is how you say our team name. Oh.
Prestanda, yeah.
Right.
Prestanda.
Prestanda.
Prestanda. I've commentated on them a lot, though, so I understand not... it's a bit of a unusual one, but I'm very familiar with them, so it's all right. I've done plenty of commentating on Chris Jadson as well, who I'm not sure is driving today, or not, or whether he's just watching and informing us of stuff. But anyway, he's one of their team members and has been for quite some time as Alessio Bonino makes his way down the inside in towards turn 1. That was a position, actually, wasn't it? Dennis Van Beelen, I think that was.
Yeah,
fourth place for Bonino.
Yeah, fourth in class. It was a swap between them there as well. Zachary Livingood is in the pits for the Lithium Motorsport team, currently sitting 10th in class. But them guys, they are down 3 from where they started this race. So Bonino does make it through. Obviously got caught up in the incident earlier on with Cabano. Missed his teammate by millimetres. It could have been bad for the 221 and the 208 as well. In that very corner, actually, in turn 6. So it was very interesting. And Bonino, I think it was Bernardini at the time driving, did manage to just miss their teammate by millimetres. Zander still in the same position, still behind the BMW and not really making inroads. Silvazzi is at HW Racing, they're in the pits. Nicholas Roda from Bazinga, Vincent Ossermans from Platinum Racing Team Blue, they're in as well for the LMP. So we're getting into that LMP2 window, aren't we? We're expecting it basically about 22 and 20 past the hour every single time here. So these guys are in for their pit stops currently at the moment. So it's going to be interesting to see how this one all pans out here with the LMP2s. But for Zanders, 10.5 seconds now. He's lost 1.5 seconds.
Yeah, he certainly has. 8 tenths of that came on the last lap, by the way. Another personal best from Brian Krause has pulled out the margin even further. And Medici Racing have just got to not panic here. I'm sure they won't. A very experienced endurance racing team. And they will have been in this position before, but Zanders is clearly getting a little bit agitated behind the Prestana Nomad car, and Pablo Ortega doesn't really know whether to defend or whether to let Zanders through at the moment. I don't think either of them is I don't think it really matters for Ortega. I think he's going to run at a very similar pace whichever way round he goes for this. Zanders now pulls to the outside again and is looking for that move. He's not taking the fuel and just sitting there at the moment. He's just looking for a move, although that was the fastest lap of his race so far there for Zanders. You could see when he just made that mistake on that previous lap, allowed a bit of a gap to open to the BMW in front, and then he was just able to accelerate into that gap on that previous lap, and so that sets the fastest lap and actually gains a bit of time on the leader there.
Yeah, he did. He got it back down to 10 point. Well, it was touching 10.3 at one point. It is now back out to 10.4. We've got the Austrian Sim Racers Blue, Porsche, I believe that is, in front of us as well. So driven by Justin Cole, sorry, as well. I'm not entirely sure why that name is completely different to what I've got for his iRacing. Oh, Justin Cole 6 is iRacing name, that was explain it. So they're in Team Upstate GT3s. They're a long way back. They're just trying to finish the race, to be honest, I think, at the moment as well. Maniti still here losing time. Ivan Hernandez from XPD is in. We're expecting Cristini to be able to get past as he's sweeping round turn 12 now here as well to get the job done going past the XPD car. They're still actually in the pit lane and they've only just stopped, and here comes Cristini. He's going to go past and take second place. Martin Ray from MRP is still not pitted currently at the moment. He's one of the few drivers that are not in this pit stop window currently at the moment, and hopefully by that point the MRP car should be making a move probably within the next couple of laps, I would have thought, depending on how he's got on with fuel, but was obviously pushing earlier on to get away from the XPD cars, so generally he could be out of the way as well, unfortunately.
Yeah, looks like it. Very long stint actually from Martin Ray here. He's not been in yet, so yeah, he's going on a very long time, and you can see now the advantage that this strategy is now giving him, because he's got minutes to spare. Maybe even he can even cut out a stop. And by the way, I worked out earlier on that it'll be 18 stops for most of the LMP2s today. If they pit every 40 minutes, that's 18 stops, I believe, by the end of the day. Maybe Martin Ray can cut one out though in the 115 team, because he's done very well so far. Alex Garcia is not too far away from Cristini, and here's Ray. He'll go on for one more, I think, if we're continuing on with 25 laps a stint, because this is now lap 100 for him.
Yeah, he's just gotten through as well. Pitted last time on lap 75, so he's on 25 laps. If he can extend it a little bit more, depending on what he's sitting on within the fuel, that would be an ideal scenario. Maniti have nearly gone past the Prestonada car, and he's on the inside, so he is going to get through, and finally Zanders has got through. However, the gap is out at 11 seconds. And here comes the Prestonada car as well up the inside, leading into this bus stop here. This never normally works when you're going side by side. The backs out there does Ortega, and that now allows Anders to get a run out the bus stop, and he should be able to hold on. But this draft is so strong here, I'll be very impressed to see if he actually can hold on. But that was a much needed move from Zanders. He needed to get past that car.
Well, he needed to do one or the other, and one of those options was to get through, which he's done now. But can he hold on here? Pablo Ortega is going to get alongside him now for Prestanda Nomad, and it's going to be side by side into turn one. I think he's pulled out a bit too early, to be honest, and he's going to hit a wall of air. Zanders is going to defend on the inside line towards turn one, and he's going to have the position on circuit, and I guess overall as well. But another 7 tenths lost on that previous lap. Now he'll be behind another one of the BMWs. Not sure
Octopus
which
Racing.
one this is.
Octopus Racing.
Yep. Correct. And this is a bit different, isn't it? Because it's putting a lap on someone, so this could be a bit easier.
Yeah, it could be. The Octopus Racing got no boot on it at the same time here. But we have also got the LMP car involved in this one. This is Ivan Hernandez. So he's got to be a little bit more sensible trying to weave his way through for the XPD, because they want to actually be in the race and give themselves an opportunity. From Carlos Ruiz's position, he's got no boot on the car. He's had his moments of being involved in incidents. So really, he's lapped down on these guys as well, if I'm not mistaken. Zanders is on lap 92, Carlos Ruiz on 91, so he is a lap down from the leader here as well. So he's got to be obviously looking in his mirrors. He does just kind of almost lift there and allows the Maniti Racing yellow team to take their line, and through they go. 9 hours 12 minutes remaining here as well, 12 minutes away from the pit stop cycle once again in the GT3s. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting top of the hour, I believe.
As long as they can make it there. We're still 12 minutes away from making it to the top of the hour now. The top two in GT3 Pro still out there, but not many of the others have stayed out there so far. 32 lap stints on the most part for those guys up front. I mean, it's difficult to get to the hour here, isn't it? As the two we were just watching battle now come in. 1 and 2 in GT3 AM now come in. They seem to be doing 56 minutes on a stint. That's going to cost them 4 minutes a stint. If there's 12 stints, that costs them 48 minutes over the course of the race. They're going to have to make their final stop with exactly that remaining, I would imagine, in the race. Is it? Yeah, 48 minutes. But that means they'll be making 12 stops instead of the 11, which you'd normally aim for in the GT3s. But especially on iRacing at the moment, it just seems that it's very difficult to get these GT3s to actually go an hour.
Yeah, it's normally something we're sort of more used to seeing, aren't we? Them normally going the top of the hour, but they seem to be, as you say, in that 48, 49 minute mark. Some of these drivers have still got obviously yet to pit. Landers is also coming out here. Doyle's coming out right behind him, and Fury Simsport are up the road. So it looks like Fury Simsport lost a little bit of time. They're over Maniti Racing Yellow. In fact, they've been in the pit lane time about, what's that, 9... What's Sanders got on his pit lane time currently at the moment? And I think they're actually relatively the same. So we'll see how roughly. Roughly. So we'll see how the gap materialises after. But we've got a funny feeling it's not going to really change much here from the 9.4 that it is at the moment. For Fury, they've just got to go around and do what they've got to do and settle back down and get back onto the racing, as Brian Krause is still in the car. So stellar job there. Peaky Drivers now have got 505 right behind them again. Cito Ferreira in the car with Dennis Cho from 505 Endurance is closing in currently at the moment. So it's at that time of the race, I think now, Ewan, where they kind of really need to decide what their system's going to be, isn't it? Haven't they got to start looking through and thinking, well, are we on target? Are we not on target? Are we got to be here? We got to be there? There's a lot they've got to think of.
There is a lot to think about here, and they will know quite clearly where they are in terms of their strategy at this point. Pretty much all of the GT3s who are up there now have been in, apart from Ponta and Bonino, who will be in at the end of this lap. Ponta's just gone over the line, who will probably do one more, but even he is, minutes short of making it to the hour. So they will know the score there in GT3. A little bit more complicated to work out in Prototype because they don't pit on the hour, which is a very round number. And it's a little bit more difficult in LMP2 and GTP, but they can work it out themselves as well. And compared to their pre-race strategies that they will have worked out, they'll know exactly whether they're on target for that or not at this point as well, which is good news for them. They'll be settling into a bit of a rhythm, but the battles are continuing on up and down the field. There's this one for LMP2 honours in 4th place, as the field just generally gets spread out a little bit more in LMP2 now after a very close start.
Yeah, they are. They're a little bit further apart. There's I think it's almost a 2.5 minute gap to Milo Spillman here. He's on lap 100. The leader is on lap 102, so there's a couple of laps almost between them difference as well. But there's a lot of the field that's quite spread out as well. You can see it on the left-hand side there. 221 Grow Racing and Racing Team 208 are the only GT3 pros on the lead lap, and there's only the top 5 in AMS that are on the lead lap as well. And obviously we can see the GTP situation. Altitude now 6.2 seconds back from DLR after getting the gap down to 1.4, I think it was, beforehand. And then there's obviously, you know, a 6-car field, so we're a bit short. We've got João Delgado still making his way through in the Delta Racing, but as you can see, he's 8 laps down. So we are getting a little bit more spread out across the field. Are we expecting the spread to continue throughout the race, do you think? Is that just something that these guys have, unfortunately, the way the race has gone for them, or incidents and accidents have played a big part? You know, because it's not often that we would generally see them quite so far about this earlier on. Are we expecting them to come back together again?
Well, I think we are. This is what we generally see in endurance racing, is that if you think about it as kind of I don't really know how to explain this without a graph, but if you think about one of those graphs that kind of goes, you know, away from the middle, in the middle, and then back towards the centre again. I don't know what I'm trying to explain here, but anyway, everyone goes off on their different strategies at the start, don't they, of these races, and generally by the halfway mark, they get as spread out as they will ever be. So at around the 6-hour mark in what, 3 hours time? Yeah, just over 3 hours time. They'll be about as spread out as they will ever be in this race. And generally over those final 6 hours, they'll close up again. We'll work out who's got the best strategy, who's quite on course for where. We'll have a bit of an idea as to who will pit last, how long that final pit stop will be, or all of that kind of thing. And then during the final of the race, if the positions aren't settled already by strategy and general pace as well, then the battles really commence. You know, well, I'm not saying they've not commenced now, but they're a little bit reserved because you know that it might not matter at the end. But when you are at this point in, you know, 8 hours time or whatever, you know that it will matter quite a lot. So it generally changes towards the end of that race. So yeah, we're getting towards that point where we're going to be more spread out than we've ever been in this race and ever will be. And in this season as well, I suppose, because this is the longest race, isn't it? So that effect is even more dramatic in this race than it has been at the others. But then, yeah, it will close in again later as we work out exactly who is where and which battles actually matter.
Yeah, I think that's going to be one of the things we're going to have to look out for once again. And obviously, it's keeping an eye on the championship battles with Sergio Cotro almost out at 30 seconds. 30 seconds now. So they've pulled out that 30 seconds gap. I'm probably going to think they're probably going to push for a lot more if they can get it, to be honest. But at the hands of Cristini at the moment, he's looking incredibly quick. Last time out, 1:39.66 as well. A little bit slower than the guys behind, but he's still extending that gap once again here as they all start coming back into this traffic kind of situation. Everybody's lap times are going to fluctuate here as well. But there's no kind of real superlatives or words that we can say about Sergio Cotro at the moment. And they've done a stellar job as the season's gone on. They have obviously had the name change earlier at the beginning. You know, they've come into this final round 18 points ahead of XPD. And they're driving out to the point where they've got a 30-second window. You know, if in 2 hours' time that gap's up to 60 seconds, they've almost got a pit stop in hand there. They can almost afford to just keep pushing.
Yeah, they certainly can, and that's maybe what they figured out at the start of the race. Maybe they figured that if we just go absolutely hell for leather from start to finish, then nobody can actually catch us, even if we make extra stops, and maybe we're not on the ideal strategy that will give us the smallest race time, but it will still pay well for us a little bit later at the end of the race. So clearly they've decided that is the strategy to go for, and let's not forget they only need a top 4 at this stage. to take the title, and as things stand, they're nearly a minute ahead of that battle for fourth we were watching not so long ago. So they're in a very good place, but as I mentioned earlier on, one issue in LMP2 will send you into 10th.
Yeah, definitely will. So let's see how they get it. I think it's got to be the same attitude as the altitude boys that are in front of them here as well. Just if you can go for it, go for it. If not, just hang on until you get onto the straights. The straights have surely got to be your friends when you're leading 31 seconds and trying to win a championship at the same time, right? You know, there's no point trying to push past the car in the infield if you're only going to lose a couple of attempts compared to taking him on this long run down into the bus stop. Surely it's all about being able to play, you know, the game and basically be able to drive to your ability and drive to what can and not lose you time, I think, isn't it? Surely I wouldn't be looking at making moves on the infield if I didn't have to.
Yeah, it's all about choosing your moments, I suppose, and Altitude have been that team who have really epitomised that kind of attitude, if you like, all day long. I promise I'm not getting their team name mixed up again, by the way, as I've struggled with through the first half of the season, the entirety of it. But anyway, they've really done well in terms of staying out of trouble for the most part. I do remember one race where they had problems with an accident. Barcelona.
Yeah, they all crashed in, didn't they? There was XPD, Altitude, and the Writer Engineering, I believe. They were all close together, wasn't it? One of them locked up coming out of turn 11, I think it was, and then it all, you know, they all hit each other and it went up in the air. It was quite chaotic, to be honest, at that moment in time.
I don't know. I don't know if I was just not on at the time, but I don't remember that at all.
At Barcelona?
No, I don't remember. Me and you started that race. I don't know if it happened in the second half or not, but I entirely forgotten about that. Because I thought it was earlier on in the season, actually, that Altitude had problems. Maybe I'm thinking of Sebring, actually, but they did recover quite well at Sebring, because they still finished third anyway. That was a very chaotic race in GTP, where I think the LMP2 first and second teams finished second and third overall, because the GTPs had such a difficult day.
Do you not remember Barcelona, though, when they all crashed into each other?
I don't think I do, no. Maybe it would come back to me if I saw it, but no, I don't remember.
Caused the broadcast to have a moment where they sent all the damage through my processor.
That does happen occasionally.
Yeah, sent it through one core and literally killed my processor because it was such a big collision. There was bits flying off the cars all over the place. So there we go. But yeah, they did have their moments in Barcelona. Yannick Gerard's here as well in the DLR orange car. What have you been up to, sir? Coming into turn 7. I've got a funny feeling he's going to put too many beans through the right foot here. And lock up. Does he keep it out? Oh, almost there. But Gerard's. That's going to allow Altitude to close the gap up again. That gap is now down to 1.3. With Mark Hutchinson behind him, chasing down the DLR rotary car. He doesn't want to or can afford to do that again, I think, here, Ewan, is the question, because there they are and there is Altitude. Yeah,
definitely can't afford to do it again, and it's given Mark Hutchinson the real desire to get into the lead now, or the motivation that he needed, if he indeed needed any more, because he set the fastest lap of the race so far on that previous one, 32.9. At 1.3 seconds quicker than the previous lap time, so that's very good news for Mark Hutchinson. He's closing in now, and by the way, just in front of this, Ruben Palazon as well, about to go a lap down for the first time today, despite being in third place. For Palazon, he's now just been lapped, as you can see, by the DLR car, so Octopus Racing now off the lead lap as well. But this is getting quite close now for the race lead. Hutchinson can see it in front of him, and now he's starting to close in as a result as well. Not quite in the slipstream just yet, but he can't be far away.
Yeah, he's definitely not too far back. At the moment, it's 1.2 seconds. Cita Ferreira from Peaky Drivers is still... he's in the pits.
Never mind then.
Never mind. Ferreira still battling away with Dennis Cho, and then we've got Vicente Orozco from the Ingersoll Round here chasing down Alessio Benino from the 208 car. Of course, these guys have already wrapped up the championship here in the GT3 Pros. So a stellar job from them once more, still battling away and finding their... Basically, even after being involved in an incident, they're finding themselves in third place.
Yeah. Absolutely. So that's good news at the moment. Just want to try and work out. Yeah, it's Orozco just behind Bonino at the moment. Yeah, I'm trying to work out what their idea with strategy is here, to be honest, in GT3, because there's some very different ones, even though they're all kind of doing the same thing in some respects, but also not in some respects as well, if that doesn't sound too confusing. It's a battle for third place at the moment, though, and Bonino holding on to it. And I believe, by the way, he's been in the car the entire time, hasn't he, Bonino? I don't know if I've seen anyone else in that car
Bernardini.
So far.
Bernardini was in the car. He opened up.
He was earlier, okay.
Yeah.
But either way, Bonino's in for at least his second stint of this race now, and continuing to run those slightly longer stints, which have served him well so far. 32 lap stints for the most part, but 31 on that last stint, actually. Unlike the 221 team currently leading this race, who have done 32 lap stints the whole way through.
It's a very up and down mixture in GT3s. I'm just looking. Some are pitted on lap 90, 91, 93, with 95 being the racing team 208 here as well, with Luigi Nespolino on 96. So there's a big spread of strategies here, I think, as well. The interesting thing is if the SR Technic car is still running, but they put it down on lap 72. Sergio Ferreira, SR Technic as well, not the Pet team. The other one here is still running, I believe, and he's obviously pitted on lap 83. So Sergio Ferreira Vieira is still running, but he's not pitted as of yet. Once more, Dennis Cho still pitting still battling with Cito Ferreira from the 5-0 for Peaky Drivers behind him. Again, still going for it here throughout the field. This is probably closest battle apart from the Ingersoll Round and Racing Team 208 on track at the moment. We are expecting them to come back together towards the end here, you think?
Well, this is the thing, we don't really know at this stage. As I was explaining earlier on, that we're in that stage of the race where the strategies are spreading people apart, really, rather than closing things in. So it's very hard to tell at this stage. But as I said earlier, the battles when we get there will mean quite a lot, if indeed they are still close at that point. Because there's a long time for things to go wrong, for the field to spread apart for good, and for strategies to take precedent over others. So we've got a long way to find out before we get there. But for now, we can enjoy the battle for what it is between Dennis Cho and Cito Ferreira. I don't know if once again we're going to find ourselves in the situation, though, that the car behind us just saving a bit of fuel, to be honest, because it might not be too beneficial to go through. There's not going to be a chance now anyway, because that GT3 has just prevented there from being a move, I think, on this particular lap. It's given the 505 Endurance team a little bit of room to get away slightly.
Yeah, they have opened up a little bit of a gap here at the same time. So we'll see how this one, whether or not the 505 can come back into it and manage to close the gap back up with them here as well. So let's see how these guys get on once more and see if they're able to basically close that gap back through here again. So let's keep an eye on that situation. Yannick Gerards from DLR is into the pits. That is, where is Brian Loynes? Brian Loynes is going to come past. Gerards is on his way out here. Gerards is up the pit lane. Loynes is coming round the Chris Racing Blue team there, and is he going to be able to make this through? I think DLR should, maybe. It's going to be close. They are literally going to be nose to tail. DLR is on the left-hand side here as well, and Altitude have jumped them. They did jump them this time around, and Altitude now out in front with Brian Loynes behind the wheel.
Well, that was good strategy from Altitude. Well, I say good strategy. It's just kind of where they found themselves on strategy, to be honest. And the fact that they pitted a lap earlier has helped them a bit here. Back down the inside of the Ingersoll car, they're in a real load of traffic at the moment, the GTP leaders. But good outlap there from Loynes, and that's not easy to do either. To come out the pit lane like that, to be on the pace immediately, and so much so that you're on the pace, you're actually overtaking a driver you're battling in the pit stop phase there. That was very, very impressive. Yannick Gerard stays at the wheel again for another stint for DLR, but Brian Loynes has had a flying start to this stint with a really great outlap that has got his team into the lead of this race.
Gaps out 1.4 now as well. So Altitude, if they are going to do it, can do it from the front. They've grabbed the bull by the horns. They've got that GTP hooked up, and they are now leading overall with only three cars, on the lead lap. The Optimus Racing team here from Ruben Palazon has managed to get himself back onto this lead lap. So he is basically still, there's only the 3 GTP cars here with Delta Racing. Magic Arrow, I believe, are out, if I'm not mistaken. I can't see them, so unless Cone Garrett's, no, they are still running, but they're down in 5th place. So it is just Writer Engineering we have lost from the GTPs here once more. But Dennis Cho now trying to get onto the back of Ivan and he's trying to get away from the peaky drivers, Tito Ferreira, who is behind him. And the same situation arising here from Orozco and Bonino from the 208. They're still locked together again here as well. So, yeah, these are the closest battles currently on track.
Yeah, and they're absolutely together on the circuit as well. As you can see in the track map, everybody's on the infield at the moment, it looks like. Well, quite a lot of the field anyway. It's pretty congested, not what you want as a prototype driver, especially not when you're in a battle like we're seeing with 505 Endurance and peaky drivers as well. You might have caught a glimpse of them in the background. Pretty difficult situation to find yourself in, actually, when you're so far back there and just having to battle your way through, as we're seeing there. But out onto the banking again for these guys in this battle. GT3 Pro positions, 3rd overall as well in the GT3s, but I think the fact that we've seen the Ingersoll car staying in this position for so long means that they're just sitting where they are for the moment and maybe saving a bit of fuel. There's a lap car now to negotiate on the exit of the bus stop.
It's going to try and go past the Sergio Ferreira from the SR Technic. He just runs up high, loses a bit of speed, and Orozco goes through, and job done. Dennis Cho here as well on the same part of the circuit as we've just watching that GT3. They are going to go alongside the TR Geeks Energy Lamborghini, I believe, there, and he's just been lapped again. Corey Hockin behind the wheel, sitting 7th in class at the moment. All of these guys rushing in. The 505 does clear the BMW first, and now Cito Ferreira is trying to get through at the same time. He does manage to get through, keeps his pursuit up. Behind that as well, we've got the 134 LMP2. That is Milo Spielman from Lithium Motorsports, had issues earlier on. And that again is Ruben Palazon in the GTP, trying to keep it paced there as well for the Octopus Racing team. So a few cars looking like they're just kind of trying to score points at the end of the season, I think, isn't it? That's probably the best way.
Yeah, I think so. This is, of course, the final round, so that's everything that's, or one of the main things anyway, that's on their mind at this stage. Bit of a gap is just going to open up here, though. Barrera not quite able to get through the traffic as well as he wanted to there, who took into the slipstream one of the GTPs now and maybe gain a bit from that, but the gap will just extend out. Yeah, points are going to be important here, of course. This is the highest or tied highest scoring race of the season, along with the 10-hour. Was that the Sebring race, 10 hours? I can't remember. It was one of the races.
I think so.
So maybe it wasn't Sebring where Altitude had their problems. I was thinking about this earlier on. Well, we were talking about it. There was one race where they had problems. I know everybody did at Sebring, but maybe it wasn't them because they won that race. So anyway, I don't know.
They had bad issues at Barcelona, but then again, Reiter had issues at Barcelona as well. So Sebring was the 10 hours, yes. But Reiter also did have issues at Barcelona as well as Altitude. Both of them, obviously, being closed up. So, let's see how it goes. But, at the end of the day, it's all good fun. They are now and should be champions with a 1.4 second gap.
It should be, because Reiter are out of the race. I haven't actually heard any drivers from Reiter really talking about the incident itself or what's forced them into this situation. Obviously, it was a solo car incident at the bus stop chicane, in case you weren't with us. That spun them into the wall on the right-hand side, which is pretty easy to do. And I think they were clipped by Delta Racing, actually, as well, weren't they? Who had to make a quite lengthy stop as a result of that as well. But unfortunately, Reiter never returned from the pit lane, and they are now out of the race and out of the running for the championship as well. So we had one championship settled before the day. We've had one settled already in the first couple of hours, and we've still got 2 on the line.
Yep, we have, and that is the Central Quattro, who has now got XPD 31 seconds. I just think they're going for it. I've got to be honest. I think Christini has just got his foot down and is trying to do his lap after lap after lap after lap here. He was literally half a second faster than MRP in that last lap as well, 1:37.3 to 1:37.8. So he's definitely just trying to open up the gap. I can't see any other strategy at the moment, I've got to be honest.
Yeah, it does seem that way, as Christini just has to negotiate a bit more traffic through the bus stop chicane. This gap now 16 seconds. I feel like that's come down a little bit actually from Martin Ray. I feel like it was up at 20 seconds early on, or maybe I was imagining things, but I feel like that's come down slightly. It's possible.
It's possible.
Another 23 laps. Another 23 lap stint will see them in at the end of the next lap. So we're about to find out quite where they're going with their strategy here, whether they're just beginning to do some 24 lap stints, which they did on their last stint. But are they going to continue with 23s as they've done all race? We'll find out in a lap's time.
Yeah, maybe they're just trying to pick laps up after lap and bit by bit here as we are on lap 119. That's, of course, the leaders of the GTB. The gap has come down to 8 tenths. There is the DLR from Yannick Gerards chasing down the Altitude boys in front of him currently at the moment. Brian Loynes is there at the top part of your picture. Again, as I said, they are going to go for the win, but they're going to do it sensibly and not do anything crazy. So hopefully from their point of view, they will be able to be all right. I don't doubt that they're not going to finish the race. You know, I think they're going to be doing an absolutely stellar job. But let's see what happens with these guys as the gap starts coming down. Was below a second, now out at 1.1. DLR Rotary Industry Orange here as well. Don't forget, guys, if there's any drivers around and they do want to pop in chat and have a conversation with us, then you can come and jump in the interview waiting room here as well. I will be hopping out in the next sort of few minutes or so, and Biggles will be joining Mr. O'Leary into the booth here, and it will be Biggles and Ewan for an hour, and then I will be back once again after on that one. So you get to enjoy the sultry tones of the Australian in the booth here as well. But let's see how this one pans out for the next 8 hours and 46 minutes. DLR still closing down on Altitude. Ingersoll Rand still battling out with Racing Team 2A and not giving up yet either. Still going for it. But it is the leaders of this race that we are going to be looking at with Yannick Gerards and Brian Loynes. 6 tenths at the moment here, Ewan.
Yeah, not a big gap between the leading 2 right now. Loynes has held on to this lead early on. A really good outlap from him, but I don't think he's quite as quick as Gerard's actually, as this pace sort of flattens out. Let's see what the lap times were. Really fast on that last lap, actually, but another couple of attempts taken from Gerard's, and now there's a real fight on for the lead here between these 2 teams. Altitude not going to be risking anything crazy for this win here. DLR are going to be going for this with everything they've got, because it's pretty much all that they can aim for here today. I mean, most of the teams around them in the championship are not actually here. They'll probably get ahead of Racer and Simtech anyway. They might get over Delta Racing, but there's not a lot that they can do about that. So they haven't really got championship points to fight for. The only thing they can aim for is a race win. So they're going to be a lot more eager for this, maybe, than Altitude are. And that's given the situation that we are in right now. We're not even a third of the way through this race just yet, and we're still nose to tail for the lead, which is encouraging.
It is. It puts us in a good stead for the rest of the race, and hopefully we should see these guys battling it out here as well. So hopefully they will be able to do a great job here as well, and see how they get on there as well. I believe we've got Mr. Dean Biggles into the booth. Good afternoon, Mr. Biggles. How are you, sir?
Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
Yeah.
Yes, okay. Thank you, James. Hello.
Hello. How are you?
Good, my friend. Good, my friend. Definitely back to be enjoying some more of the PEC series, and this time around, of course, it's Daytona. And 3 hours and 15 minutes into this race, James. We're still 8 hours and 45 minutes to go.
Yeah, we've still got a long old time. On that moment then, guys, I will be hopping out of the booth while you guys look at the leaders of the GTPs, and I will be back in an hour once I've probably gone and got some food and stuff like that. So for now, over to you guys, and enjoy yourselves.
Thanks very much, James. We'll be back with James before too long, but welcome in, Biggles. It's good to have you with us at this stage in the race. We're very much in the midpoint, really, but doesn't mean we're without battles. We've got on for the race lead at the moment, which is fantastic to see.
The midpoint, about a quarter or something like that, isn't it? I think 4 hours down. Yeah, 12 hours.
Not the exact middle, is it?
Yes,
but we're in the middle few hours, I suppose. Where traditionally things just quieten up a little bit, but so far that's not been the case. We're still enjoying a leading battle between the front two, which is great to see right now. And it's still Brian Loynes leading the way ahead of Yannick Gerards. But we're at Daytona for the final race of the season. We see a lot of this circuit at the start of the calendar year, but it's good to get a bit of it in the summer, which we don't see too often.
Just having a look too at the battle that's currently fourth in the GT3 Pros, currently between these two drivers. That's Bonito and Ozekro, I think it is. Sorry if I'm a bit of a butcher on those names there, but you might have that one. Vincent. Both the BMWs.
That's about the conclusion we reached with the names as well. Alessio Bonino, Vincent Orozco, something like that. Apologies if we're getting them wrong. But it's been going on there a while actually. It's the kind of situation we find ourselves in quite often really with this race. Do you want to battle? Do you want to save fuel instead? Just I believe the Bazinga Motorsport car may have had problems there.
They did. They just had a bit of a spinneroo. That's what we just caught at the end of it as well, watching those GT3s battle it out. Saw a bit of puff of smoke on the outside there, and that's exactly the reason as to why. She mentioned there, it's pretty close still at the top of the timesheets between those two drivers, as she had mentioned here. Running it out for your P1 and P2, the Altitudes esports team versus the Rotary Industry Orange. Seen that all season long. We're seeing it once again. Brian piloting that machine and Yannick piloting this machine right here for the Orange machine, no doubt, the Dutch Army.
A bit of black and orange on the car here for the Dutch people watching, I guess, and participating. He's still very close to Brian Loynes, who's been just ahead of him slightly for the past it's been quite a while now actually. 20 minutes maybe. This battle has been going on, but no positional changes. I think Gerards has genuinely been trying to make a move here, but it just hasn't happened for him so far. And Loynes is just holding on to that lead for the moment. Over the line for the end of another lap. 123 complete and another tenth of a second closed in, as the leaders now will have to negotiate quite a lot of traffic on the infield this lap.
Yeah, that's always the tricky part, making your way into that infield and hoping that everybody's going to be where they need to be. In fact, you're looking to the GT3 that actually gets out of the way. They don't have to, Polite thing is to do it, but also stay on your racing line and force everybody else around the hard way. And you know that if you're leading a race generally, you don't want to be getting involved with all the other cars on track. You want to race your own thing at the moment. You can see they held up a little bit by the 115 machine. That's not who they're battling that we're looking at the moment. That's not who Yannick is battling, and there it is. Gets him on the exit as they take the... as they come back down there. Almost coming back in a little bit earlier. Yannick made a little bit of a mistake there right now. You might have a little bit of a tango there. Brian, a little bit more of a breathing space, as you can see currently your pitches right there now up to 1.7.
Yeah, and it's got to be a bit frustrating, isn't it, as we go on board here with Gerards. It's got to be a bit frustrating because for Gerards in particular, because it's you find yourself getting close, and then you end up in a situation where you find a bit of traffic, then the gap gets split apart again, and you've got to do that closing all over again. You do reach some points in this race where you think all of the traffic is against you, trying to get in your way, and it's not getting in your rival's way whatsoever, and that's got to be very, very frustrating indeed. But Gerard's got to just realise here that we're still a very long way from the finish, and it's not ultra important to be leading right now, although it's only natural for him to want to lead even at this stage, even if it doesn't actually matter. It's very natural for him to want to lead.
Yeah, I believe as well, too. It just comes down to a certain driver style. Like, do you like to be the driver that's leading, setting the benchmark? Do you like to be the one chasing him? At this point, I wouldn't mind being a driver, chasing him in the Dutch armies. We just read out there in the chat. The Ink Cyclist, he says Albert Bream. The Dutch Army, it is. He's confirming that one. I presume you're driving in that motor vehicle, my friend. But pushing, you got to be pushing, and then you're pushing the Altitude Esports machine up the road there. You can see 2 seconds. As long as you don't drop too much to them, you're still comfortable. You still know, hey, you've got plenty of time to go, haven't you? You got 8 hours and 40 minutes to go. Just seeing how you can probably even energy fuel situation, lap times, and that sort of jazz. Some of the drivers making their pit stops. So far, so good. That's pretty much one of the action. The other action back on track is still between both of these driving teams that we see have a bit of a switcheroo between them. That's the 215, and just ahead of them is the 208 right there next to them, actually, not just ahead. Oh, bit of contact too, isn't it, going into turn 1?
And yeah, change of position then. Bonino finally displaced from that 3rd position that he's been holding for so long, and now is going to have to do the work to try and come back through again, but didn't look particularly ideal by the sounds of it. So yeah, dropping back to 4th place, and yeah, good gap already, nearly a second, but a bit of a surprise as they go over the line, the two of them. 47.0, which is a little bit slower than where Bonino's been for most of this race. That was the pole sitting car earlier on as well, let's not forget, the 208. The championship winners, we already know, 57 points ahead of 2nd place, which is more than the 40 points you get from winning this race. So they know that they are, or knew, I should say, that they were going to be champions at the start of the day. Just also on a victory lap for 12 hours here today, but they'd like to win one more race, I suppose.
Of course, drivers always want to win it. As much as they possibly can. Some of the other drivers are boxing at the moment. It looks like quite a bit of them from the LMP2 cars. Dennis is in at the moment. Oliver for the Bazinga. So that's 505 Endurance. Bazinga Motorsports there. And the Carbonetto Esports Black are also into the old pit road, in and out, of course, for their scheduled stops. And this team at the moment, let's go up there and find them. There it is, Martin Ray. So the Spaniard team still in control of the MRP Fields Academy of the LMP2 class. An 18-second gap. So it's not an overall fantastic gap that you want to have. You want to actually be a couple of laps over your competitors, aren't you? But as you can see at the moment, they still have. You got 2nd and 3rd and 4th. The picky drivers are still just hanging on to that lead lap, barring all the pit stops as well. So you'll be able to confirm me a little bit more about that one there, Ewan. I've joined in a little late on that one, so the whole pit stop strategy is not absolutely got in my head or in my notes written down.
It's it's not always clear, is it either? To be fair, but yes, at this stage, what are we? 3 hours 25 in, so we should be seeing the LMP2s coming in at this stage in the race, and that's all normal. Christini has already made his pit stop and is nearly 40 seconds from the lead now in the LMP2 field. Martin Ray and Ivan Hernandez do stay out generally for quite a long time. And by the way, the top 3 drivers, or the drivers of the top 3 teams at the moment in that category have all been in their respective cars for quite some time now. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see a driver change pretty soon, but pit stops will certainly be happening relatively soon. We'll see that relatively every 40 minutes in the LMP2 category. Should all be in imminently, really. Martin Ray is just making his way towards the start-finish line right now. Maybe he'll be pulling into the pit lane on this very lap.
See how that pans out. Welcome, everybody. Hope you're enjoying the 12 Hours of Daytona, presented by the Prins Barbecue Pits. we're in the first part of it, of course. We'll be switching over to the second part of it a little bit later on into this one, as we have to split up the streams. 128 laps we've done so far. Just a bit of a recap there, Ewan, of anything that's happened, any major dramas that have happened in the first 3.5 hours of this race?
Well, yeah, I'll try and recap it as best as possible for the opening of this race, just to give a bit of an idea as to what's been going on so far. In GTP, we, of course, had that fascinating situation with Altitude Esports and Writer Engineering heading into today. The two of them only separated by 10 points, and both of the teams knew that a race win would give them the title of today. That's not been able to happen for Writer Engineering, unfortunately, because they had an accident earlier on in the race. They spun out the bus stop chicane, they hit the wall very hard, and after 30 minutes of attempting to repair that car, they retired from the race. So Altitude now know that they'll be champions there, and they are sort of staying where they are in the race as a result. In the well, yeah, I don't really know how to say it. In the order, they're pushing for the win, of course, but they're not going absolutely hell for leather for it, if that makes sense. In LMP2, it's all about Centro Quattro, who are trying to win the title there. They have to do it with a top 4, and at the moment they are leading, or they're net leading anyway. I know they're not leading the race right now, but they will be at the end of this pit stop phase. Gianpaolo Filippo now at the wheel there. Oh, Gianpaolo Filippo Cristini still at the wheel there, I should say. LMP2 has actually seen fairly little drama. It's more the strategy that we've been talking about throughout the race so far, but no real singular moments of high drama there. And in GT3 Pro, we've already got a champion, of course, but we saw a great battle between the two racing team cars, the 221 and the 208, along with the 222, the Carbonell Esports Mercedes, that unfortunately had to retire from the race in the opening couple of hours, despite really taking it to those first two cars. That was a big shame for them. And then back in GT3 AM, we've got the battle between Fury Simsport and Maniti Racing. They are basically tied on points going into today's race. It means that whoever finishes ahead of the other will win the title. And so far, they've been running relatively cleanly, 9 seconds apart as things stand. So it's looking pretty good there. We've had moments of particular high drama, but in some categories, it's just been about getting this race off to a clean start, as you'd imagine.
Thank you very much for that. This is the Fury Sim Sports Academy car at the moment. GT3 AMs, GT3 Pros, and the LMP2s, and the hypercars, I like to call it, for the GDPs. No problem. So, Martin has finally gone into the pit stops there for the leader, Martin Bray, for the MRP Fields Academy. They've gone in for their scheduled pit stop, as we mentioned there before. And that will lead this car at the moment of Centro Quattro. Quattro. So I know Quattro in Espanol, Italiano, it's a little bit different. It is. That just basically means 104, doesn't it? That's exactly what that means.
That is 104 in Italian.
Yep.
I don't know any Italian, but I do know that. I could work that out even, based on what it looks like. They were part of another team earlier on in the season, but unfortunately that team is no longer in the world of sim racing, unfortunately. So that's why you see the Centro Quattro 104 team named like they are, and the 221 and the 208 named just Racing Team, because the team they were previously part of, the Leo Racing Team, is unfortunately no longer a team in the world of sim racing. So that's a shame for them. But it's good to see that the members have actually stuck together, and they still participate as a team, I suppose, in these races, and they're continuing to contest for 2 PEC championships in one season, which is fantastic news for them.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so you mentioned about the Leo Racing Team, that's right. So that's different about Pel Shacked on that one, did it?
Apparently so, yeah. Just I don't think there was any drama with it. It just ended, unfortunately. It's a shame.
Well, long season, hasn't it been? We're talking about long season of, many hours, 6 hours of racing, 8 hours, 10 hours, 4 hours, Daytona, 12 hours. That's a lot of work to do, isn't it, as a team to put together. And it's got to be very, very rewarding, as you'd mentioned, there for some of the teams that have already wrapped up their championships in their relative classes. Big smile on their face to say, you know, we put a lot of work in over the season. A lot of hours, a lot of hours of driving and performing to the best. And you're going to have those moments, don't you, where you've had those races where you're just like, you know, first lap incidents and stuff like that. You've just never been able to recover. That's just, you're going to write one of those races off. Then you bounce back even stronger. That's how you finish at the end of the season, and it's how you perform well as a team, lose well as a team. But at the end of the day, you've got to always be happy if you can get yourself in the top 3 results for the whole season. That's going to smile on your face. Not everybody can win it, but certainly in endurance races, to get yourself in a higher position, as I said, like a podium at the end of the season, that's a big pat on the back for most of the teams and drivers.
Yeah. Yeah, so 6 rounds doesn't seem like a long time, does it really? Or a long season. But it is in terms of hours. 46 hours of racing this season. So it's a very long way around it. And a lot of driving to do as well. But that's all part of the thing. Platinum Endurance Championship, it is in the name. And it's been a good season of racing, I've got to say. It has been enjoyable. A number of really great championships. Unfortunately, the GTP Championship battle towards the end is not going to be one to look out for too much, but the battle for this race win is going to be good. Brian Loynes versus Yannick Gerards at the moment, 1 and 2. 2 and a bit seconds between them, 2.3 seconds between 1 and 2 at the moment. Still just under 8.5 hours to go. There's Gerards on the banking at the moment. Clouds just coming over a little bit at this stage in the afternoon. I'm sure it will get dark a little bit later on here at Daytona. Although I don't know that, but I've very rarely seen endurance races at Daytona where some period of darkness is not fitted into the schedule. But at the moment, it's certainly still daylight conditions out there. As you can see, 28 ambient, 38 on the road. That's pretty comfortable, actually, especially for summer down in Florida where it can get quite warm. Track temperature's not got out of control there, and that will be pleasing for the tyres, which never really get a pounding round here anyway.
43% humidity is quite nice, actually, considering you are in the tropics, essentially, in as Florida, of course, the humidity. I know for a fact that just further down here in Panama, the humidity is generally around a 70 to 80%, so that's very comfortable, considering, as we've just got riding on board with your hypercar that's running in P2, and there's a little bit of a mistake, but thankfully you'd have to say not too bad to keep it out of the fence, and that's always a good sign. No damage.
Yeah, no damage at least, but a big mistake there that's cost him, you know, it's increased that gap by about 6 times what it previously was. More than 11 seconds now between 1 and 2. That is not great news for DLR. And that's a lot of work for Yannick Gerards to do as well, but it's an easy mistake to make. It's one of the characteristics of Daytona on the infield, especially into the West Horseshoe and the International Horseshoe, where Gerards just went off. You can find yourself off in the grass very easily, and once you're onto there, it's not like old school iRacing where you could correct that mistake very quickly, and the grass would almost not affect you at all. It really does affect you. This is the moment again. It just breaks that little bit too late.
Yeah, I can see that just in the cars. Just see the fronts locked up, and that's just a slide lifting off the accelerator. This is in quarter speed. Just let it roll, let the momentum go. You're still stopping it, of course. Maybe a little bit of lift and brake on that one too, kind of like creating your own ABS, essentially. But either way, very smart to keep it off out of the fence more than anything, and that's gives them the opportunity to live to see the other day, especially with so much racing to go. You certainly no chance at all of doing anything about it. Now you want to take the race winner away, of course, from the Altitude Esports, even though they won't get the championship at the end of the season, as you mentioned. But one thing is that they can take that bragging rights away, at least to look for another day, perhaps in the future. There, say, all right, boys, we're going to bring it to you next season. We'll see. They got to be one. Looks like there might have been a bit of a crash here, and this is driver currently in P7 in the pro class. Now, whether that's a crash or not, that's just a little bit of an incident. Let's keep an eye here on Federator for the Sim Vision. Yeah. Now, got to get off the racing line. Think about that one. Just a little bit too much on the greedy pedal.
Maybe.
Yeah.
It looked like mid-corner speed there was maybe a bit too high. The BMW clearly is quite on the edge there over the bumps, and it is a very bumpy entrance, but also a really important corner as well to get up to speed from turn 6 there, because it means that your run all the way to the bus stop chicane down here is affected as well. So that's why it's so important. This is the corner, of course, where Brian Krause currently finds himself. Been in this car for a couple of hours now, not far away from a pit stop where surely he'll be exiting the car for the first time today.
This is the one thing too I wanted to mention that you. Sorry, go ahead. Continue.
Go on. No, you
Well,
go on, I was finishing up.
Well, it's all right, just because Brian just put the fastest lap in before, where Yannick had that little bit of a moment. So, do you think that maybe they pushed that car because the altitude car pushed it a little bit too much? It actually threw them off the Rotary Industry Orange team trying to keep up with that pace. I don't know. It just seems that when somebody puts the fastest lap in, you make a little bit of a mistake. Maybe I'm just overthinking that.
It's possible, to be honest. It's a very fast pace that Loynes is setting up now. I mentioned earlier on that his outlet was really good at Loynes, and that's what's got them into the lead. But wasn't quite able to continue to apply that pressure onto DLR. But if he started to do that, then yeah, it could be a reason for that spin, to be honest. One that I hadn't thought of, but it could well have been the case. Although, yeah, we may well be overthinking it. Sometimes we do that in the commentary box because we've got so much time to think about these kind of things. We overthink it compared to what these drivers are doing, when sometimes it's just as simple as they are driving as fast as they can for as long as they can, and that's really all there is to it. But we can think around something a little bit more imaginative than that. It's possible that the pressure will have just affected him there, but it's something you've got to deal with as a driver, really, and wasn't able to on that occasion. 11.5 seconds is the gap between 1 and 2. Thankfully, in GT3 AM and GT3 Pro, actually, the gaps are a lot smaller. It's 9.5 for Brian Krause on your screen right now, and only 4 seconds for the 221 car currently in the lead of GT3 Pro.
That's exactly what you like to see. That's fantastic racing. Now it's just getting your head down and basically bring it home. Well, do your best that you can for your driver stint and see it pans out, obviously, for the rest of your drivers. That's one thing that you get in endurance racing, is because you're not the only pilot in the machine. You're also probably having a little bit of a break, stretching your legs, going to the bathroom, maybe getting something snack to eat or whatever, and then jitting yourself back in front of your screen, your computer, etc. like that, and then getting on there and cheering your team on. Of course, you've also got another driver in the team or two that may be very well doing their spotting. So in case you are new to endurance racing in general, you generally always have a spotter, somebody on the team, maybe even somebody who's not driving on the team, but we'll be there kind of giving you a nice look out there. Make sure they relay the information to you. How's your fuel situation? How's your tires? Communicating to the drivers, so you would have real racing engineers out there. Also, cases like this, when they're approaching traffic, and they're also traffic behind them, you can see you got a hypercar, you got LMP2 cars behind them as well too, so they get a bit basically aware. They're trying to tell Brian that we're looking at the moment, this is the situation. So see what you can do about the car up the road. If you can't do anything about the car up the road, then we can remember to allow these cars through as best as you possibly can, as safely. And you got to try to do all that, remember, without trying to throw your driver off. Some of the drivers don't mind you communicating to them, letting them know. Some of the drivers, if you like Kimi Räikkönen, will say, "Shut the, I know what I'm doing."
Wow, that was very well. That was very well timed.
Do it quite often, my friend. But yeah, exactly that kind of situation. So it just depends on how you are as a race driver. But your team, generally 99.9% of the time, is very, very crucial in allowing that. Also, for those incidents that occur up the road too, they give you a little bit of indication. No, we don't see it because we're only looking at his car from this angle. But maybe somebody has a spin up the road in one of the corners. You got to let your driver know immediately how to react to that as quickly as possible. It's an endurance race. You don't want to be having to T-bone somebody or meatballs and things like that some of the drivers used to as references.
Well,
call it that.
I don't know how much driving you've done, Bills, in a professional, well, not what's it called, league racing, I guess, kind of sense. But were you one of those drivers that preferred information or not?
I would, yes, yeah. Because I used to engineer some drivers in the Formula One, kind of back in the Formula One game days when the Formula One game was better. So I'd have all the analytics and all that sort of jazz, so I'd be drivers know what they're doing. doing some practice sessions so know what they'd be able to do on the medium tires, know what they'll be able to do on the hard tires and all that sort of jazz and the different fuel racing situations. So as a race driver, I would love that information. Of course, don't talk to drivers when they're in corners, things like that. Only talk to drivers when they're in straights.
You say that, but from the other side of things, I always like the information to come, and even if it was delivered through the corners, like I didn't really mind. I find that I would drive a lot better if I was on autopilot than if I was actually thinking about it too much. And so, yeah, I liked all the information, and even delivered through the corners, that was absolutely fine by me. But you do certainly get those drivers who don't want to be talked to about anything. They just want to focus on the driving. And you've got to find that balance, really, because in some respects, a driver does need to know some things, like otherwise they'll just keep going round and round and round until they run out of fuel, and that's no good for anyone. But you do also need to strike that balance of how much information do they actually need here? Do they really need to know the gap to the car in front? If they can actually see them on the road in front, can't they just work that out for themselves? They've got a relative as well. Do we need to tell them these kind of things? All these things you've got to kind of weigh up as you go along, but especially in an endurance sense, I think there's a lot more ability to. I know obviously, and I used to do a lot of driving on the F1 games as well. Racing is a bit more short and sharp in that respect, but in an endurance sense, you've got so long. You could be talking about anything at some points in the race. If your driver's comfortable with that, and that's what I like about endurance racing, especially from the driving aspect, is that you can afford to have those kind of moments where you're just having that conversation with the team. You're not fully focused on the driving, I suppose, but you're just taking a bit of a back seat as far as that's concerned, and you're just getting the information, you're just chatting along, and you're just driving along on autopilot, really. And that's what I quite like about the endurance racing aspect, as opposed to the shorter racing that you get elsewhere.
I've actually found that, going back to the Formula 1 days, that I'd have actually, if I was engineering a driver during racing stuff, I'd actually have the driver turn all the information off the screen so they could not see where they're placed. They'd only have the information that's available on the steering wheel, that's it. Just like you would in the real world. So we created that in the real world situation. That way the driver had to completely rely on the engineer to let them know where their placement was and stuff. But you get some of the information on the steering wheel, but not a lot. So if they wanted to ask about when's the best time for the pit stops and all that sort of jazz, they wanted to rely on me. They wanted to know what their positions were. They had to rely on me. They knew the cars were around them, but they wouldn't know the gap to leaders necessarily and all that jazz that would come up on the racing screen. So I found that the drivers raced 10 times better, quicker, when they didn't have that information, because that way they're not distracted by it and they're focusing on their own race. But then once again, that depends on certain type of drivers, doesn't it? Like people like Jarno Opmeer and professional esports drivers, they don't need an engineer. They're perfectly fine to handle that by themselves. So it doesn't necessarily mean you got to be the quickest driver on the planet. It's just how you like to handle it. I just found it was, to me, some of the drivers that I was engineering were quicker. They didn't have that information. Thomas out there said, I'm more of a Kimmy in that respect. So there you go, Thomas. So Thomas likes it when the engineers shut the there you go, Thomas, and let you drive.
Oh yeah, let us know.
Goes in.
Let us know in the YouTube chat which one you are, whether you like the information coming through or not. We can get a bit of a discussion about that. But yeah, I remember one endurance series I used to do. It was also a 12-hour race at Daytona at the time, actually, when this happened, which is a bizarre coincidence that I've brought it up now. But it was one race in particular. There were three of us. One of our teammates really hated it. Was very much a Kimmy in that respect, and didn't like any information at all. But me, alongside another teammate of mine, we both liked the information. And while the other driver was in there, because we couldn't actually resist giving information, we actually got out of the same voice chat and went into a different one, just so we would be able to talk between ourselves when we weren't driving, but not to distract the driver who was actually driving at the time. So that's a bizarre mix. It is something you have to think about when you form part of a team. You've got to know these kind of things about your teammates and make sure that you're not distracting people who don't want to be distracted, but also that you're talking to people who want to be talked to.
You're exactly right on that one. But then there's different racing leagues, endurance racing stuff, and then we had we also broadcast the beer racing league that you and I generally do, right, my friend, as you're aware of, and they're all in the same chat at once when they're driving. Of course, that's a different racing experience, different racing league on that one, but that has everybody in the same VC, and you're racing against those drivers. So they just like doing that sort of stuff. But in this sort of serious competition level that you are here, you couldn't imagine all these drivers all in the same chat together at once. That'd get a bit chaotic, as you would imagine.
Well, it get a bit feisty from time to time as well if there's an incident.
And they'd be here too, wouldn't they? Like, oh, we're going to box now, so the other team would know exactly
Well,
if you're going to
that's
be boxing.
true as well, actually. I hadn't thought about it like that, but yeah.
How's your tyres? How's your fuel? Everybody's listening and making notes. Of course. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, I'll just note that down. Yeah, it's a very different prospect as we see Alessio Bonino here on the back of the second place driver, Gil Alfonso. Bonino yet to come in, by the way, the 211.
Well, the teammates going past there as well, too. I think they are teammates, so they're different classes, but they're going to work together here. Could they? There is a possibility. You see how they backed off a little bit around the outside there for the LMP2? And I'm just thinking if they can.
Now, here we go. Here we go. So Bonino can take the tighter line now, and now he can get alongside. If you've got the inside line through the oval here, you're more than likely through, because it's a longer way around if you're up top here. I know it works in oval racing, but that's very different. It's GT3 racing, endurance racing, and the racing team have got up into second, possibly using their teammates a little bit there, as you saw, the race-leading LMP2s to get up into second place in GT3.
I think so. I think it did help them a little bit. I honestly did, because if you look at the speed difference that they were carrying through that LMP2, it should have been all the way through. Now, it's perfectly legal. There was no blocking or anything like that, because the reason why they did have to get out of the way too for the LMP2 is that Hypercar was coming through. They couldn't be affording to hold them up too much any longer. But perhaps whatever it is, it worked, because now the 208 racing team is ahead with a little bit of a gap further back. Moment too, there was a bit of action brewing up. Well, they're heading the pit road anyway. So was all that worth it? I guess every second helps, doesn't it?
Yeah, certainly. As we see team down pit lane, Magic Arrow making their way through on the 8th placed GT3 car at the moment. But yeah, that slightly ruins our battle just for now, with Bonino into the pit lane, but still not making it to the hour mark, let's not forget, and that's what you ideally want in GT3. We've not seen that all day from anyone though, unfortunately, and so that means that we're not going to see them up there for a while. Back to LMP2, where there's a bit of a battle for 7th place going on right now. Wasn't expecting this to crop up actually, but Oliver Cunner is not far in front of Vincent Assums at the moment, and that's the battle for 7th place in the race. Also a fight with regards to points as well, because they're only separated by 22 points going into today. Platinum Racing Team Blue looking to hold on to 3rd in the team's standings by the end of the day.
Loving it. They're pouring into a nice battle course, bit of traffic there. Well, there's going to be traffic everywhere at this point of the race, and clearly gets out of the way. That's the GT3 cars. Now in the middle of the GT3 cars is Vincent, but should be able to clear it definitely here, because you can see the exit speed you're going to have on the banking elevation at Daytona. Go up against the wall, as you said. The high line is not a bad line to go if you were looking at bump drafting, as he would be doing obviously in NASCAR and IndyCar. Not here, unless you're all equal paced. Yeah, see how bumpy the cars get there through there as well too. You know if you get it all pear-shaped on the exit of that corner there, you're straight into that fence, practically where the Daytona's written on the side of the tech barriers, aren't they? They're called
Safer barriers? Yeah, I don't really know what the specific name for
them is. See that little
but
gap that they have between that barrier and the very outside concrete wall? That's it there, that it helps absorb the high G force impact that you would crash. Nothing you have to worry about. The virtual world, apart from your force feedback steering wheel that you have, might yank your hands around a little bit.
Yeah, but be careful. Broken wrists, haven't you, in those situations? Which, well, I don't say not uncommon, because that makes it sound like they happen all the time, but they really don't. But yeah, if you've got a direct drive wheel,
I've seen drivers spring their sprain their fingers from that.
Fingers, yeah. It's because some wheels, especially, you kind of put your finger almost sort of not inside the steering wheel, but you know what I mean. It can get ripped around due to where your hands are. If there's sort of a lot of stuff around it, especially if you've got, it might not be so common in this series actually, because it's more common in a wheel that actually isn't actually circular, one of those sort of F1 style wheels, which maybe you wouldn't see so commonly in this championship, even though the prototypes would have that. Well, all of the cars actually would have that kind of steering wheel, wouldn't they? A non-circular one, but even so, the drivers may well do. And yeah, you can certainly do some damage to yourself if you're not careful. As the race leader overall, by the way, coming to the pit lane, DLR are now down pit lane at Altitude Esports, looking to retake that lead as they make their way just on the back straight right now. It's still Brian Loynes at the wheel to take over from DLR back to where they were before. Albert Prim, who was in our YouTube chat earlier on chatting to us, is now returned behind the wheel of that car.
You were correct on that one. He's in the pit road right there, as you'd mentioned, and here is Brian for the Altitude Esports, the victors of the GTP Hypercar Series. Himself, Tom, I believe, Hutch as well, Mr. Hutchison, all the familiar crew that I like to pick on. Had picked,
nice.
Brian, little bit of a lock up on the marbles, safely keeps out of it. This is a second time around now, my friend, commentating cursing, commentating coincidence that's kicking in since sort of taking over the broadcast at the moment. Well, James gets a little bit of a breather.
Depends whether you think it's commentating coincidence or commentating curse. That's a debate in itself.
Yeah, one of our other casters, of course, likes to call only a coincidence and not a curse. I think that's trying to remember what that is for a second now.
Well, I think quite a lot of people are of that opinion, actually. It's just a coincidence, but I don't know. Yeah, there might be something to it. You might notice that.
Yeah.
Sorry, go on.
No, you're right.
I've just mentioned the gap has come down a little bit between the top two. It was up at 12 seconds when Gerard's made that bit of a mistake, if you remember, the International Horseshoe, but it's down to 9 seconds now due to good work on the in-laps there, and now Albert Prim's got to get up to speed pretty quickly if he wants to try and close in on that lead. I think it's going to be a good battle between these two teams over the remaining 8 hours of this race, because it's been close between them so far. That could be a slowdown, though. Yes, it is. Look at the way he's shifting through the gears. He's already in 7th.
This is what I had to talk about as well, too, as you mentioned about those steering wheels. You can see currently where your thumbs are located in the steering wheels, depending on whether you have the same steering wheel or not. Probably not say exact same as this one, but you can get steering wheels that are very, very similar. I know you'd imagine where your thumbs are. But you can also get, now, a lot of road cars, real-life road cars, you can get your Fanatec stuff. They actually do run the Fanatec wheels. Oh, look at this lifting you have to do through here too to get past the GT3.
If you go on board with one of the GT3 BMWs, then you'll be able to see one of the wheels that you can actually buy in real life from
like this one.
Fanatec. There's a sponsorship. You can buy that in real life, and that's exactly what they use in real life as well. So that's it must be good for a driver trying to get used to a BMW GT3 before actually driving it in real life as well, if you've already got a handle on the steering wheel and somewhat how the car behaves as well.
I love the rotating aspects you can see just above the thumb there. So that's your little wheel, your rotating knob kind of thing there that you could use, obviously, for how you want to configure that one. It might be a little bit of toe, might be it could even be brake balance adjustment. I'm not quite sure, but I guess you set that up as whatever you want. It's pretty interesting, isn't it? Looks like a nice steering wheel. Of course, Fanatec's really getting into a lot of that stuff, aren't they, for motorsport steering wheels now? Very Williams-esque, like this one, isn't it? Not putting information on the steering wheel and having it on that dash above the steering wheel. That's the word. And Williams is the only motorsports F1 team that does that. The rest of it's on the steering wheel itself.
I'm not sure it really makes a difference personally, because you might be wondering how does it help, but if you think about it, you're only ever going to read that information when you're on the straight anyway, and so if it's on the steering wheel, then your steering wheel is going to be straight and you can still read it on a straight. But also, when it's not on the wheel, your steering wheel will also be straight, and while it does get blocked as you turn and you can't read the information, you're never going to read that information in a turn anyway, so it doesn't really matter, in my opinion. It's more of an aesthetic thing, although there's maybe some complicated technological reasons why they're placed as they are. I'm not entirely sure why Williams are the only F1 team to do that, and BMW one of the teams who put information on the dashboard. Oh, that's a little bit more common in GT3s, isn't it, to put the information on the dashboard instead of the steering wheel.
Expenses as well, too, it could be. Who knows? Somebody shout out at the moment. Let's go, Chris Van. I'm not going to pronounce that surname. Maybe
Van Strickland.
you and Ken. Sorry?
Chris Van Strickland.
Strickland, there it is. Strickland.
In the Trackside Esports GT3 Amcar, just over a minute behind the leader in this category. And I know he's got plenty of fans. People were asking to see him driving a little bit earlier on, so now we can give the people what they want and show him as he makes his way around the banking. Just nearly 4 hours into this one.
Yeah, we do that for the people out there, of course. If we're not going to be missing any major racing action, absolutely give us a shout out. We'll get a chance to go back and switch it over to your driver and your team and have a look. Don't mind doing that at all. Of course, you get a bit of orange in that car, so no doubt those Dutch Army teams. It's kind of like the Irish as well, too, my friend. It's a tradition. You got to have a bit of orange on your car if you're Irish. And if you're Dutch, you can have a bit of orange on your car. It just doesn't matter where, just have orange. It's just a sign of good luck. Both of the other teams as well, too. So it looks like Stephanie's gone in there for the Octopus Racing team. That's for the hypercar class. And a couple of pit stops just occurred there for the LMP2s as well.
Yeah, that was Michele Sangali getting back into the 104, actually, the Centre Quattro team. So they've dropped to third again, another 36 seconds stop, which is exactly where they need to be. And they're third place now behind MRP. We're giving them a hard time so far in this race. Sangali there with another stint that seems pretty on schedule. I think it was another 24 laps there, actually. Which is meaning they're getting closer to that 40-minute mark. As you can see, he's just short of the 8-hour mark there. Or 8 hours to go by 4 minutes maybe, so still needs to save a couple of laps of fuel, maybe 3 more laps of fuel in this race, just to be absolutely sure he doesn't have to make an extra stop in this race, which of course everyone wants to avoid.
Yeah, pit stop should take you a bit of time. The Magic Arrow team currently here in the hypercar class, just all the way down 18 positions, give or take, lost. So do you know what happened to them at the start of the race? Something must have missed in the first segment.
Magic Arrow? I don't remember, actually. Delta Racing clipped Writer Engineering after their crash at the bus stop chicane. That's what happened to them. I'm not sure about Magic Arrow. I don't remember. Oh no, they were hit off of the very start of this race, actually.
Okay.
So more than 4 hours ago, they were hit. I think it was Ruben Pelazon who started the car. He was hit immediately by one of the drivers behind who was trying to anticipate the start. Everyone sort of accelerated and slowed just before the green flag. Magic Arrow got rear-ended, and replacing that rear end, and no doubt a bit of rear suspension as well, that cost them 15 laps, unfortunately, so they've been almost doomed from the start.
Good to see they're still back in it fighting, and they're currently 5th in the hypercar class, so that's not too bad to say. You never know what can happen, don't you, in a motor race? You're still looking for a podium. There's a possibility of a podium. Could even be a possibility of winning the race if it all goes pole-shaped at the top end. Never know.
Yeah, you
It's got to be in it to win it, as you say. Certainly, if it's the last race of the season, you want to be able to see Barney the checkered flag. For all the effort that the team have put in during the season, it's good to see it finished, at least. And you can see that's the car there that they're just overtaking at the moment, a different class, and that is P4 for the Racing Team 208, P4 in their class, the GT3 Pros.
By the way, the Magic Arrow team are trying to hold on to third in the team standings in GTP.
There you go.
At the moment, Octopus Racing, because they're in third, are going to take that third place over from them in the standings. So that's part of the reason, I guess, as well, why Magic Arrow are continuing on. But with third place, Stefan Silveira Lareo is holding on, taking over that third position in the driver's standings, in the team standings, for the Octopus Racing team, as the time ticks down now towards the end of 4 hours, a third of this race down already in the 12 hours of Daytona. The final round of the Platinum Endurance Championship has just been 8 hours from its conclusion now here this season.
and all started back in Le Mans.
Yeah. Bit of an odd way to start the season, wasn't it? In terms of track selection, you don't
In
often
March.
see them on right at the start. But
Yeah.
I'm open to the change, open to a little bit of difference there, and I didn't mind it at all. It was a good race to start off the season, and we've had good racing right from that point onwards as well over the course of this season. So, it's been good. It's been enjoyable, but unfortunately, it's coming to an end in about 8 hours' time, just around 1 o'clock in the morning, Central European time, and at midnight here in the UK.
You didn't get the memo that
do you
they've elected to extend it to a 24-hour race.
this race, yeah.
Yeah.
24 hours. I don't think James can do that.
They're going to call it just towards the end there. Look at the power slide at 150. You guys just had to go over to Dennis Chell for the Australian racing team, the only Aussies that are in this one. Dennis isn't. I have missed my Australian boys. That's the 505 endurance. Yeah, no, they're going to announce it about an hour before the end of the race that they're going to extend it for 24 hours. That's how popular it's going to be. So just let you drivers know at their course when it's messing around. As Nick was saying, I'll be doing 4 stints back-to-back after Chris, and so excited for it. Now, just to refer which car that you're driving in, this is something that you and
Trackside Esports.
Trackside Esports,
Third place.
Let's have a look. Yes, Trackside Esports for 3rd place for... What class again? Yeah, I have a lot of names.
GT3, sorry. Third place for them, just around a minute off the lead of Fury Simsport Academy, who still hold 6.7 seconds over championship rivals NET Racing. There's Chris Van Strickland. I'm not sure at what point he's getting out, actually, because Nick didn't specify when Chris was getting out. But anyway, that doesn't matter too much. It's quite a mammoth stint he's up for, though. 4 stints in a row is approaching 3.5, 4 hours, which is a very long time.
Yeah. Hope you get some stretches there at the moment there, Nick. You know, that bit of a run, jog around the backyard or jog around your room or something like that. Do some push-ups, some sit-ups. Get yourself all loosey-goosey and stretched out a little bit because you're going to be sitting in your racing cockpit for, what do you say, a good 4 hours? Going 4 stints? I'd say it's about 4 hours, isn't it? You're looking 4 pit stops? A pit stop every hour? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. I don't know. It's longer than I want to be driving, I've got to say, Nick. I would lose my concentration long before then. I think 2 hours has been the general recognised mark for GT3s because you can 1 hour's a bit too short, 3 hours approaching on too long, but some drivers can manage it. 4 hours, yeah, that's a fantastic stint. If Kirsten has a good solid 4 hours clean and all that kind of thing, he can pat himself on the back after that because that's going to be a mammoth effort for him. Don't want to make him too nervous or anything. I'm sure he won't be, but yeah, it's good luck to you for that because that's a long time.
Yeah, I used to drive in a town to go to the city about 3 hours. Used to do that when I moved into the city. My parents were still back in the other town, so on the weekends I'd head up. That's about 3 hours each way. After that you're like, yeah, good, get out of the car, have a stretch. That's a 3 hour drive. You go any more than that, 4 hours, 5 hours. You're like, now it's getting draining on you.
Yeah.
So even virtually, it's still the same. So if you're just sitting in a regular road car, you're not going this speed, so you don't have to concentrate as much, but you still have to concentrate because it's your life and you've got other cars around and stuff like that. You can't, it's a virtual odd like this, you got to concentrate a lot more. So that's 4 hours. It's a full concentration because you can't, barely scratch your nose, probably even take a swig of water at best is what you could do on the long straightaways. Apart from that, you can't take your eyes off the screen.
That's the advantage of Daytona, isn't it? The fact that you do actually have long periods where you're all right in terms of having to, cater to those things or whatever. You can survive without those things on the straights here at Daytona because it's such a long time spent on the banking. As we go back to a battle for the first time in a while, Bazinga Motorsport versus Platinum Racing Team Blue. Winston Eckel trying to make a move here for 7th place.
It is good to see the racing once again between. We don't see lots of racing, trust me, you always do. What's amazing, I'd say as well, we've seen so far this season there, is you get down to these long endurance races, you generally most in about 6 hours or so, but you get down to it and you're talking on the last 30 minutes of a race, you got cars separated by only, under 10 seconds and things like that. It's amazing. And same again, what looks like we're going to see in a couple of circumstances, teams separated by under a minute, things like that. When you're talking about 8 hours or so done, 12 hours, sorry. That's just quite amazing the level of pace that everybody's doing. They're all doing it consecutively. Pretty similar lap times as well, too, if you look at...
Oh, dear.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Tricky for Bazinga Motorsport. And now they're going to be
go.
side.
Yeah.
Well, unfortunately for Winston Eckel, he's just going to be blocked by that BMW, just running its own race, of course, doing absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, doing everything right by not weaving around, not being unpredictable, but doing exactly as it's supposed to. But unfortunately for Winston Eckel, the BMW didn't quite fall into the right place, and he couldn't quite take advantage there.
Yep, even being nice by getting off the racing line. They don't have to. But I said this before, we won't get James started about those blue flags. James will be back in a bit. You know how much he loves those blue flag situations? He really gets into it. Tell you what, you wouldn't want to be... It'd be fun to see James out there, wouldn't you? Here we go, he's going to make a run to the high line, but then he's going to just drag the speed down, aren't you? I'd be tucking in behind, actually. They're going for it. You can see, just can't get the straight line speed there. They're going to go side by side in this one, but the corner's going to be switcherooing, so it looks to me... They're going to give it up. Nope, they're committing to it.
Brave. Both committed to it, right into the corner. Winston Eckel right round the outside there, and he might well have the place. Oh, all gets pretty close. They gave each other a lot of room through the S's there, as you'd expect, really. Neither of them want damage out of this battle. But yeah, Eckel's got through now. Nice move.
Yeah. Good racing. Good racing. Yeah. They don't need to at this point, especially with so much more racing to go. Just shy of 8 hours, but keeping us entertained. We love it. Keep it up.
Absolutely. But that should allow Eckel to get away now. Platinum Racing Team Blue have had a bit of a stop and start race. Bazinga Motorsport have been, unfortunately, hanging around towards the lower part of the top 10. It's Nicholas Roder currently at the wheel, as you can see, but Eckel seems that little bit quicker. You saw how he was behaving when he was right behind this car. He just looked a bit quicker, and he's certainly making that pay now.
Yeah, I was going to say it'd be fun, isn't it? We've got James out here racing and being one of those GT3s. A GT3 Pro AM, how James would be approaching the blue flag rule, how James would be not getting out of the way and making these drivers just like that earn their way around the outside. They can earn their paychecks for being in the quicker classed cars.
It'd be difficult to commentate and drive, wouldn't it? But well, we'd probably cause problems actually if we tried to do that.
Yeah, I mean, if he was just driving and not commentating, of course. If
true.
Had a chance to even have a break to do it, every once in a while James does. Anyway, I've been given a break at the moment. I would usually be casting a little bit more, but I'm feeling a little bit under the weather too, so I'm a bit ill lately. So I do apologise that I'm not using my springboard self, jumping up and down hyper enjoy. I usually am for motor racing.
So there's a lot of traffic here, isn't there? For
absolutely.
For Roda, and load of GT. This tends to happen actually. Some sections of the field get very, very congested at some points like this, especially through the middle. The traffic seems to clump together a bit through the infield. It's all going to get sorted out on the banking, which is the advantage of Daytona. People think it's a very tight circuit for traffic, and it is in some respects, but you do then get these wide open points on the lap where you can just power around the outside if you're a prototype, as Nicholas Roder is going to do here. Nick Kirstens has it's been messaging in the chat, by the way, about his 4-hour stint, and he said he's done an entire 4-hour race before on his own on the Nordschleife, which is a very difficult prospect, but he clearly... Well, put it this way, it's clearly not his first time doing a 4-hour race, and I would argue, or a 4-hour stint, and I would argue that Nordschleife is significantly harder than this circuit to keep things under control around that particular lap. So, yeah, he seems pretty confident, pretty comfortable going into this.
Yes, talking about hot tub stream, stuff like that too, depending on how cold it is in your neck of the woods, although I think it's pretty hot in everybody's neck of the woods at the moment with some of the hottest days on world temperature being recorded, and this is pretty spicy dicey going into turn 1. That's the Magic Arrows making their way back up through the field, as you'd mentioned there earlier, having a first lap incident. They're just getting themselves back up into the other classes that they're overtaking. They're 4th overall in their class, and they're going to bring it to Octopus, don't they? To somehow catch Octopus and beat Octopus to that 3rd place for the GT3 hypercar, GTP hypercar class. Tell you, I just like calling them hypercars. I swear, these LMP2s, GT3s, GPT, GTP. Come on.
Every series has a different name for them, both in real life and sim racing. There's a different name for the top class here. There's LMDH, LMH, hypercar, GTP. The list goes on. LMP1, and what happened to that? It's
call them hypercars. It's easy. You can't mix it up with everything else.
It's a very WEC thing, though. I think everybody else is shying away from it because the top class of endurance motorsport have kind of taken it, and they want to be a bit different to that. But I don't mind GTP at all. It's good to see. And of course, it's now doubled in size in terms of the variety. The GTP class now has the Cadillac available in iRacing. I wonder if we'll be seeing that anytime soon in the PART1 Endurance Championship.
Yeah. When did that get announced?
Oh, maybe a month ago? I can't remember now.
Yeah. I haven't seen it currently at the moment. I haven't been casting any leagues that have that. This is the only one, really. So, and they're not going to add it, of course, because it's been got to be choosing the cars that you started your season with, so it wasn't available then.
Yeah, you can't change your car halfway through the season. I don't think under any circumstances actually in this series. But maybe in the future at some point we'll be seeing the Cadillac on the Platinum Endurance Championship season. I've actually bought it myself, the Cadillac, but I haven't driven it yet, so I can't really tell you what it's about. But I imagine it's going to be. I've got to say it from just watching the hypercars, the GTPs in real life and whatever, the Cadillac looks like the easiest one to drive. I'm not saying it is easy. One of them crashed in the first lap of Le Mans, for example. It's not easy to drive, but it's one of the better ones in a class where some of the cars can be a bit difficult on occasion. And this BMW we're riding on board with, certainly not this specific one, but the BMW was quite difficult to work out when we first got this into iRacing. Particularly the braking was very, very tricky to deal with, but people have figured it out now, and they've gotten a way around it. They can drive it a little bit easier these days. Although, if you are a bit too harsh on the brakes, you can find yourself in trouble very quickly.
That you certainly can. Now, they're coming up around them. I'm going to get you as well to Ewan to give us a hot lap around here, because just like a hot lap from a driver/caster's perspective. Is your pit lane entrance there coming up to your left. It's a bit of a tricky pit lane entrance. Kind of tricky pit lane entrance, but it takes up a lot. The exit's more than anything, I think, is what you have to worry about pit lane. There we go, hot lap. Give us a hot lap there, please, Ewan.
A tricky braking zone to start off the lap here as you're coming off the banking and you're turning all at the same time and shifting down 5 gears, then trying to get on the traction while you're still going around the corner. That chicane there is only difficult if you're going side by side before you break into the International Horseshoe, which you can find yourself out wide very, very easily there if you brake too late. You want a relatively late apex because you need a good run through here. This turn is it's entirely flat out, and so your run still matters, and then you're in another tricky braking zone, turning and braking all over again. As you're looking for a kind of double apex through the West Horseshoe and getting on the power while you're still turning once again. You are having to turn, brake and accelerate quite a lot around this circuit. Same again out of turn 6 here, over the bumps as well, as you can see a little bit of a correction from Brian Loynes, but it's a really, really important exit as well, because you find yourself right onto the banking very, very quickly, and it's a really, really long run until the bus stop chicane. You're full throttle for quite some time. There's going to be a bit of traffic in front of it here. It's just going to spoil our run a little bit through the bus stop chicane, but that's going to be the case throughout all of the laps. Loynes just lifts off on the way into the bus stop chicane so he can fly his way through it, and then on the exit he's timed it really, really well. The Ferrari in the end's not getting in the way of him, and then you need that run the best you possibly can, because this is also another very long run in towards turn number 1, and by the time he gets there he should be around Winston Eckel, trying to overtake that LMP2 into the first turn, trying to put another lap on that car there. But it's a fast-paced, and short lap around here where you have to deal with traffic very, very smartly, and on that particular occasion Brian Loynes certainly did that.
Yeah, thank you very much for that one. Brilliant. A 134.5, that's still pretty good considering the DLR Rotary team behind them did a 135.6. They just did a 133.6, but they did have an off-track excursion on that one. The best that both of those drivers have been doing in P1 and P2 for the hypercar classes. They're 132s. So they're a little bit off that pace at the moment. They don't need to be on it that much, as they're just maintaining that gap a lap down. Here's the Octopus Racing team. Probably expecting some sort of pit stops from those teams soon as well. As Magic Arrow have gone into the pit road, so they'll put themselves probably a lap down there, 16 laps down after the little bit of an adventure. Realtor Engineering Esports is out. Only 2 retirements so far, I believe, as well too. So the 222 machine Mercedes on the Carbonaro Esports team is out, as well as a Realtor Engineering Esports team is out. That's it. Everybody else, still 37 cars remaining overall. It's good to see.
Yeah, very good. Because you can see quite a high attrition rate sometimes in these races. I've been especially impressed by LMP2 actually. All of the field still separated by only 2 laps now, which is really impressive. More than 4 hours in, not many GT3s out, and unfortunately in GT3 AM we have seen a few more retirements. But yeah, it's been a relatively clean race, and when teams have had problems, generally they've decided to continue on after them as well, which is really what you want to see. But yeah, most of all in LMP2, it's been really close, and that's why I'm hesitant to say that Centro Quattro are in control in the championship there, because while they do only need a top 4 and they would need to lose nearly 80 seconds now to drop into that 5th place, or sorry, more than a minute and a half now to drop into that 5th place, they're still looking pretty nervously over their shoulders, because one incident they'll find themselves with damage and they'll be in 10th very quickly because of how close the field is.
That's exactly the thing, as you mentioned, that one incident and everything can change just like that. So it's all a matter of consistency is the key when it comes to endurance races. Of course, you can't always be consistent about something else happening that's next to you. Sometimes there is a little bit of a luck at the draw, but we are seeing a nice little battle brewing between the Peaky drivers here and the HW Racing team just ahead of them at the moment. So you're looking at Italianos versus the Spaniard of Fran Garcia. Peaky drivers caught James off, hasn't it, a couple of times this season. You know what else is Peaky? Not the Peaky binders, it's the Peaky drivers. I'm so used to it now, I won't say it, but we'll see what they can do. This is the LMP2 class, of course, is battle for 5th and 6th.
This is good to see. It's Gianni Perone ahead of Fran Garcia. This 5th place at the moment, HW and Peaky drivers. Oh no! Oh, it's gone all wrong. Fran Garcia following in towards turn 6, just locks up, very nearly gets into the back of the HW Racing car, and Perone is very lucky he didn't get rear-ended there. Thankfully, Garcia can continue, but that was really close to disaster.
It could have been like that, damage on both the cars, and both the cars out the side of the road. Maybe not into the fence so much of that one, but ooh, definitely a heart and throat moment. Very lucky to see at the other end of the day, certainly driving that close. You saw it live, the pictures, don't even have a replay of that one. I don't think it even counted on the race control messages as that was an incident.
He did really well to not make contact there, really well, because that could have very easily damaged 2 cars, and yeah, fair play to Garcia for getting that slowed up in time, because clearly he just missed his braking zone, and when you're following someone so closely, it's easy to do that. But what a moment from him. He locked everything up there, did Garcia, and made sure that he didn't make contact as Zachary Livengood tried to make his way right round the outside of everyone. And there's a whole load of traffic here. We're in the busy part of the circuit again.
It's the traffic coming into Daytona section, inside the middle of the circuit. Thank you out there in the chat. Come on, people, let's put some heart into the chat for the 2 goats to keep us entertained. Thank you very much on that. That'll be James coming back soon to keep you entertained as well with Ewan in the casting box.
He'll be back soon.
All goats.
Yeah. He's the one who'll be here for hours upon hours later,
yeah,
so fair play to him.
Ooh, I was going to say, thankfully, GT3 didn't decide to elect to go up on the wall there. They would have squeezed Frankie. Frankie, I'm going to call in there for the Peaky drivers up into the fence. That's where you got to really rely on the cars around you.
That was Liam Doyle of the Prestanda Nomad team in the 209, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, it was. He's sharing the driving with who we saw earlier on, Pablo Ortega, who was driving that car. Unfortunately, it's only them two actually on this occasion. We had Chris Chadson in our chat early on. Don't know if he's still tuned in here this afternoon, but he was telling us earlier on, but that it's only Pablo with one other driver. We didn't know who that was at the time, but Liam Doyle will be the other one. So Ryan Scott Hamilton and Chris Charlton's driving for the season is now complete already. Only 2 drivers for a 12-hour race, which is putting quite a lot of stress on those 2 drivers taking part.
6 hours. Have a look to it at the moment there. There's your hypercar of Magic Arrow trying to navigate their way through here as well too, as you were still looking at the pictures there of the peaky drivers. Peaky drivers should allow the hypercar through there now, and they will. Don't want to get tangled up with that one. No, they haven't actually just done it yet, because that's the Magic Arrow team as they're trying to make their way back up through the field. A lot of flashing going on between the drivers. Not sure the indication of that going on. Why they are
Generally.
saying, yeah.
Happens quite a lot, doesn't it?
That is still, Magic Arrow still pushing to try to get through here. And I wouldn't worry too much about the peaky drivers running that through, because that's not the racing position.
They're absolutely neck and neck here, aren't they? I wonder if that BMW is still suffering with a bit of damage, because you'd expect it to have a bit more straight line speed than Garcia there, but either way, he's managed to do it now. And there you can see the downforce that the GTP has got. The LMP2 is just absolutely no match for it through the bus stop chicane there, which just absolutely flew through.
Jan out there says hello. Jan Elke Sanders, hello to you. Hello.
One of the drivers for the Maniti Racing yellow team, second in GT3 AM. You can just see in front of Fran Garcia here, actually. It's a bizarre coincidence for us, but hello to him down in YouTube chat. Wondering when we'll be seeing him take over from Stefan Schuster again a little bit later.
Which car? Oh, here.
Yeah, the one right alongside there. That's coincidence.
Yep. Yeah, I'd like to shout out. There you go. So you can keep an eye on your car there, Jan. It's still looking pretty good. Doesn't even need a wash. Should be all ready for you to slide into that car. Even Stefan will have that seat all nice and toasty and warm for you. Sweaty too, no doubt. Luckily, in the virtual world, you're not going to be jumping into that sweaty seat.
Thankfully not. I mean, he's brought the gap down actually gradually to the leader here. It's only 5.5 now in a great battle with Fury Simsport Academy. These 2 teams who have been going for the GT3 AM Championship all season long. Fury with 2 wins so far, Maniti with a couple of wins as well. Peaky Drivers were able to take the win at Barcelona, as Fury and Maniti had their respective problems on the day. I don't know if they call it particular problems, because they were still up there inside the top 10, both of them, but they weren't winning where they have been on some other occasions. So they're absolutely tied on points now. At the end of 5 rounds, it's effectively whoever finishes ahead of the other at the end of the 12 hours today. And so far, it's been a classic battle where they've barely been, more than 10 seconds apart so far. We haven't actually seen them battle on circuit yet, I don't think. But I'm sure at some point in the next 7.5 hours we will.
That will be brilliant. That'll be a great one to keep your eyes peeled, of course. So don't go anywhere if you do. Just get up and grab yourself some popcorn, have a break, have a cup of hot tea. For sure. This is a battle you want to see. Now, we saw before, Chris is still in that car. As who is taking over from that car? It was just mentioned before in the chat, wasn't it? So, Chris is in the car up the road. That's this one. This is Chris from the trackside. Yeah. So, under a little bit of pressure right there from the Octopus Racing team, right behind.
Yes, this is a battle for, between a pro and an AM. So the AM team in 3rd at the moment in that standings, but 8th for Octopus Racing team in GT3 Pro. So it is an effective overall battle, I suppose, but it's not going to gain it's not going to gain or lose anybody, in fact, any points at all.
Just a bit of bragging rights, no doubt. No hot tea, it's 34 degrees outside.
Oh, crikey.
Cup of tea, yeah.
Yeah, no need for tea in those conditions. 34 is quite warm though. In the UK it's cooled down slightly because we've had warm weather recently, and so it's started to rain now and it's started to get a bit colder. Well, it's not cold, but colder. But maybe that hasn't reached mainland Europe just yet.
It's a bit like that everywhere. Have a cup of only cold water. It's fine.
I'll certainly need it over the course of driving here. It's really uncomfortable when the weather is that warm and you're driving for long periods of time. I find anyway. It's very, very uncomfortable. I find it, but it's something that you've got to deal with as a driver, unfortunately. Well, if indeed the conditions do go that way, but I believe, Biggles, you're going to be taking your leave in a couple of moments.
Yeah, I believe the boss man, Mr. James, is back as well too after his little bit of a break. He's had his cup of tea.
I have.
I'm not mistaken.
I
James,
have.
yes?
I've got it beside me currently at the moment. My nice cup of tea that I'm going to be drinking as I will be talking as well. I'd love to state that it's 33 degrees or 33 Celsius because of the fact that where I am currently it's raining.
Same, yeah. I think it is everywhere in the UK. Actually.
Yeah, so we've got flat out rain here at the moment. But how's it been? How's the racing been?
Yeah, it's settled down just a little bit over the course of the last hour or so, but things are still relatively close up and down the field, and that's what we want to see. Still plenty to be encouraged by, but still a very long way to go, of course.
Yeah, definitely is once more here as well. I believe, Biggles, you are out now, Mr. Are you going for a break first, Ewan, or is Biggles going to vacate the booth altogether?
Yeah.
I don't have much longer left here, unfortunately, do I? So I might as well stay for a little bit longer until the end of my shift. I'll stay here for a little bit longer if that's all right.
Yeah, that's fine. Obviously, Biggles, thank you so much for jumping in for us. You go get better, young man, and I will catch up with you, no doubt, later on, I'm sure.
No problems. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Bye-bye. Take care.
Right, so we've had Justin Cole has been off the circuit currently here as well for Team Upstate GT3. They've had somewhat of a rotten race, to be fair. They are currently about 10 laps back. But Justin Cole has had a incident and has unfortunately crushed his car, which we are seeing. That's Delta Racing going past him at the kink. I'm probably guessing this is into...
Oh, no.
Yeah, around he goes.
Well... He's lucky there, isn't he? Because look at how close the walls are when you're there, and if you find yourself on the grass at the West Horseshoe, you can find yourself in a wall quite fast. So he's very lucky there, to be honest.
Yeah, he definitely is. And another man that also had a moment as well is also Nicholas Roda here, and Nicholas Roda for Bazinga Motorsports in the LMP2. Pretty much the corner after, so he's also gone round as well. So Bazinga Motorsports there, sitting currently 8th in class, 11th overall at the moment. So there we go. Any major dramas while I was off eating some food, or has it all been clean and nice?
It's been clean so far. I think the only thing that did happen is the reason the gap between 1 and 2 is a lot bigger is because Yannick Jarres just went wide at the International Horseshoe, which meant the gap went from 2 seconds to 12 in one moment. He didn't hit anything, but he did lose a lot of time. And now Albert Prim is at the wheel, new driver. He's getting ripped apart a little bit by Brian Loyens, and so the gap's now nearly 17 seconds, the biggest gap we've seen for quite some time. But elsewhere, they are roughly the same as to what we saw before. I guess the other thing that's closing in is the battle for the lead in GT3 AM, the championship battle as well, between Fury and Maniti. That is by far the smallest we've seen for quite some time.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's the first time they've seen him back on track. Welcome back, James. Thank you, Arrow. Much appreciated for you. I'm glad you welcomed me back into the booth here as well. I've got the next 7.5 hours. I will be joined by Mr. Adam Hedgecock in about 25 minutes time. So Adam will be joining us in the booth and filling in the last 7 hours with us. We have got a long time to go. There's still a lot of racing remaining here, I'm sure. And this battle has been the closest been for the last, well, since we started, the last 4.5 hours, to be fair. So this could be an interesting one. What's Will Brink up to? He's on a 144 last time out, and Stefan Schuister's Wilbrick's on a 146. Shyster's on a 145. So we took half a second out of him last time out.
Yeah, I think Schuster's just a bit quicker at this stage in the race. Maybe this bit of traffic is not helping for Wilbrink. Although, yeah, he's not able to get through here in towards the bus stop chicane. He's having a look, but he's not getting through. Maniti are going to close in as a result of this, and they could even be nose to tail by the time they come over the line here. The Ferrari will really close in now, even though there will be a GTP making its way around. That's the third-placed Octopus car, looking for third place in the team standings, and so far getting it as things stand. But the slipstream from this Ferrari in front, Bruno Rebello, is just going to help Wilbrink stay clear on this lap.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Rebello hasn't kind of departed out of the way, to be honest. It's not for position, and he's ninth in the AMS at the moment, so I bet Wilbrick's probably sitting there cursing him about now. Obviously, you know, it's the situation of you've got to let him pass. Come on, sir, I'm not being rude here, but you are quite a few laps down from the leaders. You are exactly 14 laps down. So, in a polite possible way, please remove yourself from a battle that you are affecting currently. So, not an ideal scenario. Goncalco Paxo has also been off track, and unfortunately he's had to jump back into the pits. So we will have a look at that very, very shortly. Louis Gregg has also had an incident and has been off track as well. But I'm not sure what Rebello feels he's kind of up to here, apart from really involving a championship battle that he really doesn't need to be involved in. I've got to be honest. Come on, stewards, get him out of the way. He's not doing himself any favours at the moment. And now, hopefully, Devon Schuster will be able to run through the inside. Now that one's all settled out. Let's see what Goncalco Paxio has been up to here in the BMW. And that is that the 208 behind him? It is, I think, from team... Oh,
they could... Oh dear, this is
no.
a big mess. What a mess this is. So it's into the first corner. 208 was involved. That's Alessio Bernardini, the pole-sitting car. Benino was at the wheel earlier on, let's not forget, and that was a real big mess. And there's huge suspension damage on that car, on this one, the Protosim car.
Let's see if he got hit, though. Did Bernardini hit him?
Oh, yeah,
yes.
He definitely got hit.
Oh, he definitely did.
Smashed, in fact.
So
I don't know what Bernardini's doing there, but he could have stayed wide and decided to go to the inside instead, which was really bizarre. And I think the Protosim car has been forced to come into the pit lane as a result, is it? I'm not sure.
Yeah,
yes, it has.
Yeah, Bernardini's not been in, mind you, but that's not an ideal scenario. But them guys either. This battle's still illuminating. We've got a bit of time before they jump onto the straight, so we can have a look at what Louis Gregg was up to in the Chris Racing Blue here as well. This is approaching turn 6. Is he just going to lock the car up and it's going to spin the back end? It is. Unfortunately for the Chris Racing Blue boys as well. So they're down in 8th in class at the moment. And Louis Gregg spinning it up in turn 6. So yeah, very difficult race for some drivers, but very nice race for others, as these guys are battling it out here once more on track. So yeah, a couple of incidents now that we've just looked back at as well. 7 hours and 26 minutes, and this is the closest battle and probably the most important battle on track at the moment as well, because this is the championship deciding battle.
Exactly, by far the most important battle in my opinion between these two teams. I think now that the lap car has been dispatched with, the battle's a little bit more understandable, I guess, to get a grasp of, but that wasn't ideal for Maniti Racing to have that LMP2 between the two cars on the way in there, which has really prevented them from picking up a good slipstream, which they will have needed to get that little bit closer. It's not necessarily about making a move on this lap, because he's not really very close, but it would have been nice to pick up the slipstream there, and he'll have to wait another lap to do that. But this is really high-stakes stuff. I mean, I don't think that there's... I mean, I've seen quite a lot of endurance racing. With nearly 7.5 hours to go, I don't think there's been a battle that would induce so much blood pressure at this stage in a race, because the championship's on the line, and it's a race win on the line, and I know a lot's going to happen between now and the end as well. And this battle may not even matter in the grand scheme of things, but we don't know that yet, and these drivers don't know that yet either. So the pressure on them both is quite phenomenal, and they'll be really, really nervous about how this is going to go as well. Neither of them will want to come off second best in this.
Yeah, they definitely won't be here as well. This Ferrari doesn't know blue flag, says Zanders. No, he didn't, and I'm surprised the stewards aren't going to be picking up on that. I'm surprised this track doesn't give you PTSD after your crash here last Daytona 24, James. Yeah, it wasn't good. I was in the LMP2 and stacked it into the barrier at the bus stop after hitting the curb. But that was probably one of the last endurance events. No, Sebring was the last endurance event I've ever driven. So, and to be honest, the last race I ever done was, I don't know, back in January somewhere, I think, as well. Or March it might have been, actually. But there's a couple of people in the pits. Proto Sim Sports 3 has been in the pits for about 6.5 minutes, but we've seen the reason why that one is, as they both went into the tyre barrier there at the beginning of pit. Well, actually, that's on its way out, isn't it? On its way out of pit entry here. So could be a close, nice, great battle here. We don't want anything to kind of get in the way of this, but they're going to have LMP2s coming past us. They're going to have LMDHs coming past us. There's a lot at stake for these guys, and probably Shoister's got to try and stay with the Fury Sim Sport cars so they don't both lose time if they're both going to be lapped by the faster LMP and the GTP.
Yeah, we don't want people to get in the way, but it's natural that that's going to happen in endurance racing. In fact, we've got Mark Hutchinson not far behind here. From the Altitude Esports team, and that may well interrupt them. There is the GTP, and there's Norbert Thomas as well, actually, in the 5th place GTP, not too far away. Hutchinson, by the way, has come into the pit lane to make his stop. That's why he's no longer in the lead, and that's why he's back in the car, in fact, taking over from the previous driver of Brian Loynes. But two GTPs get past the Maniti car quite nicely. Hutchinson now going to have to stick it down the inside the West Horseshoe. This is danger time for the Fury car. It will have to pull wide, and that will help Schuster, who's now well within the slipstream range. Yeah, he's going to close up coming down into that bus stop, and then he'll get the run. If he doesn't get it this time, he'll get the run down into turn 1 here as well. And it's going to be Rick Wilbrink here with Stefan Schuster. Fury Simsport, Maniti Yellow. This is the championship fight. These are the only two guys on the lead lap in the GT3 AMS. Are they going to be able to hold it? Can Wilbrink hold back Schuster? It's going to be a defensive drive, I think. He's got to have a go here. And at the moment, Stefan Schuster's just getting in close enough. He's looking at tidying the line out of the bus stop. He goes round onto the exit. He goes. Now this is the run, isn't it, Ewan? This is where he's got a great chance. Yeah, this is where it's going to happen, because you don't tend to see side by side into the bus stop chicane. Even if you are close enough, you tend to wait for the first corner, and that's what Stefan Schuster has been able to do here for Maniti Racing. He'll get a great slipstream from the BMW as well, which he'll be able to hide behind well in the Ferrari. But he ruins it all. Oh no, he pulls into the pit lane. I'm sure it's exactly on schedule, but he's really ruined it for us there, hasn't he? Oh, that's it. 20 minutes too. About 20 minutes past 7.5 hours to go, and that is the end of that battle. Just when we thought we were going to see it on track, we aren't. But we are seeing on track the XPD Emerald team getting with the Centro Quattro 104. This again, of course, is for the championship in hindsight. Obviously, Centro Quattro don't have to can finish fourth or below. Fourth, sorry, is the lowest they can go if XPD take the victory. If XPD don't take the victory, they can get third. So there we go. But let's see how Centro Quattro and XPD get on as they're on that run out of turn 7 round through to the bus stop here as well. They're just lapping the Grow Racing Team Red, I believe, there as well, of Gil Alfonso, currently in the BMW, as they split him, and then they've got a couple of more back markers in front of him. But again, this is a championship battle, isn't it, really? Even though there's that 18-point difference, it's only going to take one incident from Centro Quattro over the next 7.5 hours, and that could put XPD right in the fight. Yeah, it certainly could, and in my opinion, they need to win here, XPD, to actually be involved with a chance. Even if they get second, then Centro Quattro would have to finish 13th, and there's only 10 cars in the class. So that's not going to happen. XPD need to win this race, but if they do, then they would put the pressure on Centro Quattro, and I think it's going to be a good race between them as well. I know that the gap is more than half a minute at the... Oh, excuse me, it's actually no sell at the minute, isn't it? It's between 1 and 2, where the gap is half a minute. But there's a pit stop between these guys right now. Mark Hagley is still only 20 laps into this stint, and so probably out there for another 5 laps, so we'll be able to see this battle for a little bit of time just yet. Yeah, Centro Quattro pitted here with Zengali on lap 164, so only 10 laps ago.
And he's a little bit, well, we've said they're a little bit out of sync, haven't we? We're not entirely sure where they're at. I still maintain the thought that they're going full flat through everything and trying to build up as big a gap as they can possibly get, but this is probably not going to help them, and they need to really make this move and come off this banking. He's going to sweep round the outside currently. It looks like it's going to be job done, I think, for the Central Quattro car. He's going to use that GT3 to box him in, the Team Upstate GT3, and he does go through on the XPD, and now it's all about whether or not Sangali can break away from Mark Hagel here as well. And now, just for good health, he's got the Altitude car in front of him and behind him here, who's going to want to be getting through all at the same time. He's going to sweep around the edge. Job done. Stay on the inside. Make the Altitude car go around the outside. He did do that as well. But that gap opened up to nearly a second already from Sangali. Is that a point to Sangali to show how much faster he is here?
I'm not sure. I think it's more a case of Sangali is fresh out the pit lane. He's probably got new tyres on, and Hagel's just at the end of a stint here, struggling just slightly with those tyres. Low fuel, obviously, which will help, but he's been in that car for a while now. He's got the old tyres on. Sangali has got fresh into that now, and he's got new tyres on. So I think there's nothing more to read into that other than that as the two GTPs make their way down the inside. Sangali was always going to get through there, in my opinion, but it's putting Central Quattro in a very good position, because even if they had to make an extra stop right now, it would still be ahead of Emerald by the looks of things, as things stand anyway. But there's still a very long way to go, and Central Quattro do have a bit of working out to do in terms of their strategy. They've got to try and figure it out.
Yeah, we're not entirely sure. We're not trying to figure it out either. Rick Wilbrink now has got a 1.6 second gap to Stefan Schuster. Wilbrink went in the pits the lap after here, Ewan, so it's kind of battles commencing, I suppose, between the two people here, because they're back at it again with Schuster and the Fury Sim Sport car of Wilbrink Senior.
Yeah, looks like it. The gap's a bit bigger than we last saw it, which surprised me a bit, actually. But either way, that's the situation they find themselves in. I suppose they'll be in for another hour of driving. And it did look like on the previous stint that Schuster was that little bit quicker. He's got to slow down, though. He's got to slow down. He'll head to the top of the circuit to try and mitigate it as much as possible. But now he's given himself a real long stint of work to do, because a slowdown right at the start is going to set him quite a few seconds back now. Yeah,
he's trying to take it off currently at the moment. He is running at high line. He doesn't want to just hit your brakes and let it get off that way. Gianni Peroni has been off on track in a HW racing car currently at the moment. This is kind of probably into turn 6 where he's going to spin it up. There we go. Peroni there. More bruised ego than anything else. Turn 6 seems to have claimed quite a lot of scalps over the last few laps. Well, over the last 10 minutes, really. It's taken our Rhoda and the Chris Racing Blue, of course. That was a drive-through penalty on the screen there as well. Racing Team 208 versus Proto Sim. So that's a drive-through penalty for the Proto Sim. Is that right? Yeah, drive-through for Proto Sim 303.
I can't say I remember what the incident was about, if I'm honest with you, but I probably have seen it, and I just can't remember, because that happens quite regularly. Yeah, drive-through penalty seems to have been the case, but thankfully we've not seen too many penalty interventions today. Which is what we want to see. This one, now then, were they a lapped car? I guess the Protosim car.
Yeah, but
were they being lapped?
How has he got the drive-through penalty for being hit up the bum by the other car?
Not entirely sure. Big damage as well, by the way. I noticed this first time around, but didn't say it. Look at the amount of damage that they received.
How did what? How did he get a drive-through for that? I don't understand. He got hit from behind.
Yeah, I would certainly put the blame on the Bernardini car behind as well, but that's not who has got the penalty on that occasion, and so they'll have to take their trip down pit lane and lose a bit more time if they indeed even continue on in this race. I don't believe they're back out there yet, are they? Oh no, they are. Only 10 minutes in pit lane.
I don't get that. If we can get an explanation of that, that would be ideal there, because how did he get it?
I think it has to be due to the fact that he was being lapped at that point, and
yeah, but he
something along those lines.
But he was in front. The car wasn't.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't think they were at fault particularly, but Yeah, they have been hit, unfortunately, and received a lot of damage. I'm surprised that it only took 10 minutes worth of repairing, by the way, but it's too late now anyway. Gonzalo Paxo is into the pit lane to serve that drive-through penalty, I would presume, already in this race. So that won't drop them down any positions because they've got 7 laps to the car behind.
Yeah, I don't get that. I'm a little bit confused by that one. I'm not going to lie. Regardless as well of what the situation was with him, he was still the car in front. And at the end of the day, he surely he had a right to be there. Or am I missing something here? Because he goes into turn 1 like normal. He goes on the brakes like normal. And then...
Yeah, it must be to do with the lapping phase and getting out the way in the right way and all that kind of thing. Slowing down on the racing line, I think, is the explanation we've been given. So yeah, you know, it's what's been given.
Right.
So
I'll
there we are.
tell you what, we've got Jonas in the room. Jonas, explain that one, mate, because I am a little bit confused by that. I've got to be honest.
Yeah, so we had a look at what the usual breakpoints for the GT3s are, and the Protosim car just braked way too early into the corner, and yeah, the green car was already too close to avoid the hit, and that's why we gave the Protosim car the fault for it, and for that the drive-through penalty.
But isn't it responsible, the fastest car, to make the overtake cleanly and anticipate that might happen?
Yeah, but we assumed that the Protosim car wanted to let the other car by because he was lapped and braked very early. But yeah, the other car, the car behind, was not. It was not possible for him to react in time, and that's why the collision did happen.
Right. Okay. Well, I won't say any more because I don't want to be up in the steward's room either and getting a penalty for myself here. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway, right. Thank you very much for that, Jonas. Much appreciated for coming in and explaining that one to us. You enjoyed the stewarding. How's it going? Have you been busy today?
Yeah, really busy.
Yeah, well, I'm not surprised. It got a bit calamity in the first couple of hours. So, yeah, but right, we'll let you get back to the booth there, sir. And I'll catch up with you soon, no doubt.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye. I still don't get that.
Well, yeah, I'm glad that we've got that side of the story now, though, to be fair, because we can understand why the penalty's been given and so on. So yeah, I do like the fact that we now know that side of the story. Yeah, it's one of those ones that's going to be argued over, isn't it?
Yeah, I just find myself, I better be quiet. I really better be quiet because I don't get that. Otherwise I will be up in the steward's office, I'm sure, trying to explain me comments on the broadcast. But I'm just going to sit here and just go, okay, and hope for the best that I don't get blamed for anything. Toito, low. She's putting they put in YouTube chat. Sorry, I presume there as well. But never mind. Yeah, whatever's gone on. And Oliver Kona has not had a good time for the Bazinga Motorsport car here. Did he go round again going in there? That's the Protosim car that's just obviously served their penalty for a drive-through. Kona goes in a little bit too hot there, I think, and tries to make the move, and then all of a sudden backs out of it. And Oliver Kona...
careful. Oh, I didn't realise there was gravel there, and I bet he didn't realise either.
No.
Is that gravel or was that just slippery? I don't know, but...
I don't really know. Let's have a look on board the old chopper and see what the chopper is. I think it was indecision here. He went to go and make the move and then stopped. And then there is that little bit of gravel, and then obviously the marbles on the outside, and then...
Well, I mean this bit here. Is that just tarmac?
It's
dusty tarmac?
Dusty tarmac, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, initially I think it's just the prototype sensitivity you get on the brakes, isn't it, really, into that corner there, which you can find yourself in trouble for. Typically associated actually with the GTPs a bit more than the LMP2s, but that's showing there that clearly if you are a bit reckless with the brakes, even in the LMP2s, you'll find yourself in trouble quite quickly there as well.
Yeah, okay. No, yeah, you will be in trouble if you overpush the brakes. Wilbrink and Maniti. There we go. Fury and Maniti Racing. Wilbrink and Schuster are nose to tail there. Nose to tail. So here we go now. This is the battle for the championship, as we said before. Both teams go in on 1-3-3. Whoever finishes in front of the other will win the championship and will take the GT3 AM title. Can Wilbrink Senior hold on from Stefan Schuster? That's going to be the question. This is going to be enthralling next 7 hours.
It absolutely is, especially in this GT3 AM category. Another LMP2 makes its way down the inside of the Maniti car. They're just not helping Stefan Schuster there at all, was Frank Gossett. Not that he should be expected to, but it put Maniti quite a way far back at the moment. They're going to get a bit of slipstream, but it's not as much as they would have liked at all. And so the battle for the lead will have to wait for a moment. But what I've been impressed with actually with Schuster on this particular stint here is how quickly he's closed in to that BMW in front. It's actually been a lot quicker to close in than I was expecting. I thought that would be a very long and dragged out battle over the course of a long time, or a long closing period, I should say, after that slowdown that he got earlier on in his stint. But he hasn't taken very long to close this in at all. Ooh. And yes, well, less than 10 minutes and we're already into the lead battle.
Yeah, we are now as well, but obviously it clearly shows how much pace Schuster has got to be taking into the fact that he's already caught up to Wilbrink. He's already just under 5/10 back currently at the moment as they go off round turn 1 and then on their run through turn 2, through the kink of 2 and 3, coming into turn 4. And every time Schuster gets close, he's getting lapped. It's not ideal. So is it really, from his point of view, that every time he gets close to a car, there's an LMP2 or an LMDH coming through?
Yeah, it's very difficult to get into a rhythm with a battle like this when you have that problem. But thankfully, if you look at the relative on the bottom right there's no prototypes, quite some seconds actually. So now they'll be able to get into a bit of a rhythm with it. Schuster's got to close in now, make use of this, get comfortably within the slipstream so that he can either take advantage and fuel save, as we've been talking about all day long, or actually strike and take this race lead.
Well, there was only a lap between them on the pit stops as well. Schuster on one lap number 154 for them, Rick Wilbrink on 155. So they are generally running round about the same way currently at the moment regarding pit stop strategies. I would feel as well. Lap times 146.48 for Wilbrink, 146.55 for Schuster. 7 hours and 7 minutes remaining. And now we are up to the battle of the GT3 AMs. We was hoping it was going to come to this. It has come to this. And now this is it. This is the final race of the season for these two guys once more, and these final battle commencing here as well. It is Germany currently versus the Netherlands on track with Maniti Racing Yellow and Fury Sim Sport Academy. This could go either way, Mr. O'Leary, and unless you're going to watch the broadcast back, you're going to miss this.
I am unfortunately going to miss it. I will try and keep an eye on it tonight, even though that'll be a bit difficult, and definitely check in with how it's going at some point, because this is going to be fantastic to watch. I really love championship finales when they're exciting like this. You don't get it so often, really, but this is absolutely great. And when you get one, you're thoroughly enthralled by it, or I am anyway, because yeah, this is setting up for an absolute grandstand finish, and Maniti Racing at the moment seem to be in the ascendancy, but early on you would have said Fury Simsport are running away with this and Maniti didn't have a chance, and I'm sure the momentum is going to change again and again over the course of the race.
Yeah, definitely is going to here as well, so let's see how this one pans out. I think we've got Mr. Adam Hedgecock waiting in the wings for us. Good afternoon, young sir.
Good afternoon, gents.
How are you?
Very well. It's a brilliant Saturday, isn't it? I've been watching the race so far. It's been mesmerising in places and thoroughly enjoyable. Yeah, looking forward to seeing what the rest of the race has for us.
Well, the rest of the race is going to be a Fury Simsport and Maniti Racing Yellow battle here on track. We're going to get Mr. Ewan O'Leary. We're going to allow Mr. Ewan O'Leary to depart the booth. Thank you, Ewan, for jumping in for us, and we shall catch up with you soon, no doubt.
Thanks very much. Yeah, thanks for having me on the whole Endurance Championship season as well, the Pattern Endurance Championship, because I've really enjoyed it. It's been fantastic, and we're getting our grandstand finish as well. So enjoy to you both, and I'll be keeping an eye from behind the scenes.
No worries, you take care, Youngs, there as well. So there goes Mr. Ewan O'Leary as well. What happened to Cabano Esports? They left the session after being involved in an incident, and they left a long time ago, I'm not going to lie. So they were caught up in an incident coming out of the left-hander here, and that unfortunately put them out. So there we go. Boniti Racing and Fury Simsport though. But let's have a chat with Mr. Hedgecock in the booth with me for the next 7 hours, sir.
It's going to fly by, mate. We're going to have a brilliant time. Remember you said you wanted to do a podcast? Well, here we go.
Well, yeah, I did say a podcast, but I wasn't expecting a 7-hour one. I'm not quite sure anybody would listen to two old people like me and you ruffling on for 7 hours.
Well, I know you've said that, and I've just thought of those. I always forget their names. You know those two Muppets that sit on the balcony, Waldorf and someone, or Wardle. I think that's going to be us, isn't it?
Well, so I'm a Muppet.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Okay. Thanks very much for that. I'm not even sure that works out in my favour, to be honest. I just become an old grumpy old Muppet that sits on a bench.
It makes two of us, buddy. It makes two of us.
Well, yeah, this is also true, I suppose, from that side of things. But let's see how this battle... Oh, dearie me. You can see how the next 7 hours are going to go, chat, can't you? It's going to be a little bit crazy up here in the booth. It was not as crazy as Snetterton, though, because we haven't got such illustrious corner names as Snetterton have got. But we do have a championship fight in the GT3 AMS. Both teams on 133. It's whoever finishes in front of the other one will be the champion between Fury and also Maniti Yellow. This is it. This is the moment. This is the battle. Chris Van Strickland from Trackside Esports here as well. He has currently got Winston Eckel going around him, but he is also chasing down Jonathan Guasunde, I believe, here as well. So a nice little tidy battle going on for this is currently 25th and 26th overall, and this is pros versus AMS. So a nice little tidy incident battle there going on. Have you been watching any of the racing, young sir?
Barring the period of the qualifying for the British Grand Prix, yes, I have been keeping an eye over things. I do want to say I feel really bad for Maniti Racing, because every time they get close to Fury, I think you've said this before, every time they get close, they're getting lapped by an LMP2 or an LMDH, and then they have to get that gap back again, and it seems like they've got just enough pace to catch, but not enough pace to catch quickly or quick enough before the next cars come to lap them again. So real awkward position for them, but brilliant to watch though. Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, it is a tough one there as well. He seems to get within that sort of half a tenth window, and then it just kind of goes out of the window almost, because he's got a car coming through, which is a bit of a shame. But I'm sure at the end of the day, it's going to be a fight that will continue on here. There's literally opened up to about a second gap currently at the moment. So let's see how this one pans out once more over the next 7 hours. We're coming up to the top of the hour now. And, well, I would say sit back and grab your popcorn. Did you have your packed lunch there, sir, by the way?
I had a packed lunch. I spent my 50p in the gift shop. I got myself a little badge.
Nice.
So now I know I was at Daytona. And now I've got a packet of grapes and some squash.
Lovely. This sounds amazing. So well done you.
By a packet of grapes and squash, I mean that the girlfriend is currently ordering Chinese, so I can secretly eat some rice while we're broadcasting.
Man, I'm not going to lie, that does sound good. I am not going to lie. Austin Dilt's on board here just gives the Fran Riza from Peaky Drivers a bit of a nudge there as they're being lapped from HW Racing's LMP2. The gap up front of the GT AMS is above 1 second at the moment. It's about 1.2 seconds. So let's see, and I'll keep a close eye on this battle once more. and hopefully it will start coming back down again there as well. So we'll keep an eye on that one here, and I'm a little bit confused why. There we go, 0.8 it is currently at from these guys, and again, Adam, he's in that place where again he's being lapped once he starts getting within that draft range. So it's kind of a bit of a shame for Joyster at the moment.
It is. The real frustration for him will be that he might be wanting to fuel save, play a little bit of a strategy, but he's still not able to do that either. So it's a real kind of tough time for him. I certainly would want to be in his position, because you're kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't, aren't you? You want to be decisive with your calls in this race. You have to be decisive in an endurance race. You have to commit to strategies at a certain point. But at the moment, he just can't catch a break and get a clean run.
No, he definitely can't. He got close again on the draft, and again, the LMDH come and started interrupting the party. So let's see now what happens. The LMDH overall, that could have been scary for the Octopus Racing car there as well. He could have ended up causing more damage than he's actually worth there, when really he could have just waited a corner and he would have had this run down into turn 7. But I'm guessing clearly difference of opinion between how I would have dealt with it and how he went and dealt with it. I'm not quite sure I would have sent it up the inside there, I'm not going to lie. But they have got Michel Sangali closing in. He's about 5.5 seconds back from Joyster in the LMP2, of course. He as well, Sangali from the Centre Quattro, leading by, what does he need to be over XPD? Is 1 minute 10. Currently pit stops times here, 1 minute 27. So they're almost got that free pit stop that they've been fighting for throughout the whole of the race.
That's what you want, isn't it? To have that in your back pocket. I know from my time doing endurance racing, your first goal is to go out and save as much fuel as you can. It doesn't really matter what position you're in too much, unless you're fighting for a specific place in the championship. But saving that fuel is key. Bless you.
Thank you.
It is it is key. So yeah, if you can get that in your pocket and know that you can rely on that later in the race, it gives you a big boost of just energy, really, because it is a long race. 12 hours is a long time.
Yeah, it definitely is. We think the Centre Quattro car, though, the 104 there on screen, has been going full bore to try and open up the gap. They've been hitting round about 23, 24 lap stints here. So we think they are on the pedal to the metal. Let's try and open up as much as we possibly can, because they're pitting 5 laps earlier than the XBD Emerald car at the moment. So they were running 23s. I think they just hit 24s before I went in my break. I'm not entirely sure where they're at the moment on 164, so 189. So we should see them in within about 7 laps if they're still hitting that 23 lap kind of standard as well. So I think they've just been full pedal to the metal and trying to open up that extra pit stop just in case they need it at the end. They'll have that gap to be able to take the pit stop and still come out in front, I think. And I think that's what Centre Quattro have been basically trying to achieve throughout the last, 7 hours, so the last 5 hours.
It's been a while since I've driven LMP2s, so I'm not as familiar with the fuel strategies as I used to be. But it might well be that their legitimate strategy is just pedal as quickly as they can, because they're hitting certain times.
Yep.
Like, it might be they're pitting on a. I haven't been keeping up with the pit stops, but it might be that it's, if we can do 55 minutes, just a number out the sky there. If we can do 55 minutes and just keep doing that, we're good to have this stint at the end. Maybe that's what they're trying to do, which is why they're, like you say, absolutely gunning it at the moment, and what seems to be all they've been doing all race. Yeah,
they've just been literally gunning it all the way through, to be honest. I think they're just trying to achieve as big a gap as they can, and knowing that they've not done any fuel saving as of yet, trying to build the gap up just in case. We're looking at, just as an idea as well, we're looking at round about every 40 minutes. They're doing about 23 to 25 laps every single stint, depending on where they're at, give or take, obviously, as well, and if they have been able to put save fuel throughout it. Peaky Drivers here with the Chicane Online Racing Orange. This is Austin Diltz for the Orange and Fran Reether for the Peaky Drivers GT3. This is a battle for 4th and 5th in class. There is only 2 cars on the lead lap. No, 3 cars just with Trackside Esports not too far away. Of course, originally driven by Nick Kirstens in quali, put it on pole and then unfortunately lost a lot of time, but he's managed to battle, or the team have managed to battle it back here with Chris Van Strickland currently in the car, doing a great job, hitting 1:47.04 last time out, compared to the Jonathan Guasande from the Octopus Racing Team hitting 1:46's 3.6s, but that could also depend on what the situation was with traffic. Yeah, clearly Shoister's trying to still close down on Wilbury. It's tough to move away from this, I think, partly due to the fact of the implications that it's got on the championship. You know, this is it. This is the final frontier, the final battle, the final countdown, whatever you want to call it. Maniti have got to beat Fury, and Fury have got to beat Maniti.
When you consider we're 190 laps into a race and there's half a second between them, yeah, that's incredible in itself already, isn't it? But with the championship ramifications being as they are, whoever wins. Yeah, it's one to watch, and it's not surprising that we're focusing on it. It's a brilliant battle, and both driving so well, to be fair. The defensive moves when they're being overtaken by the lapping traffic has been good. They've shown early if they want to be passed. They've shown early if they want to have the corner, which is vitally important when you're being lapped. I think that goes kind of understated a fair bit. You know, you don't have to just let people past. If you want to take the corner first, show you want to take a corner. Be decisive with it, but being this close is it's wonderful to watch, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Is this live or recorded? Penguino, this is live. So this is live, this is happening right now as we talk, as we speak. You've got my voice, you've got Adam's voice. We are both here on the Saturday afternoon currently at the moment, and it is 5:15 in the evening. So if you need any more proof, I'll get Adam to send you a photo. I don't know.
I mean, I could send a photo, but so you mean like yesterday when I was doing all that voiceover stuff, like that's not going to be used?
No.
Oh.
Sorry. We weren't supposed to be giving that out. The Fury Sim Sports car's got to slow down. He's got to slow down coming out of the chicane. He's pulled up to the banking, and that is it. Maniti Racing Yellow is through. He is through. Wilbury Senior got a slowdown at the chicane, I believe, and that has cost him the lead. That is it. Job done. 8 tenths now. He's got to make back, and I'm a bit scared for Fury at the moment, because I'm not going to be lying. Over the last few minutes, Shoister has shown that he's got a little bit more pace than Wilbury Senior.
He has, but the question is how much of that was draft related? This is what we're going to find out right now. Has he got the legs to actually sprint away? We've also got, who is that between them?
Zhao Reese. He's from SimVision in the middle. And obviously SimVision have already been involved in incidents, and they have been...
Oh, no.
He's not going to stop that. Oh. And they've been involved in more incidents. Now, that did look like, I'm not going to lie, that there was possibly netcode over the top of that. Let's have a look on the board, the chopper. Oh, I need to get back.
I think that it already happened there, yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, we can't seem to go back a little bit earlier. Can I try and get back a little bit more? So this is where we get started off here. And Zhao Reese, I think there is netcode in the middle of this, and this is why he ends up going off. I don't think this is going to be the responsibility of the car in front. He is lapped, mind you. He is on lap 162, while these guys are on lap 170. So I suppose the question would be asked on whether or not he really needs to be there in the first place, or needs to be fighting. But hey-oh, let's see here, and we'll go and see what trying happened here as well. They're going around the International Horseshoe. They're turning the right-hander now. And this is where it's...
He gets much better drive, doesn't he?
Yeah, but it begs the question, doesn't it? Is this going to be contact or netcode, or... They're running around together. Oh, no. Maniti goes off.
Grass.
Yeah. Maniti goes off the grass and touches the grass. And unfortunately, he's in the pits. Unfortunately for Maniti, Rick Wilbrink is now right behind him as well. So there we go. It's all hottening up back up front again. But I suppose the question should be asked, did Zhao Reese need to be there, Adam?
So I'm going to be really controversial right now. No, he shouldn't have been there. Now, I am all for lapped traffic to unlap themselves if they're quick enough. Go for it. But you don't do it at the kink between the horseshoes. You're asking for trouble when you're on the lead lap, let alone when your lap's down. There's too much risk there. We could see that he was quicker because he'd basically been following this pack anyway. But you don't need to stick your nose there. It is unnecessary. Once he's there, of course, the Ferrari on the outside, you want to leave as much room as possible, and it just tightens up on you. Accidents happen there all the time because of that.
Yeah.
We like to refer to it as a mind punt.
Yeah.
If you show your nose there, that someone's going to go off because they're scared.
Oh, yeah, blatantly. Absolutely, I fully agree with you there as well. I think Rick Wilbrink is a little bit more dubious about that bus stop, though, because he looked like he could have had a bit more of an effort run. He has got a bit of a run out here at the moment. That's very early. Very, very early. I'm not entirely sure there was a need to go out that early. I think you should have been closing up now. Oh, you're below the yellow lines. Get over the top. Get it. It's not letting him up. Wilbrink went the wrong way. He wanted the inside line for turn 1. He has got it, though. But whether or not that's going to be under question because of where it took place, it was technically off track.
It was, yeah, you can see the flashes from the Maniti car behind. Understandable his frustration. It's not how gentlemen race, that is for sure. To answer your question about why he went early, there is a thing here where if you pull out the toe too early, you will, like to go for the overtake, you run the risk of passing and then being repassed into turn 1. So what a lot of teams do if they're catching too quick is they'll break the toe a little bit and then go again so that they've got the run going into the first corner rather than halfway up the straight. But yeah, he got it early, went under the line. We'll see what the stewards have to say.
Yeah, Xander's in YouTube chat there as well. That's not allowed. Overtake on the apron. No, I wouldn't necessarily say that was my ideal scenario from Wilbrink Senior. Whether or not he'll have to give the place back, I don't really know, to be honest. I don't know.
If I was in his garage right now, I'd be saying, hey, look, we've still got a long way to go. Just give the place back. Like, save the stewards a job, save any potential penalties. Just let him back past.
You reckon?
That's what I would. If I was in a team racing in that situation, that's what I'd be saying to him. Especially because there's live stewarding, you have to be so careful.
Yeah.
So by showing that you did it, you admit that you did it. You know, the stewards might be grateful that you've given them a break, that they don't have to look at it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, it doesn't look like he's listening here, does it? To be honest, he may have done it and he may have known he's done it, but he certainly ain't listening to us about giving it back here. So there we go. There is a protest in currently at the moment as well from Maniti regarding Fury for overtaking on the apron. That will be a little bit... I don't know. I suppose the rules say you got to give it back.
If they've said that you can't do it, then it's a slam dunk, isn't it? It's like a jump start. You know, if the sensors see that your car's gone too quickly, the sensors have seen your car's gone too quickly. There is no grey area with it. So if it's in the rules that you can't go down there, then that's a slam dunk, and I'm sure we'll see what the repercussions of that are shortly. Yeah,
well, we're going to find out very, very shortly, I'm sure, here as well. So let's see how this one pans out. That's the racing service. No off tracks from iRacing. If iRacing allows it, PEC allows it.
Oh.
Well, there is a protest in, so I will bring you the result of the protest. I'm not going to lie, because we are waiting, anticipating what they're going to say here. Partly due to the fact that obviously, yes, iRacing does allow it, and we know all about the incidents and everything that happened at D24 and whatever else, but it's whether or not the stewards are going to allow it, because I don't know, technically you can do it in iRacing, you can do it in officials here as well.
So one of the leagues that I race in, the rule that they have is that because iRacing allow you to go down there, you can go down there, but technically it's off the track. So if you cause an accident when you come back up the yellow line, then that is on you for a bad rejoin. That's how they do it.
Well, the thing is, he didn't really come back on, did he? He run that baseline all the way through. And there was the odd car doing it in quali as well. So I suppose from that point of view, you've got to look at one, you've got to look at them all, right?
Oh, absolutely, and that's a headache nobody wants to have.
I would not be surprised if NFA comes up next to this protest. I've got to be honest, and that isn't me being crude. I think it's just the fact that if they look at one, then there's going to be protests in from quali for people doing it on the apron, because there was a couple, if I remember seeing correctly, that had diverted around the apron. I know there was obviously, you know, the scandal with everything else that we've seen earlier on in the year with individuals and stuff. But I think for now, we'll sit and wait. I think for now, we will just sit and wait and see what the stewards decide. Let Peck decide it. I agree. I fully agree with you, Xanders. I think we will. And as of yet, no decision's been made. So let's keep an eye on this battle. This is one of the closest battles. Actually, this is the closest battle. It looked like Sim Vision there with Barretto has been in the pits for 7.5 minutes. I don't know if they're just trying to finish the race. I'm not entirely sure I would. I'd probably go and enjoy my Saturday evening and sit and eat my Chinese watching a film on Netflix, to be honest. But there we go.
I mean, that's basically what I'm doing, mate. I'm watching racing, which I love doing, and I'll be sitting eating the Chinese while doing it.
Well, share.
I'll send you some prawn crackers through the post.
Oh, lovely. They'll be like prawn crumbs by the time I get them, knowing my postal service as well. I mean, that far out in the back, I'll be on. They deliver still on Wholesome Cart.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
The funny thing is, I actually believe you that'd be a case. Oh, who's that wide in the background at turn 1? I've just seen LMP2 going on a little bit of an excursion. Let's see who that was.
Not sure on that one.
Nothing flashed up either, so they done it rather wonderfully where the system didn't pick it up.
So you two, the grass, lost control, and you have a nerve that our car shouldn't be there, really. Yes. I'm sorry, Zhao. I, as I say, as me and Adam have both discussed previously, he did go on the grass, and he did lose it. And there was contact. No, Nick, I think this is going at me and Adam in the booth here, but we're going to explain to you why. First things first. A, yes, he did go on the grass, right? B, yes, you were the faster car. So please listen to what I'm saying. You were the faster car, okay? We get it. We saw it. We understand your position, right? What we don't get is why you try to make a move around the kink. Why not wait to the straight when you've got a long draft and where you're not going to possibly affect a championship battle? That was why our decision and our information was given. So that's the conversation why we were having it. If you're more than welcome to DM me and I'll explain it to you in DMs as well. The conversation is you are a lap car. The thing was it is a championship fight and you shouldn't have been trying to make it a move around a kink. You should have, if you wanted to go back through, you should have waited until the straight. But would you have got away anyway because the draft is so strong? So there you go. That's my explanation, and as well.
I mean, I think we were very fair with it.
Yeah.
We appreciated the fact that he was the quicker car and that lapped traffic do have the right to unlap themselves. But it's the same with it's the golden rule of endurance racing, isn't it? The car that spends the least amount of time in the pits wins the race.
Mm-hmm.
So your goal should be to manage that risk. You do a risk assessment on every move that you take. Do I need to make the move now? How long's left in the race? Is it worth the risk? Is the reward that I'm going to get from this, is that going to jeopardize anything? And yeah, for me, it was just at the kink. I mean, I don't like seeing prototypes going past GT3s at the kink because it's still a big risk for them, you know? As we see Maniti having that issue right now coming onto the banking. Wow, that was a bit of a sketchy overtake there from Dutton. He looked like he was struggling to get the car slowed down a touch. But yeah, it's just all about the risk.
Yeah.
Manage that risk. And, you know, we can see that he's a passionate driver. We can see that quite clearly. But sometimes you have to rein that passion in just a touch.
Yeah, I do believe that as well, and especially when you've got such long straights coming up. So, there we go. That's our philosophy here from these guys. from myself and Adam. We've seen hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of races between us. We can guarantee you that the kink would not have worked, and we can kind of well, we saw it didn't work, and it wasn't the only one. There was an incident earlier on between car 221 and 208. And there was also Cabano, and that didn't turn out well for Cabano either, unfortunately, because they went out the race about probably 100 or if not more laps ago. So, you know, you may sit there and you're not happy with what we're saying, but unfortunately, it's not worked out for many who have tried the kink today, and that could have possibly affected a championship battle, that if it was a little bit more patient, you've got a straight coming up. In fact, you've got two once you get through the bus stop. So the move could have been made a little bit more straightforward than that one. There we go. As I say, that's going to be the interesting one and see how it all turns out. But from my opinion, that was basically all there was to that. As Wilbrink Senior now is still behind Stefan Schuster. And, oh, Bazinga!
How did he squeeze through that?
I don't know. I don't even know how he stopped the car, to be honest. I'm not going to lie. Fury has to give the position to 378. Well, he did, yeah. So they've swapped positions already. So that's what we discussed, didn't we? We said he should give it back to him after being on that inside or down on the apron there as well. So there we go. And see what happens.
We do know a bit about racing.
Just a little bit.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Not sorry.
No. So there we go. Just trying to deal with something else at the same time. So yes, so they have swapped positions here once more, and Fury has now got to go and try and catch up once more. But it is the closest battle. It is the championship battle, and it's now we're going to be interested. If you give me 2 minutes, sir, you're all right for 2 seconds.
I will survive.
Thank you.
Well, I think I'll survive. Chat, support me. We'll survive together. We will survive together. Let's have a little poll in the chat. Let's do that while we wait for James to come back so we can skip around and look at other things again. Let's have a little poll. How do we think this one's going to play out? Who do we think's going to win between this battle, Fury or Maniti? It's certainly nip and tuck from what we've been seeing, and neither of them seem to have enough pace to get away from each other. So it's going to be tight right to the end. What do we think's going to happen? Welcome back, mate.
Thanks, mate.
That's all right.
Yeah. So there we go. We're still a championship fight. We're still going on, are we?
We are. I've just asked the chat to have a little poll, see what they think's going to happen with this one. See who's going to win at the end of the. At the end, Thomas coming in, everyone crashes and we win. I mean, we've seen that happen in some races. There's been a big one at some point. Never give up your dreams. Big crashes can happen.
Yeah, this is also true. So they've got, let's see what happens here. But the LMP2s are starting their pit cycle once more. So let's see how this one pans out with these guys. And see how it goes. Mini-E, I reckon. Mini-E? You reckon? Well, Fury are side by side with Maniti currently at the moment, and trying to make that move. He slips back in once again, and now he's trying to think here as well. And let's see now if they're going to be able to make this through on that run over the start-finish line down into turn one. And Rick Wilbrink now still tucked up behind him. So. Yeah, very interesting battle here, Adam, and one that I think is going to rage on for the next 6.5 minutes. 6.5 hours, sorry, 6.5 minutes.
I mean, for sure, absolutely 6.5 minutes. But yeah, this one will go the distance by the looks of it. Interestingly enough, with the tow, we're not seeing such a big overspeed. I thought it would be more. I really did think it would be more, but it seems that the cars like almost stall out a little bit when they get to run, unless he's deliberately feathering behind.
Drive through for Peaky Drivers, LMP2, YS Simsport PEC 205 versus Peaky Drivers.
What is that one?
We missed one.
I haven't seen anything.
Unless this is it with Jonathan Sunday. No, this is the Optimus Racing team probably doing this all on his own.
He seems to have a bit of his car missing.
Oh, he was involved in an incident earlier on. He's going to lose that. He's going to lose a little bit more there as well. Which that one. It must be that one, because that's where the Peaky Drivers is. What did he do wrong?
I'm confused with that one. He's got every right to take the inside there. The SimSport car gave him the room and just went too wide in doing so. Unless they've judged it to be I mean, they weren't turning in at that point,
No.
so he's well within his rights. I'm confused with that one. I'm not. I don't know what to say.
I'm probably just going to be careful what I say.
Well, you've already had a speaking to by the stewards.
Yes, this is also true, partly due to the fact that obviously, you know, I had an opinion about something that really wasn't. I don't get what that Peaky Drivers did, to be honest, to get a drive-through, which I thought was a little bit harsh.
I'm not sure.
I don't know. I can't answer it. To be honest, it didn't look like he did anything wrong. It didn't look like the car was turning at the point where he was alongside. Let's have another look, just in case we are missing something here. He gave him enough room. He gave him miles of room.
Yeah, he hasn't squeezed him on the entrance, like on the turning point. It was certainly from that angle, certainly alongside, far enough alongside.
Yeah, he's got loads of room. He can still make the turn in.
I am not sure.
I am really, really, really not sure. I do love that as well. Daniel was in the booth with us. Daniel, good afternoon. How are you?
Hi. Hi guys. So, a little explanation about the drive-through penalty. The team did exactly the same a few hours ago, where it resulted in the same for the GT3. The problem with the GT3 is he has to open the line and could not drive the bus stop probably. So that's why he got a second warning, resulting into a drive-through penalty. He did not get a complete drive-through for it. He got a warning for it, and he had one before, so that's why he got a second warning and a drive-through.
But he didn't do anything wrong. As far he wasn't stopping Soris from making the turn. He was well alongside before they got into the turning zone. Soris could have broken.
The main problem was for the GT3 to open the line, and that's why the LMP2 comes so spontaneously. That's why the GT3 has to open the line and does not get through the corner. That's why he got the warning.
Yeah, but
he did exactly the same before, so that's why he got another warning for it.
Yeah, I understand that, but what I'm saying is, did you look at Chris Racing Blue, who was running a tighter line into the bus stop and still made the corner?
Yeah, but when you're inside of... Yeah, I understand that point, but we decided it that way because it is so spontaneously from the LMP2, and the driver also don't want to crash into the... Of course, there's enough space.
Yeah, there's loads of room.
You can see it, but
he can make the turn.
It's too close when you're driving.
Okay. I could be here all day. I'm not gonna lie, but I'm not gonna be here all day because the Chris Racing Blue team was on the tighter line. They made the turn. Soris didn't slow down to try and make the turn. He decided to chose to go on. I don't get that one. But hey, look, you're the stewards. I'm just going to sit here and try and not get myself in the steward booth at the end. So I will let you go. And thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the race.
Yeah, I also have fun commentating.
Will do. I will do. I'm sure.
Bye.
Bye.
All I'll say is if he's had a previous warning for... I mean, we're only seeing off-boards. They're going to look at telemetry, I'm assuming, and look at inputs. If he's doing it a little bit too late, then you know, that's their decision. That's their prerogative. That's not to say that I agree with it, but I generally don't agree with a lot of the stewarding stuff because I'm an opinionated Englishman.
Like I am.
Yes.
And that's probably why I stopped at that point, because I think I could have been arguing that all day, because I really didn't get that. I'm not going to lie, because the Chris Racing Blue was on the tighter line and he managed to make the corner just by anticipating or using what they technically have on the side of the car, which is 4 wing mirrors and a rear view. So, you know, I'm just pointing that out there as well. Can somebody help me find some logic? What the flying pigeon is going on? Harrow? I can't answer. You did you not hear me? There's no point trying to argue it and say it about me, mate. I have not got a Scooby-Doo here as well. But there we go. The stewards are doing the job. And there we go. It's an interesting one there as well. Brian Loynes, who's this commentator?
I mean, that's James.
And that's Adam. So, you know what I mean? Together, we are the Chuckle Brothers. No, anyway. Right, so this battle is still on up here as well. Rick Wilbrink is staying with the Maniti Yellow. The draft very much assisting this, I believe, as well. And he is looking like he's going to try and make it. Now, he's another car, obviously, that's going to be roles reversed here with the MRP trying to make that move through. What are you going to do? Wilbrink's trying to sneak up the inside. Oh, don't take it free wide on there. That's never going to work. Can that LMP2 get out of the way before they get onto the kink? The next one is behind him. That's Andrew Fields as well in the 505. No, that's Dennis Cho in the 505 endurance here, and he's going to try and get past these two battling it out for this lead championship battle. This is the championship battle. Please do this carefully, because we do not want this fight affected by the fact that somebody's been dived and it's all gone a little bit wrong here, do we? We kind of want it done on track.
No, absolutely. And what I alluded to earlier with showing where you want to be passed, Wilbrink Sr. is doing it perfectly here. We saw coming out of the kink, he just held to the right a little bit longer as they approached the horseshoe, just to make sure that the car behind knew, hey, this is my line, just leave it, I'm in a fight. And they managed to get through it well, although I wasn't quite sure why the LMP2 was trying to go around the outside as they were coming onto the banking. That's not a smart play, to be honest. You might as well sit behind and get the better drive out of the corner. But as you can see, the draft here, the guys in chat were saying that there's not much draft, but there's definitely enough to get going, and then the car just seems to stall out. We've seen this a few laps in a row. He swings back down to try and get some more draft, but he just doesn't seem to have the legs at the moment. The Ferrari is a very slippery car, that has to be said, but the BMW just can't quite get it done. So it's either wait behind or try and force it. So I think personally he's doing the right thing. Just let him know you're there, keep buzzing around, maybe force an error, but don't do anything silly.
Yeah, don't try and do anything crazy, because we don't want this fight done by an incident or an accident or a steward's decision, because it's going to be unfortunately there as well. Harrow, I totally agree with you, thank you. If an overtake results in an unreasonable evasive action causing a severe loss of time, loss of control or other disruption to the corner, then offending cars will receive a penalty. I fully understand where you're coming from, Pepe, I really do. The question is, the car behind, who was the Chris Racing Blue team, made the corner quite easily. Oh no! No!
Two cars on one line does not work, gentlemen. That is such a shame. And that almost had big implications for the altitude car who was right behind them.
Did the outside, did Schuster come across the nose of Wilbrink? No.
I think at this point they're okay. They're fine, and Wilbrink's just got the better drive.
Oh, he's come over. It all depends
when the spotter. It all depends when the spotter calls it. That's so easy to do.
Yeah, but if you have a look, it looks like he steers over here. We're going board with Wilbrink. Watch the car come over. Wilbrink's obviously got the normal run line out, and Schuster's come over.
Yeah, it's unnecessary. It's unfortunate, and I do have a feeling that the spotter did have something to play with that. Simply because, you know, depending on how you have it set, it will let you know how far clear or not clear you are from the car. And I think as he's got that, he would have had the clear call as they exited the corner, because there was some visible daylight between them. But as the Fury car came back, Maybe the spotter hadn't called that there was still a car alongside, so he's turned in thinking that he's got the run. So unfortunate. I hope that there's no damage involved, although Maniti have pitted.
Yeah, they have.
So we'll have to see how that one plays out, see how long they stay in the pits for.
Yeah, we're going to have to see what happens with them, but it's currently being handed over to Joachim Doe currently for the Maniti Racing team. Pepe, I do understand what you're saying on that one. Chris Racing Blue made the turn in as well, so I don't know. I could be here arguing this all day, I've got to be honest, but I'm not going to. As Mark Hagel in the XPD is still fighting out with Dennis Cho in the 505, and he's still trying to get away from him as well. Peaky drivers are in to the pits for the LMP2 here, and they will be stopping for their pit stop. 6:24, yeah, probably not far off where they need to be going, and these two guys are going to go through. Not the place, sorry mods, got a bit too excited after that. Regarding what, Cade Middleton, I believe, from the Fury Sim Sport there as well. I don't know which way that's going to go. I think that there'll probably be a complaint as literally before we've even finished talking, I would have thought there as well. Yeah, it is. It's already in.
Understandable, especially when the championship depends on the outcome of this, really, doesn't it? Maniti are coming back out of the pits now, so minimal damage incurred, maybe just some overheated tyres, and maybe they just thought it was the best time to pit, cool off and take the pit now, go again.
Oh no, that's not the one I'm thinking. That's an incident before. That's with Fury, Maniti and Sim Vision, where they went and Sim Vision got hit by Maniti. The one that we, gave our opinion.
Oh, yes.
The one we gave our opinion about, and the driver wasn't happy here as well. So there we go. But 505 chasing down XPD. This is still third and fourth battle in the LMP2s. Sergio Coccio currently 43 seconds out in front and absolutely flying. 6 hours and 23 minutes to go, Mr. Hedgecock.
That will fly by. Although the cars are spread out, there is still a lot to be playing for across the field. There's a lot of little battles going on, not necessarily close on track, but we still have to see. We know with endurance racing, the first kind of exchanges are exciting at the start of the race. Then it settles down for long periods, and then you get all the strategies starting to play out in the last hour. So we've got that to look forward to still as well.
Yeah, Jonathan Leppert here from TR Geeks Energy has been up to something in turn 7 by the looks of it, because he's jumped.
It's a nice livery.
It is a nice livery, but he has. Oh. Okay.
Maybe he really wanted to buy one of the hot dogs that they sell near that corner.
Or maybe he really needed the toilet. I don't know.
No, race drivers don't get out the seats for that. You leave it for the next driver to worry about.
Well, you do, but I wouldn't want to be leaving puddles, I'm not going to lie, here as well. But it's very spread out currently at the moment. As you can see, we've only got 2 cars on the lead lap in GTPs. We've only got 4 in LMPs, we've only got 3 in GT3s, and we've only got 3 in GT3 AMs. So the cars are very spread out, and their XPD are going past Maniti of Joachim Doe. So there we go. Strategy equals win, says Mr. Brian Loynes. It definitely does. Don't get me wrong as well. So let's see how this one pans out and see what goes on as we're coming now into the last 6 hours, 20 minutes. And 505 are closing up on XPD here. And it looks like Dennis Cho's got the bit between his teeth here, Adam.
It does. He's really putting the time in now, pushing on as best he can. He's looking tidy as well. That's what amazes me when you look at LMPs and prototypes. When they look tidy, they are quick. And at the moment, Dennis Cho is looking very tidy. He's hitting his braking points. He's not locking up at all, and he's just homing in on the back of Mark there. I want to say at a serious rate of knots, but it's progressive pressure and it is absolutely wonderful to see from him.
Yeah, it definitely is there as well, and it's going to be an interesting one how this one pans out once again. Ready for this battle into the last 6 hours here. Oh, we're already coming up to halfway through of this 12-hour battle. And, well, Adam, what do we think is going to happen? Go for it.
You know what? I think it's going to be as it is for a little while. The drivers are kind of in their rhythm. They're in their groove. They've all had a stint in the car now. Obviously, being a team championship, they've had all the drivers have a chance to get out onto the track and settle in. And for sure, although, like I said before, there are some big gaps out there, they're running their strategies, they're running their targets, and they're just trying to get to the point where that comes to fruition at the end. It's a shame. I'm going to go back to it. It's a shame what we saw between Fury and Maniti, although they are only 6.3 seconds apart on track, and we can see them both in shot there. But now with a pit stop, I want to say difference. It's an unscheduled one, which has really thrown the cat amongst the pigeons. So we'll see how that plays out. Dennis Cho getting really aggressive there, dipping a wheel on the grass, wanting to get past Carapato early before the kink, which is the right thing to do. He's lost a little bit of ground to the 185 ahead. But nothing you can't catch up again. What's his split saying? He's one of the fastest LMP2s out there at the moment, it seems. So that shouldn't be too much of a task. Again, I'm going to show my naivety at LMP2 drafting. I'm not sure what the draft is, or if it's still as big as it used to be when it first came out, but he's 1.5 seconds back. He's gained two tenths going through the bus stop already. He is absolutely flying. Did I just see? No, I didn't. I thought I saw someone come in the pits of interest, but it did not happen. We're only half hour into the stint, and I'm already hallucinating. Good luck, everybody, for the next 6 hours and 18 minutes. Warning from Maniti Racing Yellow with the Sim Vision number 220. Scratching my brain. I'm trying to think what that was about. What did we see Maniti do? I can't remember what they did. When James gets back, we will have a look at that. James has had to step away just for a moment, but we will check that when he's back. Racing team number 221 have come in the pits. They are currently in, and I believe that's a scheduled stop for them. So we'll see where they come out afterwards. Are they swapping drivers? They're not swapping drivers at the moment. It's still Ponta in there for them. But we'll see how that plays out as Cho continues his way on. And I heard a rustling. Is that you back, James?
I am. Yes, I am back here as well. I do apologise about that as well. Just had some issue I had to get sorted out. But I am back, and hopefully I'll be back for a little bit there as well. But let's see what happens here within this fighting between Fury Simsport and Maniti. Have now got 5-second gaps currently. Arturo Lorio and Pablo Ortega currently in the Sim Vision, sitting in 6th and 5th respectively from the Prestonada car. So let's see what happens with that one. There we go. It's all getting very exciting now, isn't it? We go into the last 6 hours. Strategies are going to play a massive part, I think, here, Adam, and one that we can look out for.
Absolutely. That's what I was just alluding to with while you had stepped away. One thing did come up while you were away. Maniti got a warning for an incident with I can't remember who.
Maniti got a warning.
They got a warning.
Okay,
let's have a look at the
warning for Maniti Racing Yellow over the Sim Vision car.
That's the one.
I am going to presume that is the incident where they went on the grass, right?
Oh, that would be the one. Yes. I couldn't remember. I was scrabbling around trying to see what it was. But yes, yeah, that could well be that.
I'm probably guessing it's that one. So, yeah. That's the... let's see what happens on that one as well. But Maniti got a warning for the incident involving them two cars, which took place now at that part of the circuit.
It did. One of my favourite corners, I have to admit. There is something very satisfying about seeing what looks like quite an aggressive turn up the road and just throwing a car through it. It's very satisfying to drive. It's a weird one because it's not really a corner, but when you drive it, it feels like it is.
Yeah, you've got the slight left turn. I think that's the thing. It looks obviously different from what it is at the moment. Do you know what I mean? You're sat in the car, you turn left. Obviously, we don't really see the whole angles of it unless we go on board with them. But at the end of the day, it is technically a corner. It's got its own corner number. There's a couple like it across the American circuits, as we know. So I think it's going to be interesting to see how that kink that is so, what we should say, easy in conjunction, you just slide it left, right, has caused so many problems throughout the race.
I think it's because it's very easy to get it wrong. If you don't get the line right, you end up touching the grass on the outside, and because of the speed that you're carrying, that can be lethal. And before you know it, you're heading to the barrier down at the West Horseshoe. You know, like you're going to go a long way. So you have to drive it properly. You have to respect it, even though it is just a kink.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's the thing, isn't it? You've got to respect what you're given in front of you and got to respect the corner. And at the end of the day, if you're going to have problems with it, you know, trying to go round too wide around there, the easiest thing as anything, don't go too wide. You know what I mean?
No, absolutely. Absolutely.
And let's be real about it, right? In about 2 more corners, about 200 metres time, you have got a long old straight. So, you know, jeopardising a race compared to waiting till you go round turn 7?
I think it's the same with Road America, the kink there.
Yeah.
That's very similar. Like it's not really a corner, but it is a corner, and you have to respect it. And, you know, trying to force something there. I mean, I've driven in very competitive GT3 leagues where there are certain drivers that would risk it there, knowing that 9 times out of 10 the person they're sending it on will back out and they'll just be given a place. They do take advantage of it. I suppose that's the same here as well. If you're in a certain mindset where you think, you know what, I have the confidence to take this. If you don't want to be part of that, then back out. Then, you know, but then that's where incidents happen, I suppose.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? That's where it all kicks in, and we have what we have had already with multiple cars. You know, Delta Racing caught up there as well, the 208 and 221 as well from the racing team caught up there with the Cabano team and the Carbano Esports, and we know how it ended up for them. So, you know, I just think a lot of this is obviously being sensible about what's going on, and at the end of the day, what's going on really in hindsight, if you looked at it from a racing point of view, is in 2 corners time you've got a long straight with a whole load of draft to help you overtake. So that brief dive up the inside or around the outside of turn 5, is it really worth it? That's the question, isn't it?
No, exactly right. Exactly right. We saw it right at the start of the race as well, didn't we, where drivers were squabbling over essentially a nothing position at that point in the race. You know, I'm just going to pluck some numbers, going from 6th to 5th or 4th to 3rd in the first 10 minutes of a 12-hour race is not really going to gain you anything. But then I say this from the perspective of a very cautious driver. I've been told several times that I need to be more aggressive behind the wheel. So, you know, personally, I look at it and kind of shake my head a little bit.
Yeah, I wouldn't make a move there if I didn't have to. Unless, if somebody was off and I've got to take a divert past them, fair play, I would. But I wouldn't go into that area and think, I know, I'm going to set him up to overtake in the kink. I'm going to sit there and think, I've got literally 2 corners to make a long move on an overtake straight. So I'm not really going to be worried too much about trying to make that move. Do you know what I mean? And at the end of the day, it's something that these people have got to learn. You know, they can complain and they can come in and they can say what they feel. That's fine. But in hindsight, should you be making it on around the kink in turn 5?
I suppose that's why I love racing so much, though, that the drivers have the confidence to stick to what they've done. You know, I'm going to make this move. I believe it's the right thing to do. And even when incidents happen, they will still believe it's the right thing to do at that time, because that's how racing drivers are programmed.
Yeah.
You know, to a certain extent. You know, you always look at what the other person could be doing wrong. Sure, you might, in hindsight, look at a couple of incidents you've had and think, well, yeah, maybe I should have backed out there. Maybe that wasn't the right thing to do. But 9 times out of 10, you look at it and you're instantly looking at what the other driver has done, rather than what you potentially have done. And you'll passionately defend that. And that's what's wonderful about it, that people are so passionate and dedicated to that cause that they will stand there and they will fight their ground.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing, but it's almost that admittance that there was an issue, isn't there? You know, you're never going to get a racing driver to admit it was their fault, really.
Oh, absolutely. It's never our fault, mate.
Well, I get that. But at the end of the day, you know, sometimes you got to look at the bigger picture and think, meh, hands up. So, yeah, you know, I don't know. I don't think I race enough to personally sit back and say, I've just sat here and watched hundreds and hundreds of races where I sit back and think, never going to work. Never, ever going to work here as well. Well, let's give you a brief rundown of what's been going on so far. The GTP's Altitude Esports here is out in front. They have pretty much wrapped the title up as long as they finish the next 6 hours. Hutchinson said he'll have a mid-race interview whilst in the car if you wish. Tell him to pop in after. I really don't want him to jeopardise the race, Brian. I do love talking to drivers while they're driving, but from past experience, it doesn't always end well for the driver. So maybe get him to pop up after there as well. So the Altitude boys are out in front from DLR Rotary, Orange by about 18 seconds. In the LMP2, we've got Senja Quattro, who's just in the pits as well. Had a nice little healthy gap over MRP. Currently here as well. So MRP are currently on their way round the last round, turn 12. And they should, in hindsight, jump the MRP car, but we will see what happens with that one. In the GT3 Pros, Racing Team 221 are out in front currently, with their sister team 208 being involved in an incident earlier on, and unfortunately now are looking like they're actually out of the race. So Bernardini there picks up 208 and wins the race. For 221, they have to finish in front of Chicane Online Racing Red to wrap up second place, which they are doing at the moment. In the Fury Sim Sport Academy in the GT3 AMS, they still need to stay in front of Maniti Racing, and at the moment Maniti are 1.2 seconds back after them guys got involved in an incident earlier on. As well, I've not heard any results back from that one as of yet, but let's see how this one happens, and I'm just waiting for, that was under a no further action, so there'll be no further action from the stewards regarding Maniti Racing Yellow and also the Fury Supersport car, but they're battling out. Situation for them is whoever wins, whoever's in front of anything, whoever wins, basically whoever's in front will win. I won't repeat what he called you. Okay, I'll tell you what then, Brian, right, ask him and say to him, I don't mind pulling you up for a chat, but if you crash or anything happens, it's not my fault. And see what he says. I think that's fair, Adam, don't you think?
I agree entirely. One thing that I will say right off the bat, if he scratches that car, I will not be happy.
No, you did delivery, didn't you?
I did. Yeah. I would also like to say that that it is true, yes, I am an Altitude Esports driver, but I am going to be very impartial. But I also am very, very happy with how things are currently going.
Yes, I bet you are.
Just wanted to put that out there, get it out of the way. I know there's a big elephant in the room.
Well, I don't think anybody knew, to be honest, apart from the Altitude Esports drivers and myself. So, yeah, I wouldn't.
What do you mean? What do you mean that I'm a celebrity, sir?
Oh, are you?
No, I'm not. Absolutely not. No.
Oh.
Although I did get called legendary yesterday.
Did you?
Yeah.
By who?
I'd done some pictures for a league, and they called me the legendary Mr. Hedge.
Oh. Very swift. I'll bring another flask of nitro in 10 minutes, says Pepe. Not sure what that's regarding. He said he does not mind. Right. All right.
Oh, dear.
If he crashes, it ain't my fault. Right?
Just don't call him Georgian.
Yeah, like Biggles constantly does. Right, where are you? Right, tell him he's on his way up now. And we are joined in the booth by Mark Hutchinson, who is driving the Altitude Esports team here as well. Mark, how are you?
Hello.
Hello, young sir. How's he getting on?
The struggle goes well. A couple more laps until pit, but yeah, going quite well so far.
Oh, yeah, well, you're out in front at the moment, obviously flying by 18 seconds. You have pretty much wrapped up the championship. All you got to do is just finish the race. So I guess that's really the goal then, is it? Just to finish?
Finish and win. We want to go out with a bang, absolutely.
Yeah, you're going to go. You're still going to go for it. Like, you are out in front, don't get me wrong, and you know, don't be fair. You guys, you're probably the strongest team and everything else that you got going on at the moment, and that isn't any disrespect to anybody else, but it's been a rough ride getting there, and I suppose this has been aided by the Writer Engineering's incident early on.
Yeah, it's been a strange one. Because the way we had practiced basically just trying to do fast lap after fast lap, because we knew Ryder were going to put up a big fight to try and beat us and win. So when they had their crash, all our practice was just meaningless because we just have to cruise now. We haven't practiced cruising at all. So yeah, it's different, but it's still good fun.
You're still enjoying the racing, even though you're out on your own 18 seconds with the championship in your pocket already.
Oh, absolutely. Come on, it's Daytona, sunset. Going 200 miles an hour, you can't really get much better.
No, you definitely can't there, Mark. Well, I'm going to let you go because you've made it through the interview without any incidents. I'm glad about that because I didn't want to be the one responsible for anything happening to you. Just going to let you get past these two cars. There goes one.
I have to say it's commendable, the ability to do an interview while fighting through traffic.
Yes.
That's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
I wasn't planning to speak going through the bus stop, but my push to talk button was held in, so I had to do it. That was quite scary, but
just trying to get life.
Right, Mark, we'll put you back in your room there, bud. Thank you so much for joining us, and just keep it on track, buddy, and you should be good there for the win, all right? Don't do anything crazy.
Absolutely, gents. We'll try our best.
Oh, man, take care. Well, there you go. That was Mark Hutchinson. Did I pop him back in the right room? I did. So well done for me. I'm impressed with myself.
That could be awkward.
Yeah, it could have been awkward there as well. Joachim Doe is now 4 attempts back from the Fury Sim Sport boys here as well, and these guys are still fighting out. Maybe Chris Van Strickland wants to join you guys. Yeah, if he's, I don't mind as long as if he's driving, then please don't bring him up. Speaking of incidents, Hutch has got our only 2x so far. Oh, well, fair play to him. At least he's only got 2x, I suppose, from that one. We've now got...
Did Tom not get one for the second lap, where he went for a little drive off into the exit of turn 1? Did he not get an incident for that?
No, I don't think it registers.
Oh. Well.
I don't think that registers as an off-track, if I'm not mistaken.
Impressive, considering on other circuits you just have to look at a white line and you get an off track.
Yeah, exactly. Spa being one of them.
Yes.
So, yeah, but no, I don't believe he did there as well. Fury Simsport pulling out here, and this is an enthralling battle between Joachim Doe and Matthew Luke Sr. Matthew Luke Sr. is here, so driving for Maniti. This battle is commencing once more. 6 hours to go. Lap 224, Mr. Hedgecock.
It's incredible, isn't it? It's flown past for, well, I mean, obviously I've been doing other little bits and pieces before I jumped in the booth, including making peanut butter. I've been busy boy, so it's flown past, but to see these guys, oh, don't get that close on the banking. That's asking for trouble there. You've already had an incident, don't have another one. But Joachim Doe has really had the bit between his teeth. Shortly, a short while ago, he was around 6 seconds behind, so he's really pushing on. But again, they're out of sync with pit stops now, aren't they? So we'll have to see how that plays out towards the end of the race. At the moment, it's not going to be too much of an issue, but of course they are out of sync.
Yeah, exactly. They got 185 and lap 186, so they're going to be pitting, I would have thought. What are they doing very, very shortly? The Carragher's in for the Ingersoll Round Ineos Esports team in the BMW, so I'm not being surprised that these guys are heading in here very, very shortly. I think they were on like a 40 lap stint, give or take. GT3's 32 laps on lap 185, 185, 195. I'm trying to do maths in my head here. It's never going to work, is it?
Quick, get a napkin out. Napkin maths are the best maths.
Oh, God blimey, hold on. So he pitted on 185, and we got about 32 laps, give or take. So 7, 8, 9, 10, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Don't forget to carry the 3.
I didn't. Lap 217, so in about 17 laps time for them, of course. Don't forget the lap 225 is the leading GTP. Sim Vision here, chasing away down for the Prestonada Nomad for Paulo Ortega once more. So still fighting it out down in 4th and 5th place for the GT3 Pro. So this is the closest battle currently on track, as these guys are within that 3/10 range.
And it's incredible to see again. We've said about it with the Maniti and the Fury, but obviously these guys are super close as well, which is, it always blows my mind when we come to a battle this far into a race. But we can see that the draft there is not really playing ball. Hutchinson, who we just spoke to, getting right in the middle of these two through the corner. Always a scary prospect for all the drivers involved going down into turn 1, because it's such an awkward corner. It's you kind of turn in, then you have to straighten up, then you have to turn in again, all while you're on the brakes, which in these kind of cars is pretty hard to do. Every lap is an adventure into turn 1 when I'm at the wheel, I can tell you that much.
Yeah, you and me both, mate. You and me both. As I say, it's been that long, my steering wheel's got more dust on it than anything else. So, yeah, it's definitely been a while since I've been in the car. My car from Cabano Esports Black LMP2 is into the pits as well. So he's painting for his 4th, well, no, they're a lot longer than 4th time. He's been in for ages. That was because my iRacing went a little bit Pete Tong earlier on, and I had to close it, so it's totally telling me that people have pitted 3 times, which is great there as well. Trackside looking good and sharp. Can't wait for Stephen Westra's hot tub stream. Okay, did I miss something while I was away here, Harrow?
Sounds like a certain type of stream that you'd find on Twitch.
Or coming out of my garden.
Yeah, I am waiting for the time where I come for an interview in the GT4s and you're like, oh yeah, ignore the birds, I'm outside in the hot tub.
Hey, mate, I tell you what, my mother-in-law, she had a classic idea earlier on. I think you were listening to that, and that's going to be happening. So there we go. I'll be in my shed next time on my laptop.
Oh, I'm only a little bit jealous.
Oh, don't, mate. I'm not going to lie. When you can sit in 40 degrees or 38 degrees outside while it's raining under a cover, oh, it's lush. Not going to lie. I recommend anyone getting a hot tub if you've got one already. A few LMP2s coming through at the moment. Kevin Ungayan and Alex Garcia have just made their way past the Sim Vision car there. So let's see what happens and they both carry on and make their way cleanly. There's a lot of people into the pits. Dadswell's now into the pits, into the car, sorry, taken over from Mark. Perry Osterveer from the Platinum Racing Team Blue has now got in the car, and Leonard Ziegler. Peaky Drivers LMP2 122 versus Altitude. Warning for Altitude.
I don't think we saw that.
I don't even know what that was.
I don't think we saw that.
No.
Although, to be fair, we haven't really been focusing on them because they've been so... That battle is so far spread.
Yeah, what did we miss this time? That's Kevin and Guyan going off and locking up. What did I miss that time? Oh, blimey. Surely it's not this Vicente one, is it? No, I think he does this all on his own, coming out of turn 7. Too many beans on the loud pedal.
Oh, that's such a that one winds me up so much. Oh, but he couldn't find his brake pedal before he hit the wall. It's such a lazy incident to have. You feel so hopeless when it happens.
Yeah, because it's just going to happen, isn't it? And you just end up looking, and it's just like, oh, you've got to be kidding me, really?
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly
that.
Yeah, that very slow motion spin when you're just going, come on. There are certain spins at certain points at certain tracks you do sit there and think, really? Would that have happened in real life?
Well, I had one at in that GT4 race recently at Kota. At the top of the hill, just before you plummet down for the hairpin before the long back straight, you kind of go over a little crest, and you always give it a little bit of a feather just to settle the car down as you go over it. Lap 1, cold tyres. I forgot to feather. Ended up drifting onto the inside wall. I'm just sitting there waiting for it to happen. It was horrendous.
That very slow motion moment, isn't it? And you're sitting there thinking, oh, can I really be dealing with this? But Sim Vision is trying to deal with Pablo Ortega here, being driven by Artur Loria. I think I've said that right as well. But let's see how these guys go about doing this as well. This is the battle for the final 5th and 4th place in the GT3 Pros, and it's 2 BMWs on track fighting it out here. So let's see what happens and see how this goes on and see how this develops. I think Maniti Racing dropping back from Fury currently at the moment. No, Fury are dropping back from Maniti. Sorry, they're 3 seconds back at the moment from Jochen Do. There is Fury in the background, but Jochen Do opening up. He did look very quick, mind you, didn't he, Jochen? So I'm not surprised that he is pulling away.
Yes, he got in and was straight on it, wasn't he? We see Artur having a little look around the outside. I have to say, we saw these 2 BMWs go through the bus stop just a short while ago. They both look absolutely planted. Whatever setup they're running on it, the cars are absolutely glued to the track, and it must be a joy to drive, to be honest. Something that stable. I'm sure the drivers will say, hey, look, it's not as stable as it looks off board, but it certainly looked that way. So they both just moved to the right there, let the LMP2 through, which is the right thing to do, and get on with their race.
They definitely did there as well, making the overtake more straightforward than some of the ones we've seen or attempted today, should we say. Ivan and Hernandez from XBD behind here. He's still got the 505 of Dennis Cho behind him, as well, as we are now under that 5 hours and 55 minute mark. So let's see what's going to happen here for the next 5 hours. I think it's going to be interesting to see DLR Rotary obviously have taken the lead and over Altitude at the moment, but Altitude have pitted. DLR have not, so I'm expecting DLR in very, very shortly. Evening, gents. Thanks for having me in for an interview. But experience when driving. Yeah, I didn't muck, right? I'm not going to lie. I was very apprehensive. Partly because every time I've interviewed someone who's driving, they normally end up in a gravel or a wall or some form of incident, right? So I did point out that if I brought you up and you crashed your car, it was not my fault. I'm not going to lie. Because I was told you would be up for it by Brian Loynes, and I did say to Loynesy that at the end of the day, if I bring you in and you crash, it's not my responsibility. It's Adam's.
Dragged into that.
Well, same team. He's not going to have a go at you. You know what I mean? You're in the same team. It's fine. So I'll let you get on with it. So let's see what's happening, going on there as well. But I figured at the end of the day, if it's not my responsibility, it's yours. So there we go.
I just realised, by the way, I've just seen that Perry Oosterbeer is in P6 overall in class, I guess, for the GT3s. Is only 7.3 seconds behind this battle. So I'm just looking at Perry's times. He's going pretty well. It could be that he joins this. I mean, it will be a little while, but it could be that if the times keep as they are, it could well be that he joins this battle, which would be lovely to see, a three-way battle on especially again. I know I keep saying it, this deep into the race.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, isn't it? You know, we were. It looked like earlier on when I went for my break, the cars were so spread out that you did wonder whether or not that they were gonna obviously stay close together on track. You know what I mean? And at the end of the day, I think. That was the wary thing, wasn't it? Because you can imagine 6.5 hours or 7 hours and everybody's spread out and nothing's going on. It would be like, I don't know, to be honest.
Ignore me, my colour blindness got the better of me there. I had a quick glance and it wasn't pink, it was blue. And I've just seen that it's blue. Different classes. Apologies for that. Oh dear.
Oh dear, Mr. Hedgecott. What's going on?
I was flicking around the screen, having a quick look, catching up on other bits, you know, making sure that I'm trying to stay on top of other battles that are going on and who's going quickly. And yeah, apparently at that moment my eyes saw 3 pinks and not 2 pinks and a blue.
Oh, very nice. Well done, you. Oh, dearie me. You don't trust me, James. Very sad. Well, I never said that. It's not that I said I didn't trust you, Mark, because I know you're capable. What I was worried about is you getting distracted by the sultry tones of my voice, you know, because I've been told it you know, it's quite interesting. So I didn't want you to go and stack it because you've lost concentration due to my voice. There we go. And as I say, I was going to blame Adam anyway.
It was always ending badly for me, wasn't it?
Well, you're in the same team, mate. So, you know, it'll be all right.
It will. Right, where are we at with the Maniti Fury? How much of a gap have they pulled? I am asking myself aloud.
5.5 seconds currently at the moment. Maniti have got 5.5 seconds over Fury. Fury have got Matthew Luke Sr. in the car and Joachim Doe is in the Maniti car. So we are 5.5 seconds. Fury not making an inroad there as well. 145.03, 144.91 for Joachim Doe. So Joachim is definitely flying. This Simvision Prestonada battle is still commencing for 4th and 5th overall. Arturo Lorio is 12 places up since he started the race, so that's a stellar job for him. He is up 7 in class. Not gonna lie, it was terrifying going through the bus stop with my finger on the push to talk button. And there you go, that's why I didn't want to talk, Mark, because if he'd gone off there, it would have been my fault. So there we go. It's tough for doing interviews with drivers because they're like, yeah, I can do that, and I'm like, all right, and then they get to experience something that they don't ever experience, talking, you know, giving an interview while driving around a racetrack. I did it once, I'm not going to lie, in an MX-5 while I was in a battle. I got pulled in by the comms team. That was an interesting conversation, I'm not going to lie, as I was trying to concentrate, not crushing my MX-5.
It is weird, isn't it? As a driver, you're kind of programmed to hear certain things like, how much fuel do you need? How long till I pit? That kind of thing. So when you're having those kind of conversations, it's all very natural. But the moment someone asks you, hey, how's your race going? You're lost. Your brain just can't compute driving and trying to figure out what the answer to that question is.
That's the thing, isn't it? It's a different thing where you're concentrating so much on what's going on that when you're thrown into a different scenario, you're politely knackered because your brain function doesn't allow you to. So while you're trying to hit a braking marker for a certain corner and you don't want to miss it, and then all of a sudden you got this man's voice in your head going, "Hey, how's your race going?" You're like, "Oh, missed my braking point."
Yeah, exactly.
And then the drama commences, you know what I mean? And then all of a sudden we have a manic mission. So there you go. But overall, it's been a nice, I would say clean, but there has been quite a few incidents here. I'm not going to lie, I've been writing them all down. I got 2 pages of A4 filled up so far. So yeah. Oh, yeah, mate, you got to remember it. What else are you going to talk about? Nothing?
I was seeing how long I can do the silence for.
Exactly. You're not talking about anything.
No.
So,
Although it does seem to be quiet in the steward's room at the moment. I haven't seen anything else go through in race control.
touch wood currently at the moment.
Yeah.
Before we put our big size 8s in it. Well, I'm a size 8.
Maybe I'm just trying to do that commentator's curse, so there's something for them to do, and I don't want to use the word controversy, but you know, if there's controversy going on in the race, everyone likes that. That's always fun to get involved in.
No, definitely. I do get myself involved in some.
Because you're a very passionate person. You can hear that when you're, even though you're not in the car, you're not involved in an incident. Once you've decided in your mind what that situation is, you defend it very resolutely.
Thank you. I'll take that as a compliment.
It was a compliment.
Yeah.
It shows your passion.
Thank you. I do like that one. I do like the fact that Daniel Kuhn has put, James, do you think we are sleeping? Well, according to the sheet, nothing's going on as well. Right, I will say, guys, in about 40 minutes, where are we at? No, in about 35 minutes, we are going to change over to part 2. Partly because of the fact that the wonderful world of YouTube has this multiple thing that if you do over 12 hours of a broadcast or a stream or whatever, it deletes it for you, which is rather nice for them. So we are going to put it over into 2 parts, okay? So there is the link for the second part. So if you get yourselves ready to swap in about probably 20 minutes, in about 35 we will be changing over as well. So we will change over to the second one of the evening, and that will be the final change. At that point where we change over, me and Adam are going to grab a quick break because it is me and Adam till the end of the race. So we will start the stream up, but you will just see the cars go round as we run off and go to the bathroom or something along them lines. I don't know. So there we go. Let's see how this one pans out here as well. But I think it's well deserved. Don't you think so? Me and you have a snooze?
Well, given the amount of hours you've already put in, and we've got another 5 hours 42 to go, that is one incredible stint. So, and I know obviously I'm here as a commentator for JPB, but I would still like to tip my hat to you because that is an extraordinary effort.
Yes, I will say, as the day's gone on, my chair has become less and less uncomfortable. I'm not going to lie. It started off nice and padded this morning. It's now, I'm sure I'm sitting on the wood underneath the padding. So there we go. It's looking like Sim Vision here are fuel saving, Adam, wouldn't we say? Because they're not really making that aggressive nature to get the overtake done here, isn't it? So I think they're sort of sitting back fuel saving, would you say?
It looks that way. I know we spoke about the draft and the GT3s earlier. And I did see, I don't think we picked up on it in the chat, but Tim Perry was saying that the draft now on these things are a lot different to how they used to be. It's not as strong. So it could well be that he just doesn't quite have the legs to get past using the draft. So he's just sitting in behind. We haven't really seen him weaving around or sticking his nose in anywhere either. So it really does look like he is trying to save as much fuel as he can. And this is the perfect time for it, really. They've got clear track around them. There's a gap out in front of nearly 7 seconds. So there's nothing to gain by getting past. And the only people they have to worry about coming from behind are the LMP2s and the LMDHs. So it's a great time to just try and save as much as possible.
Yeah, I would kind of just sit there and chill out, to be honest. As I say, there's plenty of time for you guys to make the overtake or make the move or whatever it is you're obviously proceeding with. As I said earlier on, the GT3 should be in round about lap 217, so in about another 6 laps I'm probably going to start seeing the process of the GT3s coming into the pits, which would be obviously, you know, spicing it up a little bit here once again, as we can see somebody coming out of the pits there as well. That's the Trackside Esports with Nick Kirstens on his way out. Nick battled up into 3rd in class at the moment. So let's see how this one works out again with these guys here fighting. I don't really think much is happening with this SimVision car, to be honest with you. The GT3 Pros currently racing team 221. There's only 2 laps, 2 cars on the lead lap there.
That's both amazing and kind of devastating, isn't it? That these guys have got the pace to be able to do that. But you kind of feel bad for the other guys because you never like seeing that you're a lap down. It's so disheartening. Because you know that you're going to need something special to claw it back, and it's not just something that you can do through strategy. So yeah, it's a shame. We do want to see the cars close together and battling for their positions, but you know, what an achievement for the guys who are out in front, Racing Team 221 and Grow Racing Team Red. The pace that they are showing, and a consistent pace. You have to be consistently putting those laps in to pull that gap, to get yourself that far ahead. It's very impressive.
I agree. It very is impressive as well. The fact that they've nearly lapped everyone. They're 51 seconds over behind the Grow Racing Team Red. Oh, he's gone into the pits as well. So possibility that he might end up getting lapped with everybody else here. We did say the pit lane time was going to be starting off around about lap 217. Well, actually, we're on 212 at the moment. So the GT3s looking like they're going to be, if they're on target, they could be in within the these next few laps or up into the next 5. So let's see how this one goes once more here with the guys. There's only 2 cars on the lead lap in the GT3 AMS. There is currently 2 in the GT3 Pros, 2 in the LMPs, and there's 2 in the GTPs as well. So 2 across the board of cars on the lead lap. And at the moment, Grow Racing Red are still not in the pits. And here comes Racing Team 221. So are they going to be able to lap these guys as well and put these a lap back on them? Fabio Ponta is coming round now. I believe that they have also now been lapped. So they have lapped everyone in the field at the moment, Adam.
They have. That is crazy to think that we're just over halfway through and they've managed to do that already. In a race that there hasn't been massive incidents where the cars have had to take lots of damage repairs, lots of time in the pits. This has been purely on pace by the most part. And that's what makes it absolutely incredible. We see even in LMP2, MRP are nearly a minute behind Centre Quattro in that one, which again is the exact same thing we're talking about here. It's it blows my mind. I would love to be able to be that fast, I have to be honest.
Yeah, they are literally
that consistently fast.
Dutch Quattro coming through the bus stop, MRP going into turn 4. So yeah, they've got a bit of time, but they are on their way coming here as well. SimVision go into the pits, so that's the end of the battle with Prestonada, unless Prestonada are going to be coming out of the pits or going into the pits. They might obviously try and swap, but generally that is it. There's gaps now all the way across the field here, and with 5 hours and 36 minutes on the clock. I'm hoping these come back together here, sir. I'm not going to lie, because it could be a long 5 hours if these gaps start extending.
It could well be, and don't let the track map deceive you, viewers. It looks incredibly busy, but there's a lot of jumbled up colours there. Of course, the different classes are represented by 4 different colours. I'm not going to try and name them because I am colourblind, but just know that if they're jumbled up like that, looking like a tube of Smarties, it's because they're literally jumbled up on track and they're not actually racing each other, which is a real shame from a spectator point of view. But you know what's not going to be a shame from a spectator point of view, James?
Listening to us for the next 5.5 hours?
Well, I wasn't going to say that. But you're not wrong. It's that Nick Kirsten's, from what we saw earlier in the YouTube chat, he's taking a bottle of nitrous in his car with him, so we should expect to see some fireworks during this stint, I think.
Well, this is going to be an interesting one. Good evening, Phil. Hope you are well. Thank you so much for joining us for this endurance event. We have got 5.5 hours remaining here. And as that LMDLR rotary orange goes through these two guys as well, this is Austin Diltz and Sergio Gomez Redondo from the Peaky Drivers GT3s battling away here. This is for 4th and 5th in class. Both men have gained positions. Diltz up 13, Redondo up 10. So stellar job from both of these guys here once more. So I'd be interested to see now how this develops, because you're almost into that area. If I was watching this kind of endurance, and I'm not saying generally I do, because I don't really get time to sit and watch anything like that as well, you're in that area where you're almost like not a lot's going on. Do you know what I mean? It looks like generally the cars are just driving around putting laps on the track, rather than what is actually happening, which is obviously they're racing, they're overtaking back markers, they're trying to close gaps up to each other and all of that sort of thing. But from the viewer's point of view at home, they may sit there and just think, well, the cars are just going around the circuit.
Absolutely, and I'm going to be very cautious with how I say this, but
wow, that's never stopped you before.
I know, I don't want to offend anybody. The viewers out there that watch endurance racing will know exactly what's going on, and they'll be absolutely fine with it. The guys that don't watch endurance racing often might be confused at why, like you say, it's just some cars pounding around, not really doing a lot. But one thing you do have to keep in mind, of course, is that as far as the drivers are concerned, they're still trying to either push on as hard as they can to gain time, or they are trying to fuel save and work out strategies while behind another car to gain time later on in the race. And of course you've got the guys who might have had incidents that are now literally pushing as hard as they possibly can just to try and get back into the fight again. So there's a lot that we can't see that's going on in the background, and that's what makes endurance racing so fascinating, because there's all of these situations that are playing out which we won't really see the crescendo of them until the end of the race, where all the strategies start compiling into one, and we get to see where the cars really are, as we see Sergio Gomez Redondo overshoot and had to back up just a touch. That's some time that you do not want to be losing.
Yeah, I've got a funny feeling this is Christopher Rowe and Fran Reza taking the cars over from Chicane and Peaky Drivers. I've got a funny feeling with that one incident there as well. I wouldn't be surprised if Fran Reza got out in front of the Peaky Drivers car. They went down earlier on, down off the jacks than the car in front did. So this is a battle of the pit lane. Who's going to be able to get out in front here, as they've both been in the pits now for 47 seconds respectively. I've got a funny feeling Chris Rowe is going to make that move first because of that one incident where he missed his pit box. So he does get past Peaky Drivers into the pit. Shooter Sergio Redondo missing his pit box. So there we go. That's how that has happened as well. So there we go. I'm sure we got a lot more action to come here. 5.5 hours left of this race, and I'm sure we're going to be seeing a lot more action taking shape as this has been going on here. A lot of people into the pits at the moment. We haven't had any, touch wood, any real incidents currently at the moment, Mr. Hedgecock.
No, we haven't. It's all settled down into a little rhythm. I'm, for one, absolutely enjoying this because it's just like little rippling water. There's lots of little things going on, and eventually that means that the waves will start coming. But yeah, real shame there from Redondo. Overshooting a touch, because it looks like it's put them out of touch from even being able to get the draft now and the possibility of saving fuel. 2.3 back, you want to be closer than that, because then even though you've made a mistake, you could sit behind the car and do a little bit of fuel saving, make up for the mistake that way, but it looks like it could be time lost and not gained back, although
it's not closing.
Far back?
It's
No,
2.7 back at the moment as well, so he's not really gaining any time currently at the moment. He is 2.66 with the LMP2 of Central Cocho behind him as well. Try and hit that a little bit closer there, sir. As Central Cocho goes around the outside of him here, and 2.5 over this Brown Rez's car, chasing down the GT3 of Chicane Online Racing Red. Zanders has now taken over the car for Maniti Racing Yellow. I am expecting them to be losing that lead, and they have done, with Matthew League Senior going past here. But Maniti are looking so strong at the moment, I wouldn't really put it past them to take the win. But also the Fury Simsport guys are quick as well. So we are going to see, obviously, Fury in, I would have thought, very shortly as well, to get their driver swapped down for the next stint. So I think it's going to be all very interesting here between these two and how close they will be on the end of this pit run.
It is going to be close between them. Don't forget, though, that Maniti did have an unscheduled early pit stop because of the incident at the kink. They came in, didn't they, to do a driver swap then. I believe, off the top of my head, it was maybe 5 or 6 laps different to Fury. So we have to take that into consideration. We'll see how that plays out in the long run. But you're looking at both of them now, and they're pushing on so hard, trying to make sure that they don't get the undercut or even the overcut played against them. It's going to be fascinating to watch.
Yeah, it definitely will be here as well. So stay tuned for that one. We are going to be, as I say, ending this broadcast in about 20 minutes. And we will be starting up over on part 2. And the link is in the YouTube chat there as well. So if you want to set that up all ready to go. And then we will be changing over there in about 20 minutes time now as well. So just sort of sit back, chill out and relax. And then when we tell you we are changing, get ready to move over there into part 2 of this 12 hours of Daytona. 5 hours, 28 minutes, and this is the move now. Matthew Luke is into the pits for the Fury Simsport car. Where is this going to put him? Don't miss your... Oh, he did.
He had to, didn't he?
Yeah, he had to.
And it serves him right for proving me wrong. Because although they pitted at a different time to Maniti last time, they've come in now, which it'd be nice to get clarification from them, but I think because they were losing time to Maniti on pure pace, I think they've come in early so they can maybe try and get the draft and stick behind them so they don't lose time overall.
Well, they are now just about to lose this place to Zanders, and they're still not moving with about another 20 seconds in the stop. So I've got a funny feeling here that it's going to be a little bit more trickier for them. They are on their way out. It's already up at 9 seconds, and he's not even out of the pits at the moment. 10, 12, 13, 14, 15... We've just hit nearly 15-second gap. 16 just about now. So he has lost a chunk of time there as well. So, yeah, unfortunately for Fury Simsport, they are 17 seconds behind. One man that isn't 17 seconds behind is the Central Cocho of Gianpaolo Filippo, who is chasing down Tobias Serrano from the MLP here. This battle has come together once more, and so obviously due to Filippo Cristini taking the pit stop, and obviously MLP have not yet taken... Ooh, that could have been a little bit dangerous.
I have to be honest, I did wince.
Yeah, it could have been very dangerous. Now he's going to try and get him on the inside. We've already seen this move on off the apron.
That's very aggressive, both attacking and defending there. I'm not a fan of that. I know we're supposed to be impartial and say, you know, the how good the racing is and things like that, but we equally have to be kind of stern when you see moving around like that. They almost hit each other 3-4 times. There was double movement on the defensive line. They've hit each other again. This is a little bit too much for my liking.
Yeah, I think this could end up very dangerous here for Christini and MRP if they're not careful. Christini's on the inside now. He has managed to get the move done over Tobias Serrano, but that was a little bit of a scrappy move there. And as I say, I'm not really a fan of the weaving and moving around. I get you want to block, but at the same time, you don't want to be putting yourself in jeopardy, which it did look like the MRP kind of did in general in defending. Oh, Christini catches the grass there from the MRP, and the MRP is now trying to stay with him and keep within that draft range. He's about 1.92 seconds. I think he's gone round, actually. I think
he did lose a couple of seconds there, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he spun. Tobias Serrano, I think, had a go there. Christopher Rowe has had an incident in the chicane at Online Racing Orange. Was this all on his own, or did this involve Bazinga Motorsports on the inside? Bazinga again making that uncertain move.
Oh. There's a lot of marbles out there. We can see that from that camera angle. It showed it perfectly. Once you get out on those marbles, giving the space to another car coming through, you run the risk of just sliding out into the barrier like he did. And that barrier does come out quite a way. It's very easy to get sucked into it. But one thing's for sure, he was very lucky that he managed to unstick himself from it, because the way that car bounced, I thought he was wedged.
Yeah, and we've seen that before as well, haven't we? Where all of a sudden you get stuck in there and you just can't get out. You've got no choice but to go to the back into the pits, because you just can't get out the barrier, or you can't get out of something, something that you generally shouldn't be stuck in, should we say. So yeah, they've got to be very careful about approaching that as well, because there is that wonderful thing that doesn't allow you to go back out, and you do end up wedged in it here as well, as Tobias Serrano goes round turn 6, and on that run down into turn 7 now he's currently 5.5 seconds back from Alessandro Coccio, who is on his exit of 7 and now running again here. So once more, so up and coming, we'll be racing, we'll be swapping broadcasts in about 15 minutes time, and then obviously we will be back after that. But it's been a very interesting race so far here. We've now got 4 cars to the LMP2s on the lead lap, which is great to see. Obviously, if a couple haven't pitted yet, which by the looks of it, a couple of them haven't, with the fact that the Central Coccio is out of sync here, Adam, and I think this could end up being that some of these cars could end up going back a lap down again.
Well, they could, but I know, from a driver's point of view, like I said earlier, when you see that you're a lap down, it's very demoralising. But if you see, like now, you're back on that lead lap and it's just because you're out of sync, that gives you the impetus to kind of push on and just believe and trust in your strategies, and believe that you're capable of making that gap a lot smaller, at the very least. So yeah, we'll see how that one plays out. It certainly gives them all the belief that they can still get something from this race.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, as we see Dadswell and obviously the LMP2 there with Central Coccio. Dadswell go make the Kidney overtake. Now obviously we've said not to do it within the kink. That's probably best not to do it with a GT3, I think, as you've got 2 very high downforce cars here in the LMP and the LMDHs. I don't think that was much of an issue for them guys. But again, you wouldn't be wanting to do that there as well. Luis Mourinho has been off track here. I don't know if... wasn't on his own. That was with David Marshall in the Octopus Racing car there as well. So unfortunately for SR Technic, be aware there could be a penalty. But also, I suppose from his point of view, Adam, he didn't mean to do it. He was kind of already sliding there, wasn't he?
He was. He's got himself onto the grass. Now I've been caught foul of this myself. Accidents happen. We can see that was just he ran a little bit wide. He might have been caught in his mirrors a little bit, run a little bit wide, and caught the grass. Would you penalise that? Oh, we see Pablo Ortega going round. He caught that nicely. You get a big slowdown, by the way, by going across. You get a big slowdown.
Well, that would explain why he lost a place to Arturo Loureiro. So, unfortunately for him, Zanders has just been off track as well for the Maniti Yellow. Oh.
The exact same. Look at the tire marks. He's done the exact same.
Yeah, but the interesting thing is, where would that have put Matthew Luke in conjunction with that incident? And how much time have they managed to pull back here? Because the time is still coming down. And Matthew Luke is there. And Maniti Racing are up and running again. So the gap is now down to 4 seconds. So that was a big old loss for Maniti Racing Yellow. Losing nothing shy of about 13, 14 seconds.
No, absolutely. But from a positive spin on that is that we can see that they're still pushing hard. And that's great for the race. It means that no one, they haven't settled down into a position. They know that they still need to push on to stay ahead of Fury. And with that, you sometimes have mistakes like that. But both of those, they were very lucky, because more often than not, if you hit that curb wrongly, you will end up on the outside wall. So they're both, if they were a cat, they would be a life down right now.
Mm-hmm. They definitely would, and they've got to get going once again here as well. David Marshall is still in the pits. Zachary Livingood is on his way out of his, and Luigi Nespolino for the Racing Team 221 has taken his pit stop. He's out in front by 2 minutes. He ain't really got to worry too much about his. He's got 3 pit stops for days under his bank here, but Zanders is not now. The gap's down to 4.7 to Fury Simsport. Luis Mourinho from SR Technic has been in the pits for 1.5 minutes already. And if I look at the driver's sheet as well, I wouldn't be surprised if that incident there just popped up. And we'll see what happens there as well. They are investigating incidents currently as we speak. So let's see what happens once more. And see how we get on here, as we've got 5 hours and 18 minutes remaining.
What a wonderful day. What a wonderful day. What a wonderful way to spend your Saturday evenings. There has been a little flurry of incident there, hasn't it? Out of nowhere. All kind of separated from each other as well, which is a little bit strange to see. But it keeps it spicy. That's what we want to see, isn't it? Do we have... I am having a quick look at the sheet now, just seeing if we've got anyone particularly flying out there. I'm still waiting to see the timing page light up from Kirsten's and his nitrous. He hasn't
nitrous anything at the moment, apart from he's now got about a 51-second gap to Fury Simsport Academy. So... yeah, it's interesting to see here as well. But yeah, he's still trying. So yeah, he's still trying, but he's making inroads slowly, Adam.
He is, and that's all you could ever ask for, isn't it? As long as you're on target. That's what it's all about.
Oh, how many times in ISREC did we talk about you being on target?
I know. Look, shall I let you into the biggest secret ever?
You were never on target?
I was always on target. My target is always to finish the race. So if I'm driving, I'm still on the track, then I'm on target.
That's all that matters.
Yeah, in any championship, especially on iRacing, in the outside world, it is a little bit different, because not all championships pay points as far down as a lot of the sim racing championships do. But as long as you finish a race, generally in an iRacing race, you will earn points, which is still better than not earning points. So my target is to earn points every race, and that's why I was always on target, no matter where I finished.
I think that for the fact that you know, it's all about points. A whole championship is based off points. Do you know what I mean? And without finishing a race and getting points, you're never going to put yourself in a championship position. You know, I've learned that over the year as well. And at the end of the day, you've got to be in the race to even think about getting points. And if you're not, well, kind of tough, isn't it, really? Something's happened, or something's happened to you, or you've caused something that's put yourself in that situation. And I think at the end of the day, it's the realisation that you've got to score the points to be able to take the victory, or to be able to win the championship, and people have done that, like Altitude, like Centricotchoy, Racing Team 221. They come in with a 57-point gap to everybody else because they've been consistently at the front, consistently driving, consistently scoring points. Maniti Racing Fury taking it down to the last round because they're battling away, and yet they're still scoring points. So it's all about points at the end of the day, mate, isn't it, really?
No, absolutely, and it goes back to what we were saying earlier with the risk-reward scenario. You know, is it worth risking getting 0 points on this move when we're halfway through a 10, 6, 12-hour race, you know, whatever it may be? Understanding the bigger picture is it's key, especially in championships like this. Now, don't get me wrong, I love getting stuck in a VRS sprint, you know, where it's like 45 minutes or whatever it is, and you're just going hell for leather. Like, that's great fun, but you're not trying to win a championship in that. Your risk reward is, oh, well, we can go again in an hour if I get it wrong. Whereas in races like this, in championships like this, you have to consider, well, the next race, I'm not very good at XYZ track, so I need to bank points here in case something goes wrong there. You know, that's the kind of mentality that I'm not going to say drivers should have. I'd never tell a driver how they should drive, but from my perspective, like, that's how I would hope drivers would consider it. And we've seen, like you've just said, the drivers at the front, the teams at the front, they've managed their risk the best this season, which is why they're still fighting for that championship now, which is why they've got the championship in the bag now, or why they're very unlikely to lose their championship now. You know, it's because they've managed that risk beautifully through the course of the season.
Exactly.
That was a little bit philosophical.
It was. It was almost. I thought I was hearing a bedtime story, and I was just, you know, slowly listening to the sultry tones of your voice there, mate. I'm not going to lie, but it was very philosophical indeed, and probably advice that some people could probably really do with listening to. I'm not going to lie. So Conan Weirn has been off track here, unfortunately for him, for the TR Geeks Energy. Being what we've seen earlier as well, officially. Okay, so did he now? Let's look at the bigger picture, right? Earlier on, there was that LMP2. They got an incident, yeah. They got a warning,
yes,
or drive through, but overtaking, and as he overtook, the car went off, right? Is that the same situation? Mark's passed him. The guy's gone off.
I think.
You see where I'm going, right?
Yeah, I can see where you're going. I'm trying to see. I agree with you on that point. I'm trying to think of a counter for this that would provoke conversation, and I'm struggling to come up with it. I think if in that situation, if Mark had a warning previously, where there'd been an incident or a close call, and it didn't leave enough room at that particular corner, then sure, I would understand if the stewards then deemed, you know what, you've had a warning, we've told you, time to you know, you're going to get a penalty now. Then I would understand that, and I would accept that, even if I didn't agree with the premise of it in the first place. If they've had a warning for something, then you don't do it again. You know, that's how it should be. But yeah, I'm with you, and I just want to point out that was another one of those horrible, lazy half spins that you can do nothing about.
Yeah, Perry Osterveer there as well. But that's what I mean. If you're going to start the precedent of an overtaking car goes past somebody, then they have to make a maneuver that involves them going off. You know, as rule 10.1.2 says, you know, if an overtake results in an unreasonable evasive action causing a severe loss of time, loss of control, or other disruption in the corner, the offending car will receive a penalty. Now, I don't want Altitude to get a penalty. Don't get me wrong. I'm not here calling for that. What I'm trying to say is, obviously, if you're going to look at one incident and say the overtaking car caused it, could you be looking at the same thing? You know, because without Mark on the inside, no, who's behind the wheel? Tom on the inside.
Tom, yeah.
Then obviously he wouldn't have had to take evasive action to push out wide, which caused his car to wash out. Do you know what I mean? So from that point of view, you've got to look at what you're trying to set. They call it a precedent. And if you're going to set a precedent where you're blaming the overtaking car for that loss of control from pure proto sim over earlier on the LMP2 with, who was it? I can't even think of who it was in the LMP2, to be honest. As well, the Peaky Drivers LMP2 actually of Alex Garcia here. You can't set a precedent like that, because now Peaky Drivers could go back and go, well, hold on a minute. That was the same thing. He went past him, he went off. Why is it not his fault? And you're causing yourself a dangerous precedent. You cannot punish people. That guy, I still disagree with that incident, and I'm still arguing the fact. I'm not going to lie, because that, as far as I'm concerned, if the Chris Racing Blue, who are on a tight angle, can make the same stop and make the same corner, then there's no way that other car shouldn't have been able to do that. But if you are going to set a precedent and say, look, that's what's happened, they may turn around and go, well, you've got to look at this man's overtake that he's just done, because he caused the Lamborghini to go out wide. The Lamborghini's trying to steer away from the grasses incident and lost the back end. Am I wrong?
No, I agree. But I also agree with the stewards in the fact that they'd given a warning about a similar thing. And I would like, so I agree that they shouldn't set a precedent like that, because you're just opening a can of worms. But I also, like, I'm with them that if they've said to a team, hey, look, we don't particularly like this way of driving, please don't do it again or you'll get a penalty, and then they do it again, like, fair play. Like, they've had a warning to say don't do it, so they should get that penalty. So you're trying to balance the lesser evil.
But what did they do?
In my eyes, they did nothing. Here's the thing: for an overtake, it always takes two to tango, and in a situation like that, where you could see that the faster car it was always showing that it was wanted to overtake. It was always on the inside. Again, it might just be my cautious nature.
I agree with you.
But I would have seen that and have been like, okay, I'll just lift off the throttle a little bit earlier and let him through. You know, you don't have to brake earlier at the bus stop, because that would be dangerous. But you do it when you fuel save. You just lift off the accelerator sort of 10 meters before your braking point. You don't cause any issues by it, because, you know, everyone brakes a little bit earlier behind you anyway, because there's more traffic going through. And it just gives you that breathing space to let the car through.
I agree. I do agree. So I think you're starting a dangerous precedent if you're blaming a car for an overtake and the other one's dipped out of it. Because that's literally what it looked like. Is that Protosim car dipped out of it. He could have braked and he could have made that corner. Or he didn't, wasn't aware of what was going on in his mirrors, didn't make up for the fact that the LMP2 were coming, didn't anticipate it, so therefore the problem was he went off track, where the Chris Racing Blue made it.
This is why we need eye tracking for all the drivers, so we can, there's a little lock up there. Big old twitch from Filippo. This is why we need eye tracking. Oh, who's that off in the background? Into the inside wall, just behind Filippo. Who was that?
Bono Esports Black, Juango Gregera. Spun it up coming out of turn 2. Out of turn 1, sorry. And into the wall he went. So
just too hot on the loud pedal, that one, unfortunately for him.
Yeah, Gregera there, I think, just got a little bit excited. I've not seen him in the car for all day, so I'm guessing this could be his first stint here. Not going to be a very popular lad if that is the situation. Either. Erin Avenar has also been off. He hasn't returned back on track yet for Magic Arrow. Oh, he goes in a little bit too hot and into turn 6. And off he goes. He's back on there as well, back up and running. So, yeah, if that was Gregera's first time in the car, he's not going to be very popular after putting that into a wall.
He's not, but I think at this point of the season, I don't know off the top of my head if that was an incident that will impact them majorly, but let's assume it doesn't. I'm sure his teammates are all very supportive of him. And will just brush himself down and get going again. Funny thing, it did remind me a few years back, we were doing the Daytona 24, and one of the drivers had a similar incident where he got wedged in the tyre barrier. You know, just as that white wall starts, he lost it on the way and got wedged. And there's a very funny tweet. I'll have to link it to you at some point. But there's a rather loud expletive as he just stops. He just sits there. The rest of the team found it hilarious, but for him, I'm sure it was a little bit embarrassing.
Yeah, I can't say nothing. As I say, I stopped the car in the barrier at the bus stop. So you know, at the end of the day, that's we've all been there. We've all done it at some point. I'm sure, bottoming out the car as well. Everybody is fairly spread out, guys. Here they are all spread out. Currently at the moment, the closest gap is with Perry Osterveer, but he's chasing down Octopus Racing in the LMDH because they're on the same. How can I put it? The LMDH has been involved in some incidents and has dropped down the field and is now trying to make his way through the field again as well. So he's trying to chase down Delta Racing, which are currently 6.7 seconds up the road with João Delgado. So that's probably one of the closest battles we've got going on at the moment here as well. And Gregera has...
Oh, is he suffering from damage?
You're not.
There's the marbles. That's barrier. It's really unfortunate for him. Where is he? Just looking...
Turn 7.
At him. No, sorry, I was just looking at the sheet, seeing... I don't judge people on iRacing normally. I was just seeing if he was... how experienced he was.
He needs to go into the pits.
Yes, he is. He has got some serious
2.5k. Wonder how much that damage is going to cost him. 2.5k he is. So there we go. Albert Priam is in the pits. That's allowed Altitude to retake the lead, and they're now 16 seconds up the road. Gugera's in to get his car fixed. Delta Racing are in at the moment as well, and there's a possibility they could lose a position to Octopus Racing team. However, they're still mixing it up with the LMP2s, trying to make their way back through the field, and they have done. Delta have just dropped a position there once more. Dadswell now out in front by 25 seconds. Central Cocho out in front by a minute 5 at the moment. We're Racing Team 221 out in front by a minute. And the GT3 AMS with Maniti and Fiori now 7.2 seconds. So, yeah, gaps appearing now, Mr. Hedgecock, and we can only but hope they come back together.
I'm sure they will. I'm positive they will. I almost bet a little bit of salt and pepper chicken out because I saw the side of that Altitude car and there are scratches on it.
Yes, not happy.
So I am not a happy chappy.
No, definitely not. Right, guys, we are going to end this broadcast and change over to the other one. So if you're in YouTube, be aware we will be changing over to part 2 there as well. So click on the link that is in the description below. If you do not have the link or you cannot find it, but please look on the JPB YouTube channel, or I'll tell you what I'll do, here is the post there for you as well. So in a very short while we will see you over in the other broadcast, guys, but for now, see you after this break.